Longxia Empire, Donglan City Number 1 High School. Du Hongmei of Class 1 has awakened successfully. Class, Software Hardener. C rank. The awakening instructor had barely finished speaking when Du Hongmei ran back to the group, blushing furiously. I casually asked what kind of class that was. She stammered that it was support-related. When I pressed her on exactly what it supported, she reached over and pinched my arm. My name was Qin Qing, and I had been transported to this world 9 years ago. This world had long since merged with the game. Secret realms and exotic beasts could be found everywhere. When a person turned 18, they received one chance to awaken a class, but the success rate was only 60%. Classes fell into 3 categories: combat, support, and life, and were graded by rarity from SS down through S, A, B, C, D, and E. Combat classes fought exotic beasts on the front lines. Support classes determined how far a team could go. Life classes supplied equipment, potions, runes, and food. The class you received could completely change the course of your life. No one could control the result of an awakening. Some people became prodigies coveted by every major academy overnight, while others failed to awaken any class at all and could only remain in cities reserved for ordinary people. Some students ahead of me prayed with their eyes closed. Others were so nervous that their fingers had turned white. Every time the formation announced another failure, the mood in the line sank a little further. Fang Qiu poked me from behind. Qin Qing, what class do you want? Warrior. I barely had to think. If I'm fighting at the front, at least my fate will be in my own hands. What about you? Chef. I'll stay in the rear and cook. Nice and safe. A cold laugh suddenly came from beside us. Zhou Qi raised his narrow face and said with dripping sarcasm, "You haven't even awakened yet, and you're already dreaming? The way I see it, you two will be fit for nothing but serving the strong." He and I had never gotten along. Every time we fought in the past, he had been the one who walked away bruised and swollen. I glanced at him. "You haven't been beaten enough yet? We can practice again after the awakening ceremony." Zhou Qi's expression stiffened, but he refused to back down. "Once I awaken a combat class, you'll be the first person I deal with." The announcement called his name at that exact moment. 2 minutes later, the white light around the formation faded, and the instructor declared, "Zhou Qi, B-rank fire mage." The crowd immediately erupted. A B-rank fire mage possessed tremendous offensive power, more than enough to receive special training from the school. Principal Zhang Donglai and our homeroom teacher, Ho Kuan, both nodded repeatedly. Even so, Principal Zhang's granddaughter, Zhang Lingxue, attracted far more attention. She had awakened the A-rank Holy Angel class, making her the only A-rank student at Donglan Number 1 High School that year. Ho Kuan smiled and said Zhou Qi had brought honor to Class 1, while Zhang Donglai merely waved a modest hand. He claimed that Zhou Qi still had a long way to go before he could compare with Zhang Lingxue, but he could not hide the satisfaction in his eyes. As long as an A-rank professional did not die young, they would eventually become a powerhouse capable of defending an entire region. A B-rank fire mage was still far superior to the overwhelming majority of ordinary classes. When Zhou Qi stepped down from the formation, he deliberately shot me a challenging look. I could not be bothered with him and simply continued talking to Fang Qiu in a low voice. Being ignored clearly hurt him more than any insult could have. The next 6 or 7 students all failed in succession. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Next, Qin Qing. At last, it was my turn. I looked calm on the surface, but my heart was pounding like a war drum. For everyone else, this was merely a class awakening. For me, it was my only chance to change my fate and find my brother. I stepped into the formation. White light exploded around me, far brighter than the light Zhou Qi had produced. Cries of surprise rose on every side. Even Principal Zhang's eyes widened. The next second, a vast wave of blood energy shot into the sky, as though a war god who had slept for 1,000 years was awakening inside me. The students near the formation instinctively backed away. Principal Zhang blurted, "Is that an awakening phenomenon?" While everyone stared in shock, a voice that only I could hear sounded inside my mind. "Class awakening successful. Unique hidden class acquired. Miracle Berserker." A system panel unfolded before my eyes. Name, Qin Qing. Class, Miracle Berserker. Level 1. Strength, 5. Agility, 7. Spirit, 4. Constitution, 12. HP, 220/220. MP, 0-aught. Attack, 12 plus 22. Defense, 5. Equipment, none. Savage Blood Power, Level 1. The higher your HP, the greater your attack. Current bonus, 10% of maximum HP. Blood Ox Physique, Level 1. Each time you receive an attack, permanently increase maximum HP by 10. Thornmail, level 1. Whenever you take damage, immediately reflect twice that amount back at the attacker. After reading those 3 passives, I stopped breathing for a moment. An ordinary berserker traded health for damage and grew stronger as his HP fell. One mistake could send him straight to his death. My miracle berserker was the exact opposite. Getting hit permanently increased my health. More health meant more attack power, and I could return twice the damage I took. Berserkers did not have a good reputation among combat classes. Their skills consumed their own HP, so they often drove themselves to critical health before the enemy even fell. The class's brightest moment was usually its final desperate stand. That was why berserkers had never risen above C rank, despite their powerful skills. These 3 abilities reinforced one another. An ordinary class could not even begin to compare. The outside world, however, saw something completely different. Chen Qing has awakened successfully. Class, Berserker, C rank. The moment the instructor spoke, the entire area fell silent. The blood energy phenomenon had been so astonishing that everyone expected me to awaken at least an A-rank class. Yet according to the publicly visible information, I was merely the most common kind of C-rank berserker. Principal Zhang Donglai refused to believe it. He cast observation on me on the spot, but all he saw was an ordinary berserker. Hokuan walked over and patted my shoulder. Successfully awakening is already a good thing. Your class may be ordinary, but if you work hard, you can still build a future for yourself. I nodded and thanked him, having already reached my own conclusion. My unique hidden class was actively concealing its true information. Even Principal Zhang could not see through it. That was not necessarily a bad thing. Before I was strong enough to protect myself, hiding my identity was much safer than flaunting it everywhere. I had barely returned to the group when Zhou Qi blocked my path. After all that commotion, I thought you were some kind of genius. Turns out you're just a C-rank berserker. Kneel down and apologize now, and this B-rank fire mage might still let you off. I did not even break stride. Get out of my way before I lose my temper. His face instantly flushed red. After the first round of the dungeon tower trial, do you dare duel me? The loser crawls between the winner's legs. He clearly believed his level and skills would overwhelm mine after the trial. In my eyes, however, he was already no match for me. Fine. I looked straight at him. Just don't run away when the time comes. Beside me, Fang Qiu anxiously tugged on my clothes. He's a B-rank fire mage. Did you seriously agree to that? So what if he's a fire mage? I'll beat him anyway. As we spoke, white light flared inside the formation once more. Fang Qiu has awakened successfully. Class, Priest, B rank. The students applauded. Priests were the most sought-after healers in any team, yet Fang Qiu looked utterly dejected. His greatest wish had been to become a chef, but he had still failed to escape the battlefield. He had loved studying recipes since childhood, and he truly was a good cook. Everyone else envied him for awakening as a B-rank priest, while he looked like he had just missed his chance at a beloved cooking pot. Fate had spared him from charging the front line, but it had still sent him to the rear of a battlefield. I walked over and patted him. Quit looking so miserable. Priests are wanted everywhere. From now on, stand behind me. I'll protect you. He looked up at me and finally smiled. Fang Qiu's depression lasted only a few minutes. Once the girls learned that he was the only priest in Class 1, several who barely spoke to him normally crowded over to add him as a friend. One even offered to buy him a meal. The chubby kid who had been single for all 18 years of his life immediately grinned from ear to ear. The day before, those girls would at most have nodded when they saw him. The moment his class was announced, every one of them suddenly acted like an old friend. Some asked whether his team needed another member, while others volunteered to straighten his collar. Surrounded by them, Fang Qiu was so nervous he did not know where to put his hands, yet he could not suppress the corners of his mouth. I dragged him out of the crowd. Women only slowed down the speed of your blade. We need to practice our skills first. The real reason was simple. There was only one healer in our entire class, and I absolutely could not let someone else lure him away first. Before the awakening ceremony ended, Principal Zhang announced that the dungeon trial tower would open the next day. The academy entrance exam was only 1 week away, and every combat or support class could enter the tower to gain practical experience and level up. Life class professionals had their own separate courses. Principal Zhang told everyone to treasure this opportunity. The tower's 12 floors would grow progressively more difficult, and every additional floor cleared would provide a little more security before the exam. Before he even finished speaking, students were already forming teams. Priests, shield warriors, and crowd control classes instantly became the most popular candidates. After we were dismissed, I did not go to the training hall. Instead, I took Feng Qiu to a deserted patch of wasteland. He looked around. There isn't even a punching bag here. How are we supposed to train? I stood in front of him. I'm the punching bag. Come on. Hit me. I'm a priest, and you want me to punch you? Quit talking. Hit me hard. He tentatively threw a punch so soft it felt like a tickle. I glared at him, and he finally gritted his teeth and struck my chest. You have taken 5 damage. Bloodox physique triggered. Maximum HP permanently increased by 10. At the same time, Feng Qiu cried out and stumbled several steps backward as -10 appeared over his head. I hit you. Why am I the one taking damage? Damage reflection, I said, barely containing my excitement. Don't stop. Keep hitting me. I only have 70 HP. If I keep going, I'll die. You're a priest. Can't you heal yourself when your HP gets low? Feng Qiu clutched his chest, still aching from the reflected damage, and stared at me as if he were meeting me for the first time. Are you sure this is training and not revenge for all the times I stole your food? Stop complaining. Keep the damage you take from each punch at 10 points. Heal after 3 punches. You won't enter the danger zone, and you'll get the maximum value from your mana. Only then did he catch on. White light shone from his hands, and a single heal restored 30 HP. I calculated the rhythm for him. 3 punches, then 1 heal. That would let me test my passives while he trained both his punches and his healing spell. Every punch triggered a system notice telling me that my maximum HP had increased by 10. Feng Qiu's hands began to hurt, while I only grew more energetic with every blow. Bro, this training method is really rough on your friends. Suffer a little now, and I'll carry you later. He still did not quite believe me until I told him about my hidden class and 3 passive abilities. Feng Qiu's eyes instantly lit up. No wonder your awakening caused such a huge commotion. Big boss, take me with you from now on. If you want to run with me, then keep going. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and unleashed a barrage of punches into my chest. Attack received. Maximum HP increased by 10. Thorn Mail triggered. 10 damage reflected. The notices appeared one after another. Feng Qiu took his own reflected damage and healed himself through it. At last, even he found a training rhythm in what had started as a one-sided beating. He cast heal much faster than he had the first time, and the white light landed with increasing precision. After 5 consecutive healing spells, his 50 mana was completely exhausted. In that one short training session, my maximum HP rose from 220 to 350. Savage Blood Power pushed my attack to 47, already higher than that of many level 5 warriors. Each healing spell cost him 10 mana, so 5 casts drained him exactly. Without mana regeneration equipment or potions, he would need at least 2 hours to recover naturally. I had not taken nearly enough hits yet, but I could not actually wring my newly awakened priest friend dry, so I had no choice but to stop. And this was only the beginning. Feng Qiu collapsed onto a rock and panted. Which academy are you planning to apply to? Huadi Academy. To find your brother? I nodded. Whether Chen Feng was alive or dead, I had to uncover the truth behind his disappearance from Huadi Academy 3 years ago. When I arrived in this world, my parents here had already passed away. Chen Feng was the one who cared for me during those years. He saved his own living expenses to buy me books, stood in front of me whenever someone tried to bully me, and never once complained about how difficult our lives were. We shared more than blood. He was my true family in this world. Feng Qiu stopped joking and reminded me that Huadi Academy's minimum admission requirement was level 15. Only 1 week remained before the entrance exam. For an ordinary newcomer, climbing from level 1 to level 15 in a single week was nearly impossible. My brother did it. I watched the setting sun. If he could do it, so can I. After our parents died young, my brother Chen Feng and I had only each other. 3 years ago, he awakened the S-rank Radiant Archmage class and entered Huadi Academy with astonishing talent. When he first enrolled, he often called me and told me about the school and its dungeons. Later, the calls became less frequent, and he sounded increasingly exhausted. 3 months after enrolling, he disappeared completely. During his final few calls, Chen Feng clearly wanted to tell me something, but he always stopped before the words came out. He seemed wary of the people around him. Each time, he hurriedly asked how I was doing and then ended the call. Whenever I tried calling back, his communicator was already unreachable. I questioned his classmates and contacted Huadi Academy, but all I ever received was the same answer. We don't know. A living, breathing person had vanished as if he had evaporated from the world. That was why I had to enter Huadi Academy. It was not merely one of the nation's top academies. It was the only place where I could get close to the truth. Feng Qiu reminded me, Huadi's minimum admission requirement is level 15. The entrance exam is only a week away, and you're still level 1. If my brother could do it, so can I. After sunset, we returned to our separate homes. I turned on the light and looked at the empty living room, then instinctively picked up the photograph on the coffee table. In it, Chun Feng and I stood side by side, one tall and one short, smiling without a care in the world. Brother, I will find you. My phone vibrated at that exact moment. The message came from someone named Green Mountain Watches the Snow, an online friend I had known through a forum for 2 years. We had always used screen names and had never revealed our real names or addresses. All we knew was that we were both students and would undergo our class awakenings on the same day. Green Mountain Watches the Snow asked, "Did you awaken successfully? What class did you get?" Using my account, Morning, I replied, "Of course I did. My class is extremely powerful, S rank at the very least. Quit bragging, and we can still be brothers. What about you? Don't tell me you awakened as a bricklayer. You're the bricklayer. This great lord merely awakened an ordinary A-rank class. Once I get stronger, I'll protect you." I could not help laughing. Then it settled. I'll be counting on Big Brother Snow from now on. No problem. With me protecting you, you'll live like a king. Then let me thank Big Brother Snow in advance. But if you got an A-rank class, why call it ordinary? Because this great lord is humble. She agreed without the slightest hesitation. We traded a few more playful insults before ending the conversation. I assumed she was bragging. It never occurred to me that this Brother Snow, who talked like a tomboy, was much closer than I imagined. Early the next morning, Fang Xiao and I boarded the school bus bound for Donglin City's Dungeon Trial Tower. The Dungeon Trial Tower rose like a colossal stone pillar piercing straight into the clouds. Every student in the city who had completed their class awakening had gathered outside, more than 1,000 people in all. The tower had no windows like an ordinary building. Instead, rings of ancient runes shimmered across its surface in the morning light. Its peak disappeared into the clouds, and the space inside its 12 floors clearly did not correspond to its exterior height. School buses stopped one after another along the edge of the plaza. Teachers registered their students, while healers and Education Bureau officials stood guard around the teleportation zone. Once the paperwork was complete, I was about to form a team with Fang Qiu when Fang Ziki, the prettiest girl in our class, suddenly grabbed him. Her team already had a warrior, an archer, and Zhou Qi, the fire mage. The only thing they lacked was a healer. In front of everyone, Zhou Qi promised Fang Qiu 3 mana potions if he joined them. Fang Ziki went even further and offered to become his girlfriend. A single beginner mana potion cost 5 gold coins, which was already expensive for a newly awakened student. 3 bottles would allow a priest to cast more than a dozen additional healing spells. Most of the onlookers thought Fang Qiu could not possibly refuse. Fang Qiu glanced at me and pulled his arm free. "No thanks. I'm teaming up with Qin Qing." Fang Ziki's smile instantly turned cold. "With a C-rank berserker? You two won't even make it past the 2nd floor." Zhou Qi added fuel to the fire. "Fang Qiu, I'm a B-rank fire mage, and we also have a warrior and an archer. Come with us, and we'll clear at least 3 floors today. Follow him, and you'll waste your one and only trial opportunity." This time, Fang Qiu did not hesitate. "Qin Qing and I have known each other for years. I'm not changing teams for 3 potions." Fang Ziki clung tightly to his arm and even repeated her offer to become his girlfriend. Instead of wavering, Fang Qiu's uncertainty disappeared. He broke free of her hand and followed me without looking back. I ignored her and led Fang Qiu away. Only after we were out of earshot did he sigh. I never realized she was that kind of person. Better to find out early. Besides, with only 2 people on the team, we'll split the experience fewer ways. "Wait, you didn't insist on bringing me only because you needed a healer, did you?" I coughed and pretended not to hear him. Fang Ziki's curses drifted faintly from behind us. She had probably decided Fang Qiu had made the stupidest choice of his life. Zhou Qi also declared that once we came stumbling out in disgrace, he would show everyone what a real difference in strength looked like. I never turned around. Winning an argument meant nothing. The number of floors we cleared would provide the answer. A burst of startled cries suddenly rose ahead. A girl in a blue dress moved through the crowd, her black hair falling over her shoulders and her features so exquisite that people could not look away. Holding a golden longsword, she walked into the teleportation formation alone. Someone recognized her as Principal Zhang's granddaughter, Zhang Lingxue, the A-rank holy angel. She accepted none of the invitations to form a team and entered the formation by herself. Her golden sword and silver-white combat suit made her stand out in the crowd, and whispers followed her until the teleportation completed. A-rank classes were already rare, but holy angels were exceptionally versatile. They could heal, fly, and fight in close combat. I casually remarked. Principal Zhang has excellent taste. Even I'm tempted. Feng Qiu immediately called me out. Didn't you say women slowed down the speed of your blade? My blade relies on critical hits, not speed. When our turn came, Feng Qiu finally noticed that I had not brought a weapon. I was so poor I had only a few gold coins to my name. How could I possibly afford beginner equipment? I could only tell him that fists killed monsters just fine. He searched his entire inventory and found nothing but a wooden priest's staff. He wanted to lend it to me, but worried I would use it as a club and snap it in half. I told him to keep it for casting. Even an ordinary level 1 weapon cost dozens of gold coins. Instead of worrying outside the tower, we might as well enter and see whether a weapon dropped. White light flashed, and we appeared inside a dense forest. The system immediately announced the rules. Each team would have its own independent instance. The trial tower contained 12 floors. A team had to eliminate every exotic beast on the current floor before advancing. Every floor above the 10th contained an elite boss. The dungeon would remain open for no more than 24 hours. The final rule consisted of only 4 words: trust your instincts. The rules also explained that the exotic beasts inside the tower were simulated by the power of the secret realm. A challenger would be forcibly teleported out when they neared death. The protection mechanism reduced real fatalities, but it did not prevent pain, nor could it guarantee that every accident would be stopped in time. What does trust your instincts mean? Feng Qiu stared at the final line. Probably that if something feels wrong, we shouldn't rush in and fight it head-on. I answered lightly at the time, never imagining the 5th floor would prove me wrong. The instant the rules disappeared, 2 long-fanged rabbits sprang from the bushes. I did not dodge. I let their sharp teeth sink into my arm. 2 attacks received. Maximum HP increased by 20. Thornmail also reflected away most of both rabbits' health. I finished them with 2 punches, and they immediately dissolved into white light. Level 1 Long-Fanged Rabbit Slain. EXP plus 10. Level 1 Long-Fanged Rabbit Slain. EXP plus 10. It was Feng Qiu's first time seeing real monsters, and the hand holding his staff still trembled. He started to heal me, only to notice that the 2 bites had removed merely a sliver of my health bar. He froze in place. Our first real battle was even easier than I had expected. Feng Qiu was still stunned that I had dealt more than 40 damage with my bare hands when a 3rd long-fanged rabbit charged out. Don't just stand there, I reminded him. Watch your surroundings. A priest can only save people while he's alive. He hurried behind a tree and began practicing casting while moving. I deliberately pulled every rabbit's attention onto myself. Each time sharp teeth pierced my skin, they brought a stab of pain, but the system notice announcing another permanent HP increase made that pain completely worthwhile. Long-fanged rabbits had only a few dozen HP, but they were extremely agile. Once they slipped into the grass, they were nearly impossible to see until they suddenly pounced at close range. I made noise with my footsteps to draw their aggro and had Feng Qiu watch my back. After several rounds of cooperation, he no longer panicked whenever he saw a monster. He could even warn me of an attack's direction before it arrived. I sidestepped a bite and smashed the rabbit into white light with 1 punch. The next 2 did not survive my second blow either. Once we had cleared the nearby rabbits, a bronze axe unexpectedly dropped onto the ground. Bronze axe, common quality, level 1 requirement. Attack, 5 to 7. Its attributes were pathetic, but it was still better than fighting empty-handed. I carried the axe as we continued searching, and Feng Qiu and I soon reached level 2. Leveling up added 1 point to each of my 4 basic attributes and gave me 5 free attribute points. I put all 5 into Constitution, raising my HP to 420. Feng Qiu could not understand why I had not added a single point to Strength. I explained how Savage Blood Power worked. Constitution increased my base health and made every passive increase more valuable, while 10% of my maximum HP would ultimately be converted into attack power. For me, stacking health was the same as stacking damage. Following my advice, he divided his 5 free points between 4 Constitution and 1 Spirit. A priest's greatest fear was being instantly killed when a monster broke through the front line, so raising his health first gave him more room for error. Spirit affected both mana and healing, however, so he could not completely neglect it. Feng Qiu needed both health and mana and had no idea how to distribute his points. I told him to prioritize staying alive. For Constitution, 1 Spirit. A priest's healing only mattered if the priest lived long enough to cast it. The monsters on the first floor were widely scattered. After searching for a long time, we suddenly heard buzzing above us. A swift venom bee the size of a fist dove from between the leaves, its stinger shooting straight toward my palm. I reached out to grab it, but the stinger still carved a black wound across my palm. Attacked by Swift Venom Bee. Damage received, 5. Poisoned. Lose 2 HP per second for 20 seconds. The initial damage was low, but the poison triggered once every second. Over the next 20 seconds, the system announced Bloodoc's physique activated 20 times in a row. My maximum HP increased by 200 on the spot. I watched my health climb and could not help smiling. Feng Qiu looked horrified. You're poisoned, and you're smiling? Did the venom damage your brain? I had no time to explain. I immediately went looking for the bee that had stung me, only to discover that its few dozen HP had already been erased by the repeated reflected damage. That was a genuine disappointment. A normal attack only increased my maximum HP by 10, but one venomous sting could trigger the passive 20 times. To everyone else, damage over time was a dangerous condition. To me, it was the perfect strengthening tool. I began actively hunting swift venom bees. Every time, I waited for the bee to poison me before letting Thornmail finish it off. By the time I cleared the 10th bee, my maximum HP had already exceeded 2,400, and the staircase leading to the second floor appeared. When the later bees approached, I put away my axe in advance because I was afraid my attack would kill them instantly. Feng Qiu watched me chase after venomous bees and practically begged them to sting me. He tried several times to talk me out of it, but my constantly rising HP silenced him every time. As soon as a poison effect ended, Feng Qiu healed me. I controlled how many bees I engaged according to the damage each one dealt, avoiding too many simultaneous poison stacks. Bloodoc's physique increased my maximum HP, but it did not restore the health I had already lost. If I focused only on growth, I could still drag myself into a dangerous state. By the time we cleared the first floor, our experience bars were already close to the next level. The deadly poison every other newcomer avoided had given me the most important growth spurt of all. Feng Qiu's heal restored only 30 HP at a time, almost invisible against my health bar of more than 2,000, but he continued casting to build his proficiency. I looked back at the fading forest and actually felt reluctant to leave. The second floor was an open grassland. 6 green-skinned goblins spotted us and surrounded us with spiked clubs raised. I met them head-on with my bronze axe. One swing landed, and minus 234 appeared above the lead goblin's head. It dissolved into white light on the spot. Level 2 Goblin Slaying. EXP plus 15. The other 5 were clearly not frightened by their companion's death. They shrieked as they flanked me from both sides. I deliberately slowed my swings and let their wooden clubs land. Each blow dealt only a few points of damage, but steadily increased my maximum HP. The doubled damage reflected back at them soon left their bodies covered in wounds. Experience notices appeared one after another as the monsters fell. Each level 2 goblin provided 15 EXP, far more than the long-fanged rabbits and swift venom bees on the first floor. Clearing only the first group filled a large portion of our experience bars. The remaining goblins howled and surrounded me from every direction. Their clubs could deal only single-digit damage, while Thornmail returned twice that amount. The melee goblins could not survive many of their own attacks. The sounds of battle soon attracted a much larger group. Shield-bearing goblins held the front line, while archers hid in the woods and fired from cover. A normal team would pull them carefully and destroy them one by one. I simply planted myself in the middle of the mob and swept my axe around me like a scythe. There were more than 30 goblins in all. Shield-bearers blocked my axe head-on. Spiked clubs hammered me from both sides, and arrows sealed my retreat. Feng Qiu started to draw 2 of them away, but I barked at him to stop. Stay behind me. When they hit me, they're helping me. If they hit you, the damage is real. Feng Qiu obeyed and positioned himself against a boulder. He stopped wasting spells and waited until my health had fallen far enough before healing me. That saved mana and prevented early heals from wasting their recovery. Whenever a goblin slipped around the flank toward him, I knocked it back into the encirclement with the back of my axe. The first rain of arrows cost me more than 60 HP. After the second, my accumulated damage approached 200. That would already have been fatal to an ordinary newcomer, but my health bar had fallen by only a sliver. The moment the third volley flew, several archers had their remaining HP erased by Thornmail. They screamed and dissolved into white light. Nearly 200 points of accumulated damage pushed my maximum HP up by another huge amount. The archers thought they were safe at a distance, but Thornmail reached them all the same. The denser their arrows, the faster they died. By the time the goblins in front realized the archers behind them were disappearing, their formation had completely collapsed. Feng Qiu stood behind me and only had to add a heal whenever its cooldown ended. I held every monster's aggro so firmly that not one goblin managed to touch him. When only a dozen or so goblins remained, Fang Qiu and I reached level 3 at the same time. We had entered the dungeon barely an hour earlier. The speed made him shout with excitement. At this rate, we would not merely reach level 5 before leaving. We might climb even higher. The light of our level up instantly restored my health to full. I did not waste the opportunity and immediately charged into the remaining mob. Fang Qiu cast heal on me every time the spell came off cooldown. 30 HP was already insignificant compared with my health pool of 3,000, but his skill proficiency continued to rise. One goblin turned to flee, and I threw the bronze axe after it. The blade struck squarely between its shoulders and dealt more than 300 damage. The other goblins finally learned fear. They dropped their weapons and scattered. I chased them into the grass and finished them one by one. Only after the final 5 monsters had become white light did the staircase to the 3rd floor slowly appear. Fang Qiu stared at me. Your attack was only a little over 40 when we entered. How did it break 300 already? After all the attacks I had just endured, my maximum HP had surpassed 3,000. Savage Blood Power granted an attack bonus equal to 10% of my maximum HP. The faster my health rose, the more violently my attack climbed. 3,000 HP was something a level 30 or 40 professional would normally possess, and I had only just reached level 3. Fang Qiu finally understood where my 300+ damage came from. The bronze axe added only a few points. The truly terrifying part was the 300 extra attack provided by Savage Blood Power. I checked my level up requirement. Advancing from level 3 to level 4 required 1,000 EXP. Unfortunately, I did not have a single active skill and could only swing my axe. Under normal rules, a professional naturally comprehended a new skill every 5 levels. After level 20, new skills required skill books. My 3 god-tier passives were already powerful enough. What I truly wanted to know was this. How ridiculous would the active skills of a miracle berserker be? The 3rd floor resembled an underground cavern that had never seen sunlight. A gloomy wind swept past. Fang Qiu had barely said there could not possibly be ghosts here when a translucent pale blue figure floated across our path. There really is a ghost. He immediately ducked behind me. I was nervous too, but I could only force myself closer. It was a nether demon with a nearly transparent body. 2 enormous eyes locked onto us like beacons. I swung my axe first, but the blade passed straight through its body without dealing any damage. Ghost types are immune to physical attacks, Fang Qiu reminded me. We need a holy light spell, but I haven't learned one yet. Our team consisted of 1 purely physical berserker and 1 low-level priest. Under normal circumstances, this was as far as we could go. Fang Qiu checked the skills he had just learned. Aside from heal, he did not possess a single holy light spell capable of damaging a ghost. The trial tower demanded a balanced team composition for a reason. If we had brought even 1 mage, we could at least attack normally. All we could do now was determine whether reflected damage worked on spirit bodies. The nether demon's body looked like a stretched mass of blue cotton. Its 2 enormous eyes slowly turned toward us. I heard Fang Qiu swallow behind me, and sweat dampened my palm around the axe. We could tell ourselves it was an exotic beast rather than a real ghost, but that did nothing to erase the fear of facing something an axe could pass through. The nether demon opened its mouth and fired a blue wave of light into my chest, dealing 25 magic damage. The next second, -50 appeared above its own head. Physical attacks were useless, but reflected damage ignored that restriction. I simply stood still and let it continue attacking. 4 waves later, the nether demon's 150 HP had been erased by its own damage. Every wave left an icy sting in my chest. Fang Qiu instinctively tried to shield me, but I dragged him back behind me. His tiny health pool would trigger the emergency teleportation after 2 hits. He had no room whatsoever for trial and error. Once I understood the method, I deliberately drew 4 nether demons over and let them fire their waves at me together. Fang Qiu healed continuously from the rear. In less than a minute, all 4 monsters were eliminated by reflected damage. The system notification immediately sounded. Thornmail has risen to level 2. Whenever you take damage, immediately reflect 3 times that amount back at the attacker. After the passive leveled up, a nether demon needed to attack me only twice before killing itself. Our clearing speed increased again. Within half an hour, we had eliminated most of the cavern. I constantly made noise in the dimly lit passages, gathering the scattered nether demons in one place. They appeared to be surrounding me, but every blue wave they released actually increased my health and accelerated their companions' deaths. It was Fang Qiu's first time seeing someone clear monsters simply by standing still and taking hits. His expression slowly changed from nervous to numb. When the final nether demon vanished, it dropped a fine-quality bronze cloth armor. It added 9 defense and 2 spirit, making it perfect for Feng Qiu. Feng Qiu put it on and looked as thrilled as if he had found treasure. The trial tower's drop rate is supposed to be terrible, but we've gotten equipment twice in a row. Is one of us secretly blessed by the RNG gods? I began to wonder the same thing. An RNG emperor was someone who awakened a special lucky constitution after changing classes. Whether they killed monsters, opened treasure chests, or drew prizes, they obtained rare items far more easily than ordinary people. Once such a person was exposed, they were either protected by a great faction or kidnapped and turned into a dungeon farming tool. How was your luck before your awakening? I asked. Average. The biggest prize I ever won was a free bottle from a soda cap. I fell silent. We did not yet have enough evidence to call him an RNG emperor. We would have to keep testing. Equipment automatically adjusted to the wearer's build. Once Feng Qiu put on the bronze cloth armor, the oversized robe immediately shrank to fit him. He touched the armor and looked happier about its 2 extra spirit than he had about leveling up. Spirit increased both maximum mana and healing output, making this equipment extremely useful to him right now. The 3rd floor did not contain many monsters. Finding them was what consumed our time. Once the last nether demon was gone, the cavern's ceiling split open. Sunlight poured down, and stone steps leading to the 4th floor appeared ahead. The 4th floor was a scorching wasteland. The yellow sand beneath our feet burned, and no living creature could be seen in the distance. Only several boulders 2 or 3 meters tall. While we were still wondering what was happening, the surfaces of those boulders cracked open to reveal pairs of cold eyes. 6 yellow earth stone golems tore themselves from the ground. Feng Qiu swallowed. Are those seriously level 4 monsters? Their presence is more frightening than a level 10 elite. The trial tower weakened its exotic beasts to prevent true deaths among newcomers. A level 4 label here did not mean the same species would be only this strong in the wild. I stopped observing and rushed the nearest golem. My punch dealt only 208 damage. Its counterpunch sent me flying and dealt 48 damage, but the triple reflection immediately stripped 144 HP from it. In pure strength, I was not yet the golem's equal. Once Thornmail and Savage Blood power entered the calculation, however, it was no match for me at all. I charged again and shattered its head with one punch. The golem crouched and tried to merge back into the ground, but I gave it no chance to recover. When my second punch landed, stone exploded from its crown all the way down to its chest. Its massive body collapsed into rubble on the spot. Yellow Earth Stone Golem slain. EXP plus 100. White light rose from both Feng Qiu and me as we reached level 4. I once again put every free attribute point into Constitution. I was now one step closer to my new level 5 skill. The level up instantly restored the health I had lost and noticeably strengthened my body. Feng Qiu continued using a 4 Constitution, 1 Spirit distribution. His healing had begun to increase. It still could not keep pace with my expanding health pool, but at least it no longer restored an invisible sliver like it had when we entered the tower. The remaining golems awakened one after another and surrounded us with heavy steps. To another team, they would have been a high-health, high-defense nightmare. To me, they were a group of moving punching bags. Every attack increased my health while forcing them to endure triple reflected damage. In less than 10 minutes, all 6 yellow earth stone golems had fallen, and the staircase to the 5th floor appeared. They moved slowly, but their blows were heavy. When several swung at once, the ground shook. Instead of retreating, I pushed closer, using their clumsy turns to make them obstruct one another. Then I singled out those already weakened by reflected damage. Feng Qiu did not even find a good moment to heal before the battle ended. A normal team would have needed an hour or 2, perhaps even longer. From the moment we entered the 4th floor to the moment we cleared it, less than 10 minutes passed. We had unintentionally set a new speed record for the 4th floor. While Feng Qiu was still calculating the experience we had gained, I checked the next requirement. Reaching level 5 from level 4 required a full 3,000 EXP. Leveling would only grow slower from here, but fortunately, the 5th floor would contain even more monsters. Feng Qiu stared in fascination. Are all hidden classes this ridiculous? Instead of immediately climbing the stairs, I sat down to replenish food and water. Feng Qiu suddenly said in a quiet voice that his healing could no longer keep up with my health, and that remaining on the team would only take away a share of my experience. I couldn't have progressed this smoothly without your healing at the beginning, I interrupted. If I kick you out the moment I get stronger, what kind of brother would that make me? Priests gain important crowd control, buffs, and resurrection later. I'm not carrying you for free. I'm investing early. Feng Qiu was always easy for me to persuade. He nodded and stopped talking about leaving. He was not afraid of danger. He was worried about holding me back. That made me even less willing to abandon him. A true teammate was not someone you kept only while he was useful. Besides, Priest gained crowd control skills after level 5. His value extended far beyond healing. Once we had eaten and recovered, we climbed to the 5th floor together. A fine rain fell endlessly across the 5th floor. Heavy gray clouds hung low over a wasteland littered with twisted dead trees, making the entire place resemble a colossal graveyard. The earth suddenly churned. Countless white skeletons clawed their way out of the ground. They were only level 1, but their numbers stretched beyond sight. I told Feng Xiu to protect himself and charged into the skeleton horde with my axe. The cracks of breaking bone merged into a continuous roar. Each skeleton dealt only 5 to 10 damage, but several hundred swarming me at once were still difficult to endure. The skeletons carried all kinds of weapons: rusted longswords, bone knives, and even chipped shields. One skeleton alone moved slowly, but dozens packed together could completely seal every route of retreat. I swept my axe through the front rank and shattered their leg bones, only for the skeletons behind them to march across the fragments and keep coming. Even worse, whenever I destroyed one wave, more skeletons continued climbing from underground. I quickly realized something was wrong. The 5th floor's monsters could not possibly all be level 1, and no matter how many we killed, the clearing progress barely changed. But the skeletons had already sealed every path around us. I had no time to stop and think. Feng Xiu and I fought as we withdrew until we finally discovered a low wooden cabin. The skeletons did not attack the building. It was clearly a safe zone left by the dungeon for challengers. During our breakout, Feng Xiu's mana was nearly exhausted, and several wounds had been cut into his body. He had taken especially heavy punishment across his back. As he ran, he complained that skeletons always targeted priests. I could only double back again and again to smash every monster that caught up to him. Feng Xiu entered the cabin to recover his mana while I charged back into the horde. Without healing to constrain my pace, I could actually fight with fewer reservations. My bronze axe rose and fell continuously, triggering Bloodhawk's physique at an incredible frequency. A ring of white bones soon piled up outside the safe house. I carefully controlled my distance from the door. Whenever my health fell too quickly, I retreated to catch my breath, waited for Feng Xiu to recover enough mana for a heal, and then charged out again. The skeletons provided little experience individually, but their numbers were nearly endless. Every instance of reflected damage accumulated both EXP and maximum HP. Half an hour later, my maximum HP broke 6,000, and my experience bar finally filled. I had already lost count of how many times I swung the axe during that half hour. My wrist was numb with exhaustion, and my health had fallen to about half. Yet every time one group of skeletons collapsed, new white bones reached out of the soil. Their tremendous numbers supplied constant experience and pushed the benefit of Bloodhawk's physique to an unprecedented height. The light of a level up descended. I reached level 5, and the system announced at the same time. Skill comprehended. Bloodblade cross slash. Consume 200 HP to release a 5-meter cross-shaped blade wave, dealing 1.5 times attack damage to all targets along its path and knocking them back. Cooldown, 5 seconds. I immediately swung the axe. Vertical and horizontal crimson blade waves crossed and tore through the skeleton horde, clearing a vast swath of enemies in one strike. The moment the cooldown ended, I released it again, and the dense mass of bones before me rapidly collapsed. After 3 consecutive casts, more than half the skeletons were gone, and no new ones emerged from the ground. The difference made by an active skill was enormous. Before, each swing of my axe could hit only 2 or 3 skeletons. Now, a 5-meter cross-shaped blade wave could pierce an entire line. 3 casts consumed 600 HP, enough to seriously injure an ordinary level 5 berserker. Against my maximum HP of more than 6,000, it was less than 1/10. Feng Xiu ran out of the safe house at that moment. We've been attacking the wrong targets. There's a clue inside. Those undead ancient trees are the ones summoning the skeletons. He pointed to an engraving hidden under dust behind the door. It illustrated the summoning connection between the dead trees and the skeletons. Destroy an undead ancient tree, and its skeletons would lose their power. Feng Xiu had only noticed the image after recovering his mana, which was why he had not warned me earlier. I froze. I've been hacking at these things forever, and you're only telling me now? Still half skeptical, I walked to one of the dead trees and brought down my axe. The tree immediately screamed and dissolved into white light. Level 5 Undead Ancient Tree Slain. EXP plus 200. When the tree fell, A large portion of the skeletons instantly disappeared. The true test on this floor was not combat power, but observation and judgment. A team relying only on brute force would be drained dry by the skeletons. Someone like me could still force his way through, but the method was absurdly stupid. The undead ancient trees had been summoning for so long that the ghostly faces in their trunks had dimmed. They could barely resist my axe. Each tree awarded 200 EXP, far more than the skeleton's 5. The clue in the safe house was supposed to help challengers avoid an endless monster tide and find the source directly. I had somehow turned the trap itself into a leveling ground. I cut down 10 undead ancient trees in succession, and the remaining skeletons crumbled with them. By the time we cleared the 5th floor, my maximum HP had reached 6,230. Thornmail had advanced to level 2, and Bloodblade Cross Slash had become my first active skill. I opened my full status panel again. Strength, 10. Agility, 12. Spirit, 9. Constitution, 37. Defense had reached 37. My maximum HP was 6,230, and Savage Blood Power now provided more than 600 bonus attack. Compared with the moment I awakened, my base attack had barely changed. My continuously expanding health pool had become the true source of my combat power. Feng Xiu also reached level 5 and comprehended Binding Spell, which could immobilize a target for 2 seconds. At last, he could do more than stand in the rear and heal. After resting for an hour, we set out for the 6th floor. Starting on the 6th floor, both the monsters' levels and their numbers increased. Poisonous swamps, stone caverns, thorn forests. Every floor presented a different environment, yet none truly slowed us down. Feng Xiu used Binding Spell to interrupt elite monsters. I stood at the front and absorbed their attacks before clearing the field with Bloodblade Cross Slash. Thanks to all the HP I had accumulated, most monsters at our level no longer qualified as a threat. The hurricane lizards on the 7th floor made me recognize my weakness for the first time. I had put every free attribute point into Constitution, giving me absurd health and attack, but my speed had not risen with them. The lizards kept their distance and fired wind blades while retreating. I chased them for ages without touching so much as a tail. In the end, Feng Xiu caught an opening and pinned the fastest lizard in place with Binding Spell. I used the 2-second restraint to close the distance, then disrupted the pack's rhythm with Cross Slash. Feng Xiu finally stopped seeing himself as deadweight who merely took a share of the experience. From then on, whenever we encountered fast monsters, he proactively sealed their escape routes for me. After clearing the 8th and 9th floors, I reached level 7, and my maximum HP surpassed 8,000. Feng Xiu's heal also leveled up, restoring 450 to 500 HP per cast. He even picked up a priest-only healing scepter. We had obtained 3 pieces of equipment along the way, and 2 of them suited him. I was becoming increasingly convinced that the real RNG Emperor was standing beside me. It was only later, after I watched the trial footage preserved by the school, that I learned the ranking steel outside had become the center of attention while we climbed. The 6th floor, the 7th, the 8th. The point of light representing Feng Xiu and me shot continuously upward. We moved so fast that the teachers recording the results suspected the steel had malfunctioned. Students in previous years usually needed days to adapt to the changing terrain. We looked as if we were merely hurrying along a road. The 9th floor was the first one that truly gave me trouble. It was a cavern covered in black spiderwebs. Dozens of level 8 human-faced spiders hid on the ceiling and specialized in attacking whichever professional walked at the back. The instant Feng Xiu entered the cavern, 3 webs dropped at once. Binding Spell. He reacted quickly and immobilized the first spider to pounce. I moved in front of him and took the other spider's venomous fangs head-on. Bloodblade Cross Slash swept along the cavern ceiling, knocking several human-faced spiders loose and sending them crashing heavily to the ground. Their venom drained dozens of HP each second, which only caused Bloodock's physique to trigger repeatedly. My maximum HP continued to grow, while Thornmail reflected the attacking spiders to death one after another. We did not rush to find the exit. Instead, we cleaned out the entire cavern. By the time the final spider dissolved into white light, I had reached level 7, and Feng Xiu leveled up immediately after me. At last, the staircase from the 9th floor to the 10th appeared. "Are we still going?" Feng Xiu asked between heavy breaths. I checked my condition. I still had plenty of health and stamina, and my skill cooldowns had ended. "We're going. We've already come this far. We can't exactly sleep at the door." The instant we crossed the stairs, a bone-chilling wind blasted into our faces. An endless snowfield stretched ahead. The system prompt appeared immediately. Floor 10, Polar Snowfield. Defeat the Floor Guardian to advance. The snow rose past our calves, and every step consumed enormous physical strength. We had fought continuously for hours across the first 9 floors, and we entered this place wearing only summer shirts. The wind cut through our collars like knives. Our arms soon turned white from the cold. Feng Xiu estimated that the temperature was at least 30 degrees below zero. With his build, he could endure for no more than 3 hours. Even with my higher constitution, I could not guarantee I would last 2. This floor isn't testing only our ability to fight. I rub my nearly numb hands. If we can't find the guardian, the weather itself will throw us out. Feng Xiu and I trudged across the snow for more than half an hour without seeing the guardian, or even a single ordinary monster. The storm grew heavier, and our footprints vanished almost as soon as we made them. If we continued like this, we would eventually lose all sense of direction. I stared at the staff in Feng Xiu's hands and suddenly had an idea. "Lend me your staff." He clutched it protectively. "What are you planning to do?" "Build a sled. This is a rare healing scepter, not a ski pole. Relax. If it breaks, I'll pay you back." "With what?" I did not answer. I first found a thick tree nearby. With more than 800 attack, I quickly felled it and carved out a wooden board 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. The board sank only slightly when laid on the snow. At the very least, we would no longer have to wade through drifts with every step. A few minutes later, he sat on the makeshift board with his staff laid horizontally in front of him as a handrail. I ran while pulling the sled with a rope. At my current strength, dragging one person felt nearly weightless, and we moved several times faster than we had on foot. A long slope happened to lie ahead. I pushed backward with the scepter, and the board immediately accelerated downhill. It swayed violently at first and nearly flipped us into the snow several times, but gradually steadied after we had traveled some distance. The freezing wind sliced into our faces, and we had to squint to make out our direction. Feng Xiu's face had gone white from the jolting. "Qin, do you actually know how to brake?" "No." "Then what's that up ahead?" I raised my head. A mass of dark shapes was moving slowly within the snowstorm. A white ball of fur suddenly blocked our path. The board had no brakes. The sled and I crashed straight into it, while the impact launched Feng Xiu into a nearby snowdrift. The fur ball swayed to its feet and turned around, revealing an enraged bear's face. I climbed off its back and instinctively apologized. "Sorry, I just got my license. Please lie back down, and I'll take you to the hospital." It roared and swung a paw. I countered with my axe, and the combined attack and reflected damage emptied its HP. Level 10 Snowfield White Bear Slang. EXP plus 500. Feng Xiu poked his head out of the snowdrift. "What just happened?" "Traffic accident." "Don't ask. Find the other bears." More than 20 snow bears surrounded an icy hill. The one in the center stood nearly 5 meters tall, with thick ice armor across its shoulders and back. Its crimson eyes were especially conspicuous within the storm. Exactly 20 ordinary white bears closed in from every direction. Their combined experience would be enough to push us toward level 8. Instead of retreating, I raised my axe and advanced. Bear claws and fangs filled the air around me with damage numbers. Any other newcomer would already have triggered the protective teleportation. My health bar fell by only a small segment. The first cross-shaped blade wave swept forward, removing most of the lead bear's health at once. Feng Xiu healed while moving and used Binding Spell on any monster that chased him. He had only a few hundred HP. 2 consecutive hits from any white bear might end his trial early. After my second cross slash, only 7 or 8 of the 20-plus bears remained. Just as I prepared to finish them, the Snow Bear King behind the icy hill finally awakened and charged toward me like a runaway truck. Snow Bear King. Level 10 Guardian. HP, 5,000. We had finally found our target, but our sled was racing toward the pack at a terrifying speed. "Jump!" I shoved Feng Xiu away and crashed into the bears with the wooden board. Several were sent tumbling, while even more roared and pounced. Bloodblade cross slash. Crimson blade waves exploded across the snow and knocked the ordinary bears back simultaneously. The moment Feng Xiu landed, he cast heal on me and used Binding Spell to control the enemies on my flank. I forced my way through the pack toward the Snow Bear King. One paw struck my chest, and a damage number greater than 500 appeared instantly. "Don't heal me," I shouted to Feng Xiu. "I want to see how much damage a level 10 Guardian can actually deal." The Snow Bear King rammed me with its shoulder, launching me more than 2 meters before I crashed into the snow. Its 523 damage was dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary bear, but it was still nowhere near enough to put me in danger. At the same time, Thorn Mail erupted. Reflected damage, 1,569. The Snow Bear King instantly lost nearly 1/3 of its HP. Only then did I realize that the harder a guardian attacked, the faster it died in front of me. I learned what happened to the rankings outside only after watching the school's recording. Zhang Donglai had expected Zhang Lingxue to remain firmly in first place among the students from number 1 high school. Instead, Fang Qiu and I began passing every other team from the 6th floor onward. We first drew even with Zhao Mingxian, an S-rank forbidden spell mage from number 2 high school. Then, while he remained on the 9th floor, we became the first to reach the 10th. Several principals gathered around the screen and repeatedly checked our class information. The public record still showed me as a C-rank berserker and Fang Qiu as a B-rank priest. No one could explain why a 2-person team moved faster the higher it climbed. Combining our performance with the phenomenon at my awakening, Zhang Donglai publicly suggested for the first time that I possessed an S-rank hidden class at minimum. Fang Qiu, don't touch the guardian. Hold off the small fry for me. After giving that order, I carried my bronze axe straight toward the Snow Bear King. Its strength far exceeded that of an ordinary snow bear. Every sweep of its paws knocked me several meters backward. Any other level 7 professional would probably have lost the ability to fight after one hit. To me, its attacks only accelerated its own death. When the Snow Bear King realized it could gain no advantage in close combat, it threw back its head and roared. The surrounding snowstorm abruptly condensed into dozens of ice blades that shot toward me from every direction. Damage received, 23. Damage received, 32. Damage received, 21. Small damage numbers appeared one after another, accumulating to nearly 1,000 in less than 10 seconds. I advanced step by step through the ice blades while the Snow Bear King continuously lost health to triple reflection. The storm of blades looked overwhelming, but every hit was actually hastening its death. The Snow Bear King's second paw descended. Damage received, 518. Thorn Mail triggered. Reflected damage, 1,554. Large cracks spread across its ice armor, and less than 2,000 HP remained. I deliberately lowered my axe and gave it an opening to attack. The Snow Bear King took the bait. Enraged, it raised both paws high and brought them down toward my head with the full force of the storm. Boom. The impact blasted a crater into the snow. I knelt on one knee at the bottom, my HP reduced by another 500 or so. The triple reflection, however, completely erased the Snow Bear King's remaining health. Its colossal body fell before me and transformed into white light. Level 10 Snow Bear King slain. EXP plus 5,000. Level increased to 8. Not far away, the experience from the Guardian's death also pushed Fang Qiu to level 8. He restrained the ordinary snow bears with binding spell and footwork until I rushed over and ended the battle with consecutive cross slashes. The remaining snow bears finally fled. I chased them and threw my axe until the last one dissolved into white light. The bitter cold had turned our faces blue, and my fingers could barely grip my weapon, but we did not dare remain there another minute. Where the Snow Bear King had disappeared, a long saber, glowing with pale blue light, lay silently in the snow. Snow Shadow Saber. Rare bronze equipment. Attack, 35 to 50. Critical hit rate, plus 5%. Lifesteal, plus 2%. Its attributes far surpassed those of my standard bronze axe, but my excitement did not last long. The system promptly informed me that berserkers could not receive the class specialization bonus for saber weapons. Even without the specialization, 35 to 50 base attack, 5% critical rate, and 2% lifesteal were exceptional attributes at our current level. It would sell for at least 1,000 gold coins in the marketplace. For someone like me, who could not even afford a beginner's weapon, that was already a fortune. Fang Qiu looked at the saber and laughed at my misfortune. It's excellent equipment. Too bad it won't feel right in your hands. As long as it sells for money, I'm happy. I stored the Snow Shadow Saber in my inventory. The exit from the 10th floor slowly opened behind the icy hill. Outside, our names had reached first place on the trial rankings for the first time, something I only learned after leaving the tower. The instant we crossed the exit, the blizzard disappeared. The 11th floor had no wasteland and no monsters waiting to attack. Warm sunlight shone over a meadow covered in wildflowers. In the distance stood a wooden cottage with smoke rising from its chimney. It was too peaceful to resemble a trial floor. It looked more like an ordinary village. Fang Qiu lowered his voice. The more normal it looks, the more suspicious it is. I nodded, tightened my grip on my weapon, and approached the cottage. When I knocked, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron peeked out. She froze at the sight of us, then smiled warmly and invited us inside. A gray-haired old woman and 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl, were also in the house. All 4 acted naturally, and none displayed a monster marker. You must be adventurers from outside. The woman poured hot water for us. We haven't had visitors in a very long time. It will be dark soon. Have a meal before you go. The boy curiously touched my axe, while the girl hid behind the old woman and secretly watched us. If the system had not clearly indicated that we were still on the 11th floor, I might have thought we had accidentally entered a life-class dungeon. Feng Qiu gave me a look. I used observation on each of them, but received only ordinary human information, no level, no class, and no health bar. The woman soon brought dish after dish from the kitchen. Roast meat, bread, and thick soup filled the entire table, enough food for more than a dozen people. I did not sit down. I looked toward the kitchen instead. There are only 4 people in this family. Why did you prepare so much food? The woman's movements paused for an instant. Bright sunlight still shone outside, yet she had claimed night was coming. Before we arrived, she could not possibly have known guests were on the way either. I held my axe horizontally in front of me. The absence of monsters outside doesn't mean there aren't any in this house. The woman quickly recovered her smile. It is good for a young man to be cautious, but you should not repay another person's kindness with suspicion. The smell of the food had already lured Feng Qiu to the table. He was still speaking politely, but his hand was almost on the chopsticks. I stopped him and continued questioning the woman. Were there any other residents? When had she last seen an outsider? The old woman answered that a young man had passed through 5 years ago. That timing perfectly matched Shen Qianhong's last successful clear and made their story sound truthful. Yet the more perfectly the answer fit, the more it felt like a response prepared specifically for challengers. She pushed a bowl of thick soup toward me. The broth was blood red, with several pieces of unidentifiable meat floating on the surface. Feng Qiu secretly placed a healing effect on me. I reached out for the bowl, then suddenly exploded into motion the moment the woman relaxed. My bronze axe swept horizontally. This is a trial tower. Ordinary travelers don't get lost here. I stared at her. You heard the identity we casually invented, so why didn't you question it at all? And this table of food, 4 people could never finish it. Unless you knew in advance that guests would arrive today. The warmth finally vanished from the woman's face. If you don't want to eat, then get out. Don't insult us in our own home. If I'm wrong, I'll accept the consequences. The instant the words left my mouth, I swung my weapon. The axe blade cut through her shoulder. No blood emerged. Only ghostly blue mist poured from the wound. The woman's face twisted instantly. Her skin melted like wax, revealing a smooth blue head without a single feature. Blue Shadow Demon. Level 9 Elite. It shrieked and pounced, its 10 fingers extending into razor-sharp claws. My axe landed first. Together with Thorn Mail, it quickly cut the demon down into white light. Dozens of blue tentacles shot from beneath its skirt like steel needles aimed at my chest. I slashed repeatedly with the saber and blocked most of them. The remaining tentacles struck me and triggered Thorn Mail. My first slash had already dealt more than 800 damage. The second became a critical hit, and a number greater than 1400 made the demon collapse on the spot. Level 9 Blue Shadow Demon slain. EXP plus 800. The house abruptly fell dead silent. The old woman and the 2 children did not run. They simply stood in place and stared at me with identical eyes. Feng Qiu's face turned pale. Are they monsters too? This floor isn't testing whether we can find the monsters. I stared at those 3 innocent faces. It's testing whether we dare attack something that looks human. The old woman spoke in a trembling voice. Child, you killed the wrong person. She only wanted to feed you. She knelt beside the fading blue mist and wept for her daughter-in-law. The 2 children threw themselves down as well, crying for their mother with voices as miserable as if they had truly lost family. Feng Qiu stood beside me, and the reluctance on his face grew more visible by the second. My own chest felt heavy. Monsters revealed their information after death, but the old woman and the children before us still displayed no health bars. If they were truly people trapped inside the dungeon, then my attack had ceased to be part of a trial. But the staircase to the next floor had not appeared. The woman had not been the only target. The trial was still in progress. The old woman continued crying as she spoke, even her voice shaking. The boy seized a small knife from the table and charged me with a tearful scream. I did not retreat. The instant he reached me, his pupils abruptly turned ghostly blue, and his mouth split all the way to his ears. The knife transformed into a poisoned bone spike. So you really aren't human. The boy's sob became a shriek. His bone spike stabbed repeatedly at my eyes and throat. I tilted my head away from the vital points and let the tip scrape my shoulder, then used the brief stagger caused by reflected damage to close in and strike. My axe came down head-on. Blue mist exploded again. Feng Qiu no longer hesitated. He pointed his staff at the old woman. Binding spell. The true test had begun. The longer we hesitated, the faster we would die. The moment the old woman was immobilized, her skin rapidly shriveled, and 6 spider-like legs extended from her back. Binding spell lasted only 2 seconds. By the time I reached her, those long legs had broken free and were stabbing at me from the ceiling and floor. I rolled aside, and several holes appeared in the wooden boards. Bloodblade cross/slash tore across the narrow room, severing furniture, spider legs, and the walls at the same time. My bloodblade cross/slash split her apart along with the table and chairs. The boy also dissolved into white light under a combination of reflected damage and axe blows. Only the little girl who had hidden in the corner remained. She did not transform or attack. She merely curled against the wall and cried, "Big brother, I'm scared. I'm not a monster." She hugged her knees, her face covered in tears. Her voice sounded even more like a real child than those of the previous 2 imposters. Feng Qiu quietly asked whether it was over. I looked around. The illusion had not disappeared, the staircase had not appeared, and the system had given no clearing notification. The hand holding Feng Qiu's staff trembled slightly. The girl looked no older than 7 or 8, and still displayed no monster information. I had not forgotten the system's rules. As long as the exit had not appeared, the battle was not over. "Why didn't you attack with the others?" I asked. The little girl shook her head frantically. "I don't know. I don't know anything. You already killed Mom, Grandma, and my brother. Please don't kill me." Every title she used was designed to deepen my guilt. I remembered the seemingly useless rule from before we entered the tower: trust your instincts. The dungeon had saved its strongest target for last, not to test our damage, but to see whether a challenger could make a decision while doubting himself. I tightened my grip on the saber. "I can't be certain what you are. But as long as this floor hasn't ended, I won't turn my back on you." I walked toward her. The instant I took my 3rd step, an invisible force struck my chest and hurled me backward. The table and chairs floated into the air and crashed toward us like a violent storm. I smashed through half a wooden wall before stopping. Feng Qiu blocked the flying bowls and plates with his staff, only to be knocked down by a chair. The wall behind the girl rippled like water, and the entire house shook under her psychic power. The girl rose to her feet. Her tears had vanished completely. Her eyes turned pitch black, and her health bar finally appeared. "Nightmare Maiden, level 10 Guardian." She pointed at me. My mind abruptly grew foggy, and my eyelids felt as heavy as lead. The system repeatedly warned that I was under mental hypnosis. I bit my tongue until it bled, but I still could not fully escape the drowsiness. She was an elite guardian of the 11th floor, and her spirit far exceeded mine. The surrounding scenery began to blur. I even heard my brother calling my name. If I fell completely asleep, her next mental attack might send both of us out of the trial tower. Feng Qiu. He had also been affected, but raised his staff before collapsing. Binding spell. The Nightmare Maiden froze for 2 seconds. Her mental control loosened with her movement, and I forced myself to charge in before releasing Bloodblade cross/slash at point-blank range. Damage, 1,324. The blade waves cut her out of the air. I did not hesitate again because of her appearance. I closed in and struck continuously. Damage, 782. Damage, 814. Damage, 711. The Guardian was knocked backward. Feng Qiu immediately followed with a second restraint. I gave her no chance to cast again, bringing down my axe again and again until her health bar reached 0. The cottage and surrounding meadow collapsed simultaneously, revealing a stone chamber hidden behind the illusion. The staircase to the 12th floor appeared ahead. A low-level mage skill scroll had also dropped onto the ground. Feng Qiu could not use it, but it would sell for at least 5,000 gold coins on the market. I picked up the scroll and released a long breath. Feng Qiu asked whether I had truly been certain she was a monster. No. I sat beside the broken wall and recovered my stamina. I was only certain that the suspicious details hadn't disappeared. Even if I had ultimately been wrong, the dungeon that designed this test would have been responsible. The worst outcome would have been hesitating until both of us were controlled. He seemed to understand only part of what I meant, but repeated the 5th rule anyway. After this floor, he finally understood that trust your instincts did not encourage recklessness. It meant that when the evidence could not offer absolute certainty, we still had to make a decision based on the situation and bear the consequences. The most dangerous thing on this floor had never been the monster's attacks. It was their human disguises forcing us to doubt our own judgment. Before entering the 12th floor, I had no idea how chaotic things had become outside. A classmate later described the entire scene to me. Zhou Qi's team had been wiped out by the yellow earth stone golems on the 4th floor. After leaving the tower, he blamed the entire failure on their healer, and remained convinced that first place that year would belong to Zhao Mingxian, the S-rank forbidden spell mage from number 2 high school. When he squeezed his way to the rankings, he first saw Zhang Lingxue in 3rd place and Zhao Mingxian in 2nd. Only then did he notice Fang Qiu and me at the very top. At that moment, our floor number had just changed from 11 to 12. Zhou Qi could not believe that a C-rank berserker had reached that point. He even pinched his thigh to make sure he was not dreaming. The onlookers were equally incredulous. No one had reached the 12th floor in 5 years, yet we had done it in only 10 hours. If we completed the final challenge within 2 more hours, we would break the historic record held by Shen Qianhong. People began looking up Shen Qianhong's old records. He had been an S-rank, peerless swordsman who cleared the tower in 12 hours, then continued growing until he became one of the leading figures of Longxia's younger generation. The record holder was so powerful that no challenger in 5 years had even reached the 12th floor, much less replaced his projection. Every eye outside fixed on our names, waiting for the floor status to change to either failed or cleared. Several principals argued around the screen. Some believed that reaching the 11th floor was enough to earn early admission to Nanhua Academy. Others thought no academy in the province could retain students like us. Principal Wang from number 2 high school insisted that we could never defeat the peerless swordsman's projection because a low-level priest could not compensate for the difference between classes. At the time, I could hear none of those voices. I only saw a bamboo forest unfold within the white light. The 12th floor contained a single bamboo pavilion. A young man stood inside with his back to us. He wore white robes, his hair tied up, and a long sword hung at his waist. Bamboo leaves drifted slowly through the air, but he remained as motionless as a statue. A stream ran through the center of the bamboo forest. At first, the man in the pavilion rested his head on his arm as though napping. When we approached, he opened his eyes and smiled at me. "You're here. I've been waiting for a long time." I stopped outside the pavilion. "Do you know me?" "No. I wait for everyone capable of reaching the 12th floor." "Are you an exotic beast or a human?" "Neither. To be precise, I am merely a projection left behind by the trial tower." The stone steel explained that he was not alive. The trial tower had created this combat projection from a historical challenger who cleared it. Record Guardian, Shen Qianhong. Class, Peerless Swordsman. S rank, defeat the Guardian to clear the tower. I had heard the name before. Shen Qianhong had once been Donglin City's brightest genius and later became a legendary student of Huadi Academy. The projection possessed only the level he had when he challenged the trial tower, but it perfectly preserved his swordsmanship and combat instincts. Fang Qiu's voice shook with excitement when he recognized him. The real Shen Qianhong was now 24 years old and level 84. He had once challenged 8 renowned swordsmen from Sakura Nation by himself and defeated them all. Many considered him the young man most likely to inherit the title of Sword God. The projection before us was limited to his level when he cleared the tower 5 years ago, but its sword experience still far surpassed that of an ordinary level 10 professional. Shen Qianhong left the pavilion and slowly drew his sword. "Will the two of you attack together, or come one at a time?" I stepped forward. "I'll fight you alone." "Very well." He pointed the tip of his sword at me. "I will make only one strike. If you withstand it, you win." My HP was approaching 9,000. Even against an S-rank class, I did not believe he could kill me in one blow. "Come." Fang Qiu started to place a buff on me. Shen Qianhong suddenly turned. I saw only a flash of white light. The sword energy resembled a white dragon bursting from the bamboo forest. Shen Qianhong clearly still stood in place, yet the blade's pressure had already reached my chest. Before I had a chance to raise my weapon and block, I was launched 4 or 5 meters backward. The long sword had already pierced my chest. Damage received, 3,423. It was the heaviest blow I had endured since entering the trial tower. The next second, triple reflected damage erupted along the edge of his sword. Thorn Mail triggered. Reflected damage, 10,272. Shen Qianhong's projection abruptly froze. His white robes began breaking apart from the chest. "Not bad. You took one strike from me, and still." He made it only halfway through the sentence. The reflected damage exceeded 10,000, greater than the projection's maximum HP. His body dissolved into white light on the spot. Fang Qiu still held his staff in the air and had not even cast his first healing spell. He had only one strike. That strike had also been so powerful that it sent him straight to his own defeat. Before the projection disappeared, he seemed to smile at me. Then white light engulfed the entire pavilion. Record Guardian Shen Qianhong defeated. Clear reward, EXP plus 50,000. Level increased to 9. 50,000 experience made both of us level up, leaving another 80,000 before level 10. Victory did not immediately erase the pain. When I climbed off the ground, my chest still felt as if it had truly been split open. Without the miracle Berserker's health and Thorn Mail, that one strike would have ended my trial. New fastest clear record detected. Leave behind a combat projection. I confirmed. White light copied my appearance and left the image of me standing with an axe at the center of the bamboo pavilion. A faint electrical current passed from the crown of my head to the soles of my feet. The trial tower recorded my and Feng Xiu's attributes, skills, and combat methods at the same time. The system explained that beginning with the next challenger, our projections would replace Shun Qianhong as the guardians of the 12th floor. Feng Xiu looked strangely at the new projection. Does this mean everyone who reaches this floor from now on has to cut you down first? I hope they go easy on me. That was what I said aloud, but I knew the truth. We had cleared all 12 floors and established a new record. It was already dark outside when we left the trial tower. Feng Xiu and I had taken 10 hours in total, while the previous record was 12. The trial plaza was packed with people, and our names stood boldly on the first line of the steel. First place, Chen Qing and Feng Xiu. 12 floors cleared. Time, 10 hours. After a brief silence, the crowd completely erupted. The principal and several teachers hurried over and repeatedly checked us for injuries. The students who had looked down on me before stood at the edge of the crowd with expressions more entertaining than any monsters. Zhou Qi was there too. He had previously insisted that I had merely been lucky, but now he did not even dare meet my eyes. He turned to leave. I called after him. Didn't you have plenty to say before the trial began? Zhou Qi stopped, his face flushing red. You only made it through because a priest dragged you along. It's nothing impressive. Feng Xiu immediately tried to argue, but I stopped him. You weren't with us for so much as the first floor. How do you know whether he carried me or I carried him? Laughter rose around us. Zhou Qi could no longer remain there. He lowered his head and squeezed his way out of the crowd. The teachers later showed us the recording of our run, and only then did I understand why so many people had gathered outside. Our rankings had risen continuously from the 6th floor onward. We took first place after killing the Snow Bear King on the 10th. Then, on the 12th, reflected damage defeated Shun Qianhong's projection with a single strike. Every shift in the rankings made the observers suspect the steel was malfunctioning. The principal patted my shoulder, his voice trembling with excitement. Chen Qing, you have set a record this school has never seen before. I looked up at my name on the steel. 10 hours earlier, I had been nothing but an unremarkable C-rank berserker in everyone's eyes. Now, at least no one in this school would ever call me unremarkable again. Before the crowd dispersed, a girl in a red combat uniform walked up to me. Our classmates had already surrounded us. One asked how we dealt with the stone golems on the 4th floor. Another wanted to know the correct target on the 5th. Still others repeatedly demanded to know the secret to clearing the tower in 10 hours. Questions came from every direction, and Feng Xiu and I had no idea which to answer first. Her name was Feng Ziki, a well-known A-rank mage at our school. She was never short of admirers, yet now she approached me with a sweet smile. Chen Qing, would you tell me the secret behind your 10-hour clear? She deliberately leaned close as she spoke, and teasing calls immediately rose around us. I glanced at her. The secret is to kill every monster, find the stairs, and go up. That's all you're going to tell me. She blinked. You can tell me in private. I'll buy you dinner tonight. Feng Xiu frantically signaled me from the side. I only wanted to go home and examine my skills and equipment, so I waved her away. Take your flirting somewhere else. You're keeping me from going home. The surrounding crowd fell silent, then exploded into even louder laughter. Feng Ziki's smile froze for several seconds. She stamped her foot and turned away. She had never expected to be rejected in public. Her face changed from red to white before embarrassment became anger. Who do you think you are? Fine, don't take me with you. One day, you'll regret it. I did not look at her again. Instead, I explained the key clues from the 4th and 5th floors to our other classmates. I had no reason to hide information from anyone who sincerely asked for strategy. As for someone who had treated Feng Xiu like a bargaining chip that morning, she had no right to demand my cooperation. Ho Kuan pushed through the crowd at that moment, grinning as though he had cleared the tower himself. He first congratulated us for bringing honor to number 1 high school, then told us Principal Zhang wanted to speak with us. Many students followed as we walked toward the rankings, and even teachers from other schools watched from a distance. The principal pulled me aside with an expression caught between laughter and helplessness, then began discussing university admission. Zhang Donglai first cast observation on me again. My panel still displayed a level 9 C-rank berserker. At last, he could no longer hold back the question. Chen Qing, Are you truly an ordinary berserker? My hidden class had revealed far too many abnormalities inside the trial tower, so I told him only its name. Miracle Berserker. I don't know the exact rank either. Public observation can't reveal it. Zhang Donglai repeated the name several times. The confusion in his expression finally became delight. He did not ask about my skills. He clearly understood that a hidden class's core information should never be exposed in public. With my publicly listed class rank, the top academies would never have recruited me proactively. But the trial tower record was undeniable, and Manhwa Academy was willing to offer early admission and a scholarship. The principal encouraged me to consider it carefully. Many students could only dream of receiving such an offer. If you agree, you won't even have to take the entrance exam, Zhang Donglai said. The school will contact Nanhua's admissions officer for you and fight for a priority training slot. I did not hesitate. I will only attend Huadi Academy. My brother Chen Feng had been a student at Huadi Academy. The final clue he left before disappearing was there as well. No matter how difficult admission might be, I had to go. Feng Xiu quickly accepted Nanhua Academy's invitation. His rare priest class and our trial tower record were already enough to secure excellent development resources. He hesitated at first and turned to look at me. I did not make the choice for him. I simply explained that Nanhua was one of the best academies in the province and not too far from Huadi. With his class and level, accepting early admission suited him far better than risking everything on Huadi. Then I'll go to Nanhua. Feng Xiu finally nodded. If things go badly for you, this healer can at least leave you with 1 hit point. If anyone bullies you, call me, I said. I'll come over and beat them up. On the way home, he asked, what if Huadi Academy won't accept you? I tightened my grip on the pack containing the Snow Shadow Saber and the skill scroll. Then I'll fight until they do. News of the trial tower's new record quickly spread throughout Donglan City. Zhao Mingxian had originally been one of the most closely watched talents of his class. He refused to believe that a C-rank berserker could rank above him and fought all the way to the 12th floor, intending to seize back the record. To be precise, he reached the 12th floor 5 hours after we did. His goal was not merely an ordinary record. He wanted to fight the projection of Shun Qianhong's peerless swordsman and prove that an S-rank forbidden spell mage was stronger. I did not witness his challenge. It was only after the school released the recording that I learned what had happened when he encountered my projection on the 12th floor. Inside the bamboo pavilion, the projected versions of Feng Xiu and me appeared together. Zhao Mingxian froze when he recognized our faces, then asked which of us was Shin Qianhong. Shin Qianhong isn't here, my projection replied. How is that possible? Didn't they say no one had cleared the tower for 5 years? My name is Chen Qing, and I'm Feng Xiu. Zhao Mingxian had clearly never heard either name. The opponent he had anticipated for so long had suddenly been replaced by 2 unknown newcomers, and his composure almost collapsed on the spot. My projection did not wait for him to process it. Following the combat logic recorded by the tower, it said, if you want to clear this floor, defeat me first. Zhao Mingxian impatiently raised one hand. A pillar of flame 3 meters tall instantly engulfed the pavilion. The heat reduced the bamboo and wood to ash. Feng Xiu's projection took 981 damage and vanished on the spot. Mine endured 1,032 damage and merely frowned before saying, that hurts. The next second, triple reflected damage struck the caster. Reflected damage, 2,943. Zhao Mingxian had time to shout only, holy shit, before the tower forcibly teleported him out. From the moment he released the fire pillar to the moment he failed, he never even understood why he had been killed instantly. When the recording returned to the tower entrance, the expectation vanished completely from Principal Wang's face. He had believed that even if Zhao Mingxian could not break our 10-hour record, defeating my projection would still prove that number 2 high school's S-rank professional was stronger. Instead, the battle did not even last until a second skill. The rankings for their class were settled. Students later replayed the clip again and again. Some laughed at Zhao Mingxian for overestimating himself. Others realized for the first time that my class could not possibly be as simple as an ordinary berserker. Zhang Lingxue saw the recording as well. She had climbed alone to the 9th floor before withdrawing and was dissatisfied with her result. She later told me that after leaving the tower, she complained to Zhang Donglai about the 9th floor monsters launching sneak attacks and fighting without honor. Principal Zhang reminded her that a holy angel should speak more politely. She asked who had decided angels had to be gentle and declared that she intended to be a rough and ready angel. Zhang Donglai already had a headache over the way she spoke and suspected her second granduncle had been a bad influence. At the time, Zhang Lingxue was too busy worrying that Zhao Mingxian from number 2 high school would surpass number 1 to notice that the top of the rankings had already changed. When she followed her grandfather's gesture and looked up, she first saw that Zhao Mingxian had stopped on the 12th floor. Then she saw the words at the very top, Qin Qing and Fang Qiu. 12 floors cleared in 10 hours. She stared for a long time, confirming it was not another person with my name, before delivering her verdict. Only after Zhang Donglai told her to look up did she realize that number 1 high school's top performer was not her, but Fang Qiu and me, who had already cleared the tower. At the time, I still did not know she was Green Mountain Watches the Snow, the online friend who had been chatting with me. She later told me that when she saw Zhao Mingxian kill himself with one reflected attack, she had only 4 words to say. Holy shit, that's insane. I rested at home for the night. Early the next morning, I took the skill scroll and snow shadow saber to the dungeon center. The trial tower had only been the beginning. I still had time before the provincial entrance exam. I needed a higher level, more HP, and equipment that truly suited me. Donglin City's dungeon center was a colossal circular building, and professionals crowded its entrance from morning to night. The monsters in the trial tower were merely simulations created by a secret realm. Their strength had been reduced, and a protection mechanism activated near death. The dungeon center, however, connected to genuine abyssal passages. Exotic beasts continuously poured from the rifts. If no one cleared them for too long, the creatures would eventually invade real cities. For that reason, every nation encouraged professionals to enter dungeons. Killing exotic beasts offered both experience and equipment or materials. Strength and wealth came from the same adventure. The price was equally direct. There was no emergency teleportation here. A single mistake could mean truly dying inside a dungeon. I had wanted Fang Qiu to come, but he claimed he had something to handle at home. Even he could not make the excuse sound natural. I knew he feared taking away experience and preventing me from reaching level 15 before the exam, so I let him have his way for the moment. I went to the trading counter first. Low-level mage skill scrolls from the trial tower were in high demand. After the transaction fee, mine sold for 4,900 gold coins. I held onto the snow shadow saber because I wanted to find a better channel before selling it. I listed the skill scroll for 5,000 on the official marketplace, and someone purchased it immediately. The exchange center charged a 2% fee, leaving exactly 4,900 in my account. I also listed the ordinary bronze axe I had replaced for 200 coins and kept the rare saber as my current weapon. Before selling the scroll, only 3 gold coins remained in my account. If no one had bought it, I would soon have struggled to afford food. I finally relaxed when the deposit notice sounded. Fang Qiu and I had earned the scroll together, so I transferred 2,450 gold coins to him. He initially refused. I silenced him by pointing out, I'll still need you to heal me next time. The clerk registered my identity and issued me a personal dungeon card. It recorded my level, number of clears, and any violations. Before my first entry, she repeated the rules 3 separate times. There's no emergency protection inside a dungeon, she said quietly. If you become trapped, you will die in there. Newcomers should begin with low-level normal dungeons, and you should never form a team with strangers casually. Recently, some people have deliberately tricked newcomers into unmonitored dungeons and stolen their equipment. I nodded and committed the warning to memory before entering the selection hall. The first floor covered more than 2,000 square meters, yet recruitment calls filled it like an open-air market. Level 15 Direwolf Forest needs a frontliner. Level 23 Rock Demon Cavern seeking experienced members. Level 18 Church of Night needs ranged damage. Every team called out its required level and classes. Light screens across the walls listed hundreds of dungeons. Level, difficulty, party limit, and possible drops were displayed clearly. Most professionals chose dungeons below their own level. I filtered directly for level 12 areas. Thorn Labyrinth. Recommended level, 12. Normal difficulty, for players recommended. Hard difficulty, 6 players recommended. I was only level 9. When a staff member saw me select hard mode, she immediately stepped over to discourage me. A young man recruiting for a level 12 team approached first and asked my class. The moment he heard that I was a level 9 berserker, his enthusiasm became concern. He advised me to return to the lower level area instead of gambling with my life. His impatient teammate scoffed that good advice could not save someone determined to die and told him to stop meddling. You're 3 levels below the recommendation and going alone. At least find a healer first. I have my own means of recovery. Bloodox Physique increased my maximum HP, and Thornmail dealt damage by letting enemies hit me. A crowd attack that was dangerous to others might be the fastest possible way for me to grow. I swiped my card and confirmed. A column of teleportation light rose beneath my feet. The surrounding noise instantly vanished. When I opened my eyes, I stood between two towering walls of vegetation. Damp leaves obscured the sky, and branching paths stretched beyond sight, both ahead and behind. Hard mode Thorn Labyrinth activated. I encountered the first wave of attacks less than 5 minutes after entering the labyrinth. The teleportation formation remained behind me. As long as I voluntarily abandoned the dungeon, I could still return by the way I had come. Once I ventured deeper, however, killing every monster became the only exit. I followed the 2-meter-high hedge walls. At the first unmarked fork, I had no choice but to trust my instincts. Several emerald-green venomous snakes shot from the walls, their fangs piercing my bracers. Venom entered my flesh, and my HP began to fall continuously. The first creature that appeared had actually been a single jungle nether snake. Instead of biting, it opened its mouth and released a dark green cloud of venom. I merely brushed the edge and lost more than 300 HP in 5 seconds. Bloodhawk's physique triggered 50 consecutive times, permanently adding 500 HP. That was even more efficient than the swift venom bees. I charged straight into the cloud and allowed corrosive damage to cover my entire body. The nether snake received triple reflected damage and collapsed before it could release a second breath. Level 12 Jungle Nether Snake slain. EXP plus 3,800. Attacked by Swift Venom Snake. Receive 80 poison damage per second for 10 seconds. Such damage would have been fatal to an ordinary level 9 professional, but for me, it became a stable way to trigger Bloodhawk's physique. I did not kill the snakes immediately. I controlled my wounds and continued forward while allowing the poison effects to stack. More and more snakes appeared throughout the labyrinth. My maximum HP continued rising, and experience accumulated rapidly. Once my health broke 10,000, I had to change tactics. Raising the cap did not automatically refill my current HP. Without Fangchio's constant healing, I had to account for every point lost. I began avoiding some venom clouds and killed ordinary nether snakes with 2 quick slashes. In narrow passages, I used cross slash to clear enemies through the vegetation walls. An hour later, the light of a level up descended from above. Level increased to 10. Skill comprehended, Bloodline Boil. When HP falls below 50%, recover 5% of maximum HP per second and double all attributes. When HP falls below 30%, recover 10% per second and triple all attributes. When HP falls below 20%, recover 15% per second and quadruple all attributes. When HP falls below 10%, recover 20% per second and multiply all attributes by 5. The panel had originally described the effect as attack enhancement, but practical testing confirmed that my strength and explosive power multiplied at each stage. The first time my HP fell below 50%, plus 750 immediately appeared above me, and the health I had lost rapidly returned at 5% per second. As I read the skill description, I finally understood what made this hidden class truly terrifying. The lower my health, the stronger my recovery and combat power became. As long as an enemy could not kill me instantly, the closer my life came to danger, the more ferocious my counterattack would be. My maximum HP had already approached 15,000. The ordinary snake's dozens of damage per second could barely push me below 50%. I deliberately went deeper into the swarm and let dozens of snakes attack simultaneously. The dense damage accelerated my growth. After a long while, however, I found myself standing before the same crooked tree again. With my recovery problem solved, I once more treated venom clouds like bathwater. Nether snakes fell repeatedly to reflected damage, and my maximum HP climbed from 10,000 to 15,000. The route, however, became increasingly confusing. Every fork looked identical. When I turned back, I could no longer find the entrance formation. The labyrinth had no map, and its vegetation walls moved slowly. Every axe mark I left disappeared, and the canopy blocked even the sun. At last, I admitted one problem. Killing monsters quickly did not mean I knew where I was going. After wandering through the labyrinth for several hours, I completely lost patience. If I could not find the correct path, I would stop using the paths. I put away my axe, grabbed the vines, and climbed toward the top of the vegetation wall. It rose more than 10 meters and was covered in thorns. Every step upward sliced my skin, while groups of venomous snakes hidden among the branches pounced at me. I deliberately did not evade them. The moment I reached the top, I became like a torch exposed in the darkness, visible to the entire labyrinth. Nether snakes throughout the hedges raised their heads. In less than a minute, they covered my arms, waist, abdomen, and legs. Venom clouds overlapped into a thick green mass, and damage numbers appeared too quickly to read. Fangs, thorns, and constriction damage appeared simultaneously, repeatedly triggering Bloodoc's physique. By the time I stood atop the wall, my maximum HP had surpassed 25,000. My health first fell to 30%, immediately activating the second stage of Bloodline Boil. Around 2,000 HP returned every second, finally exceeding the swarm's combined damage. Covered in snakes, I advanced along the wall. Their bodies continuously dropped into the labyrinth as triple reflected damage killed them, and experience notices formed an unbroken stream. Half an hour later, I reached level 11. The ordinary nether snakes in the dungeon had nearly been cleared, and the final few wrapped around me transformed into white light one after another. From the elevated position, the labyrinth's entire structure finally became clear. A circular clearing lay at its center, where a massive green serpent nearly 20 meters long coiled around an altar. I ran across the canopy in a straight line. The moving walls could no longer trap me, and Bloodblade swept every snake along my route from the branches. Azure Patterned Venom Python. Level 12 Guardian. HP, approximately 15,000. It opened its mouth and released a cloud of venom. The vegetation around the altar rapidly withered. I leaped down through the poison, bringing my axe heavily onto its skull. The Azure Patterned Venom Python wrapped around my body, squeezing until my bones creaked. The continuous poison and constriction finally forced my HP below 50%. My first Bloodblade dealt only 1,789 damage, far below its theoretical value, proving that the Guardian possessed extremely high defense. Its venom dealt 600 or 700 damage every second, and its tail swept up a gale from the side. I did not evade the tail strike. Instead, I used the doubled attack from falling below 50% and countered with a second blade wave. Damage, 3,624. Bloodline Boil activated for the first time. Recovery equal to 5% per second rapidly restored my health bar. The doubled attributes also allowed me to force the serpent's coils apart. The harder the python squeezed, the more damage Thornmail returned. I seized its upper jaw and drove my axe blade into its mouth. The Guardian struggled for a moment, then finally collapsed onto the altar. Stop resisting and keep breathing venom. At least then you'll die a little more easily. The Azure Patterned Venom Python clearly rejected my suggestion and opened its mouth to bite. The instant its fangs struck, triple reflected damage, and my final blow emptied its health together. Level 12 Azure Patterned Venom Python slain. Level increased to 11. I searched the entire altar and found only several ordinary fangs. There was no rare equipment, not even one decent material. The Snow Shadow Saber from the Trial Tower had probably consumed all my luck. When the exit formation lit up, I checked my maximum HP of 25,000. There was no equipment, but the run had still been immensely profitable. Back in the dungeon hall, the young man who had warned me earlier asked in surprise how I had managed to come out alive. I told him I had cleared it. His companion immediately scoffed. Their team knew the route and still needed 5 or 6 hours for normal mode. So my quick return supposedly proved I had hidden at the entrance the entire time. I had no interest in arguing. I could enter a hard dungeon twice per day. After resting for less than a minute, I swiped my card again under their astonished eyes. After leaving the Thorn Labyrinth, I rested for only half an hour before swiping my card to enter again. The staff member assumed I planned to attempt normal mode. When she saw me select hard again, she looked at me like I was insane. She did not know I had already cleared my first run, much less that the venomous snakes were not enemies to me, but a moving training ground. This time, I did not waste time finding the route. I climbed the vegetation wall immediately and headed straight for the area with the greatest concentration of snakes. Hundreds of snakes were attracted by the disturbance and flowed over the branches like a green tide. I stood at the center of the canopy and let them attack, clearing only part of the swarm with cross-slash whenever the poison stacks became too great. Outside the dungeon, a spatial turbulence warning was later issued. 1/10 of all dungeons might experience an invasion by foreign monsters. I was completely isolated from the outside world and could not hear the broadcast in the hall. I had no idea that people were worrying about friends and relatives who had not yet emerged. Bloodoc's physique proficiency increased. Bloodoc's physique has risen to level 2. Each instance of effective damage permanently increases maximum HP by 20. My growth rate instantly doubled. A tank at my level normally had around 1,500 HP. I had already reached 30,000, 20 times as much. Level 2 Bloodoc's physique added 20 maximum HP for every effective hit. If Thornmail had not killed the nether snakes too soon, I would have happily remained here all day. I simply removed some of my armor so their fangs could deal damage more easily. My maximum HP climbed from 25,000 to 30,000, then 35,000, and finally broke 40,000. Nearly 100 nether snakes dropped only one ordinary fawn. Looking at that pitiful material, I completely abandoned any hope for my own drop luck. Next time, I absolutely had to bring Feng Qiu. Just as I prepared to visit the altar and kill the guardian, a black rift suddenly tore open across the dungeon sky. A shrill alarm echoed throughout the labyrinth. Warning, foreign monster invasion detected. Invading target greatly exceeds this dungeon's level. Challenger advised to exit immediately. The snakes on the canopy scattered as if they had encountered a natural predator. An enormous shadow covered me, and a gale flattened the nearby branches against the ground. I looked up and saw a goshawk with a wingspan greater than 20 meters diving from the rift. Cyan wind blades curled around the edges of its feathers. Merely flapping its wings caused entire sections of the vegetation walls to collapse. Gale Goshawk, level 20 Guardian. Under normal circumstances, I should have used my exit authorization immediately. But the moment I saw its level, only one thought remained in my mind. How much experience would it give me? The Gale Goshawk gave me no time to hesitate. It beat its wings, sending more than a dozen intersecting wind blades down at me. The vegetation walls were sliced apart, and several bone-deep wounds opened across my chest. Every hit dealt more than 1,000 damage. The first two wind blades dealt 3,781 and 3,541 damage respectively. Merely grazing me erased nearly 7,000 HP. Thornmail returned more than 20,000, but its health bar fell by only around 1/10. The bird possessed at least 200,000 HP, 5 times my current maximum. I hid inside the brush to recover and seriously considered retreating to the entrance. Invading exotic beasts were extremely dangerous, but their chance of dropping rare items was also far higher than that of an ordinary guardian. With the opportunity before me, I ultimately decided to gamble. Go big or go home. A shriek descended from overhead, and an enormous tornado rose from the ground. Entire sections of hedge wall and the earth beneath them were ripped away. Even the dungeon's original azure venom snake king cowered beneath a giant tree. I grabbed a branch and tried to steady myself, only to be swept into the sky like laundry tossed into a washing machine. There was nothing to brace against in midair. 3 wind blades struck me head-on. Damage, 3,122. Damage, 3,621. Damage, 3,591. My health instantly fell to around 25%. Bloodline Boil's second stage restored 4,000 HP per second. 3 seconds later, my health was back above half, while 3 reflected attacks had stripped more than 30,000 HP from the Gale Goshawk. Thornmail could counterattack, but the Gale Goshawk continued circling high above. The reflected damage from its wind blades alone was not enough to kill it immediately. I raised my axe and taunted it, deliberately standing in the open. The Gale Goshawk dove. Talons like iron hooks seized my shoulders and carried me into the sky. At first, it circled high above, apparently intending to let its wind blades wear me down. I used the vegetation to block its vision, changing locations whenever my health recovered to 50%. When it repeatedly failed to find me, the Gale Goshawk simply used a tornado to rip the entire labyrinth open. The orderly vegetation walls were shredded within seconds, exposing every escape route. The next second, its talons suddenly tightened. Damage received, 16,234. My health instantly fell below 10%. Every stage of Bloodline Boil erupted simultaneously. 20% maximum HP recovery each second. 5 times all attributes. Power flooded my limbs like magma. The agony nearly made me lose consciousness. The talons pierced my chest. In a normal body, my organs would already have been destroyed, but as long as a professional's HP had not reached 0, he could still act. With less than 4,000 health remaining, the highest stage activated. 2 seconds later, I had recovered to half. The Gale Goshawk possessed no such recovery. Its strike had dealt 16,234 damage, so the triple reflection approached 50,000. Its enormous body visibly dropped through the air. At last, it understood that if its strongest attack could not kill me, it would die first. I did not wait to fall. I seized its talon, used it to flip onto the bird's back, and held on. The Gale Goshawk rolled wildly through the air. Wind blades cut against my body at point-blank range, continuously increasing my maximum HP instead. That claw strike had failed to kill me, but made the Goshawk suffer nearly 50,000 reflected damage. It finally realized something was wrong. Its wings had noticeably weakened, and retreat entered its eyes for the first time. It tried to throw me off, but I freed myself from its talons, gripped the black feathers, and climbed little by little toward its back. I wedged my axe blade between the feathers and climbed toward its neck. Bloodblade cross/slash erupted at point-blank range, and crimson blade waves exploded from inside the wound. Damage, 17,904. Bloodline Boil's five-fold attack combined with cross/slash's multiplier, and the blade wave nearly severed half a wing. Every ordinary strike after that also removed more than 5,000 HP. The more frightened the goshawk became, the more wind blades it released, and the faster triple reflection erased the rest of its health bar. The Gale goshawk shrieked and dove toward the ground with me still on its back. At the final moment, I brought down my axe once more. Its health bar finally emptied. Before the fall, it released 3 consecutive wind blades, each dealing more than 4,000 damage. They tore open my back and returned 3 times those numbers to the bird. When my final cross/slash landed, the giant eagle's scream overpowered the gale. Its enormous body lost balance and demolished a vast section of vegetation wall. Level 20 Gale Goshawk slain. EXP plus 400,000. The enormous amount of experience pushed me directly to level 12. A pair of translucent gloves also dropped beside the corpse. The 400,000 EXP did more than grant me a full level. I needed only a little over 200,000 more for level 13. Both the danger and reward of an invading guardian far exceeded the dungeon's normal encounters. Without Bloodline Boil, I would not have qualified to challenge it at all. Light Shadow Gloves. Rare equipment. Active skill. Create a Light Shadow clone with 20% of the user's attributes. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Defense, plus 45. I equipped the gloves and summoned the clone. It could attack and had inherited Bloodox physique and Thornmail. Whenever the clone received an attack, my own maximum HP increased as well. Further testing revealed that the clone had not inherited reflected damage. The flaw was actually an advantage. Nether snakes breathing venom onto it would not kill themselves and could continue attacking until their venom sacs were empty. The first clone possessed a little over 8,000 HP. Against roughly 200 poison damage per second, it could endure for more than 40 seconds, enough to trigger Bloodox physique over 200 times and add more than 4,000 maximum HP in a single cycle. For the next 5 hours, I used the clone to gather the remaining snakes. Both bodies took damage simultaneously, doubling my health growth efficiency again. Every 10 minutes, I summoned another clone, then lay atop a vegetation wall to recover my stamina. The higher my maximum HP rose, the greater the clone's inherited 20% health became. It survived longer in the venom, producing an accelerating positive cycle. 5 hours later, every nether snake nearby was barely alive, and their venom sacs had practically been drained dry. By the time I left the dungeon, my maximum HP had surpassed 100,000. That 100,000 was not my current health after natural recovery. It was my permanent maximum. As the clone's HP increased, each venom cloud produced more triggers. When I finally rose, the nearby jungle nether snakes could no longer release any venom. They could only lie weakly beneath the walls. I returned to the center of the labyrinth and easily killed the respawned Azure Venom Snake King with cross/slash, completing my second hard clear of the day. Once again, it dropped nothing worthwhile. That only proved the rare gloves had come from the invading goshawk rather than an ordinary guardian. When the staff member saw my clear record and the invading monster kill notification, she remained speechless for a long time. I merely asked her to keep it confidential, then dragged my exhausted body home. In the hall, the young man asked whether I had encountered an invading beast. I truthfully said I had killed a giant black eagle. His companions started to mock me, then noticed the new rare gloves on my hands. The ordinary Azure Venom Snake King could not possibly drop equipment like that. Only then did they realize I had not been boasting. They asked me to lead their team the next day, but I had to refuse. I had already used both of my daily hard dungeon entries, and I had risen from level 9 that morning to level 12. It was time to move on to a higher level dungeon. After showering that night, I opened my communicator. A message from Green Mountain Watches the Snow appeared at that exact moment. Green Mountain Watches the Snow. I heard a level 20 invading guardian appeared at the dungeon center today. You weren't there, were you? Me, I was. Green Mountain Watches the Snow. You escaped. Me, I killed it. The chat window remained silent for a full 30 seconds. Green Mountain Watches the Snow. You know, even a lie needs basic logic, right? She had been complaining that she was leveling too slowly and had reached only level 10, while her family refused to let her form teams with strangers. I took the opportunity to say that I was already level 12 and could carry her through a dungeon. Green Mountain watches the snow. Level 12 in 2 days? You'd better be able to repeat that to my face when we meet tomorrow. Me, you'll find out whether it's true when you see me. I could not be bothered to explain and sent her a screenshot of the Light Shadow Glove's attributes. She first replied with a long string of question marks, then demanded to know what class I actually had. We had begun chatting online after my brother disappeared and knew quite a bit about one another, yet we had never met. I had known only that she was close to my age, came from a strict family, and was also training for the provincial entrance exam. While discussing that day's dungeon, she accidentally mentioned that she was also in Donglan City. Me, we've been in the same city this whole time. Green Mountain watches the snow. Where did you think I was? I'm planning to run a dungeon at the dungeon center tomorrow. Me, then let's meet. She sent me an address and repeatedly emphasized that this was merely an ordinary meeting between online friends and that I should not get ideas. Me, don't worry. I'm cautious about internet scams too. Green Mountain watches the snow. Screw you. I laughed and closed my communicator. After turning off the light, however, I did not immediately fall asleep. I would be lying if I said I was not looking forward to meeting someone I had known for 2 years. Judging from the way Brother Snow spoke, she was probably a girl. I even found myself wondering, at a completely inappropriate moment, how I would preserve our ordinary online friendship if she fell in love with me at first sight. I drifted off somewhere in the middle of that thought. 100,000 HP already gave me a margin for error far beyond anyone at my level, but the entrance exam demanded more than the ability to take hits. I had to raise my level quickly and master both Light Shadow Clone and Bloodline Boil. If Green Mountain Watches the Snow had a class suited to a team, perhaps we could run even more difficult dungeons together. The next day, I arrived at the plaza outside the dungeon center at the appointed time. Before I found Green Mountain Watches the Snow, I saw the young man who had warned me not to challenge above my level and his companion sitting on the steps. Both looked dejected, and all their equipment and materials were gone. After asking, I learned they had joined a team of strangers that morning. Once inside the dungeon, members of the Black Dragon Guild ambushed them and stole everything. Every attacker was above level 20, so they had not even been able to resist. The young man could only be grateful that he escaped alive. Once his health recovered, he would have to restart from low-level dungeons. I patted his shoulder and told him that as long as he was alive, equipment could always be earned again. He asked why I still dared come alone. I said only that I was meeting a friend. The Black Dragon Guild was not part of my plans, and I did not possess a sense of justice strong enough to avenge strangers. As long as those people did not provoke me, I would not investigate them deliberately. The moment I entered the hall, I spotted Zhang Lingxue. She wore a pale blue dress that day, and her features stood out sharply within the crowd. Several men in their 20s surrounded her. The blonde leader looked openly malicious, and she had already impatiently told them to get lost. I'm waiting for a friend. Stop bothering me. Zhang Lingxue's voice was ice cold. The blonde man merely laughed and moved closer. Don't be so angry, little sister. The dungeon center is dangerous. Make some friends, and we can help you level. Who needs your help? I can run dungeons on my own. After being rejected repeatedly, the blonde man's expression gradually darkened. That was when I stepped between them. My communicator sounded at the same time. Green Mountain Watches the Snow. I'm here. Where are you? Her next message arrived several seconds later. Green Mountain Watches the Snow. I'm in the hall, wearing a blue dress. I've run into a little trouble, but I can handle it. I looked up at Zhang Lingxue. She was also holding a communicator, and the anger had not yet left her face. Qing. Zhang Lingxue. She clearly had not expected her online friend to be me, and I had never imagined Green Mountain Watches the Snow would be the young lady of Donglan City's Zhang family. Before we could speak further, the blonde leader stepped in front of Zhang Lingxue. Smiling, he invited her to join his team and claimed he would carry her through a hard dungeon, but his eyes continued roaming over her body. She's my friend. I stood between them. What do you want with her? The blonde man told me to mind my own business. Zhang Lingxue also tugged my sleeve and quietly said she could handle it herself. Instead, I deliberately asked the blonde man whether he truly intended to help her level. Zhang Lingxue coldly refused. The blonde man still would not move and hinted that the people from the Black Dragon Guild had just been beaten because they didn't understand the rules. I walked over and patted his shoulder. Which dungeon are you running? The blonde man looked me up and down. Once he realized I was merely a low-level berserker, malice flashed in his eyes. As long as she's willing to become my friend, of course I can take her. Perfect. I need to level 2. Take me with you. Zhang Lingxue glared at me. What are you doing? If we enter an unmonitored dungeon with them, both of us will be in danger. I gave her a reassuring look, then proposed the level 15 hard dungeon Abyssal Island. The blonde man pretended to hesitate when he heard that I was level 12 and she was level 10, but ultimately selected hard mode. They had never intended to clear it, so the difficulty made no difference to them. He clearly planned to trick me into the dungeon and attack me there. There were no cameras inside. As long as no one was openly murdered, assigning responsibility for most conflicts was difficult. The blonde man immediately sent a party invitation. Before the teleportation began, he exchanged a smile with his companions. They thought they had found easy prey. I saw the look they exchanged. Since they wanted to settle the matter inside a dungeon, they had saved me the trouble of fighting in the hall. On the way to the teleportation zone, Zhang Lingxue quietly asked several times what I was planning. I told her only to stand farther away after we entered. The blonde man and his two companions walked ahead, occasionally looking back to make sure we still followed. They did a poor job of hiding their smiles, but I had no reason to expose them. The blonde man visibly hesitated when choosing hard mode. He was only around level 20. Under normal circumstances, he could never carry two low-level newcomers through a level 15 hard dungeon. The fact that he confirmed it at my request only proved his target had never been the sea demons. When the teleportation ended, we appeared on a damp island. Jagged reefs surrounded us, and the growls of sea beasts continuously sounded from the depths of the forest. The dungeon briefing had not even finished when the three men spread out and surrounded Zhang Lingxue and me. Farm monsters? The blonde man finally revealed a vicious smile. I'll farm you first. Once this brat is gone, we'll take our time dealing with the woman. Zhang Lingxue tightened her grip on a wooden box item and prepared to attack. I stopped her and moved her behind me. Attack me if you want. Don't touch her. The blonde man froze, then burst out laughing. Trying to be the hero and save the beauty? The mage on the left opened a leather-bound spellbook. 3 bolts of white lightning struck me in succession. Damage, 632. Damage, 534. Damage, 661. The total exceeded 1,700, removing only the thinnest sliver from my 100,000 HP. The caster, however, received 1,896, 1,602, and 1,983 reflected damage in succession. The first strike had already erased his health, so the remaining 2 were pure overkill. He collapsed and never rose again. Terrified, the blonde man urged his other companion forward. The assassin teleported behind me and struck twice with his dagger, dealing 1,324 and 1,787 damage, the latter a critical hit. Reflected damage followed instantly, and he too failed to survive his own attacks. There was no emergency protection or forced teleportation inside the dungeon. They had chosen to kill first, and they had to bear the consequences themselves. The blonde man finally realized he had attacked someone he could not handle. Retreating, he invoked the name of the Black Dragon Guild and claimed his uncle was its vice guild leader, then demanded that I let him leave. He was a support class professional. With both combat companions dead, he had no ability to fight back. I did not stop. A Bloodblade cross slash tore through the forest, and more than 10,000 damage instantly erased his health. The game-like rules left no bloody corpse. He merely dissolved into a cloud of red mist within the blade wave. Less than 10 seconds passed from the beginning of the ambush to its end. It was the first time I had deliberately killed another professional. I could not possibly feel nothing, but if Zhang Lingxue and I had been the weak ones, we would have been the bodies on the ground. I forced myself to look clearly at the spots where those 3 had disappeared. Killing monsters and killing people were ultimately different, but dungeon rules would not protect anyone because I hesitated. The mage's first lightning bolt had targeted a vital point, and the assassin repeatedly struck at the back of my neck. Since they chose to kill in a place where no one could investigate, they should have anticipated meeting someone they could not kill. Zhang Lingxue folded away her angelic wings, her gaze moving between me and the empty ground. You've been telling me online this whole time that you're an ordinary berserker? My class rating really is C. A C-rank class can kill a level 20 guardian. That's why I sent you the equipment screenshot. She still suspected I was at least level 30. I had no choice but to explain that I was in the class next door and had awakened only a few days ago. You're level 12, but you can deal 5-digit damage and make level 20 professionals kill themselves by attacking you. She seized my arm and pinched it hard twice. Morning, I treated you like a real brother, and you treated your brother like an idiot? I said my class was powerful. I never explained the specific skills. You also said you were just an ordinary newcomer. I really did awaken only a few days ago. The facts left her speechless, so she punched my arm instead. The tiny amount of damage triggered Thornmail and made her shake her aching hand. Only then did I remember that I had forgotten to warn her not to hit me casually. The class next door? Something suddenly occurred to her. Do you know that Qing who took first place in the trial tower? I pointed at myself. That's me. Zhang Lingxue stared for several seconds, then punched my arm again. You should have said so earlier. I would have dragged you out to power level me ages ago. She fell silent for a few seconds, then burst out laughing. No wonder we could talk online for so long. Qing, Green Mountain watches the snow. Zhang Lingxue, Green Mountain watches the snow. We went in a circle and still entered the same dungeon together. It must be Yuanfan, Ape Dong. The character is Fate, not Ape Dong. I said it wrong on purpose. She showed me the wooden box she had been holding. It contained one use of the power left by her second granduncle. Even if I had not acted, she could have dealt with the three men. I asked whether she was afraid I might become greedy. After all, only the two of us remained inside the dungeon. We've known each other for 2 years. I trust you that much. Deliberately slipping back into her online manner, she added, besides, we're brothers. What's wrong with letting your brother have a little fun? Come at me. Brother Snow, do you always talk this recklessly? What? Are you scared? I coughed twice and decisively changed the subject back to leveling. The aloof holy angel everyone saw at school was merely an exterior. This blunt, direct person was the Green Mountain watches the snow I knew. A chorus of sea demon shrieks came from deep within the dungeon. Zhang Lingxue unfolded her silver wings again and looked up at me. Since we're here, are we still clearing this dungeon? I summoned my light shadow clone. Of course. We can't waste the entry fee. The monsters of Abyssal Island were primarily level 12 to level 15 sea demons. They hid in tidal pools and gaps among the reefs. A normal team had to clear them gradually or risk being surrounded. A sharp, fishy stench permeated the dense forest. The first sea demons had fish heads on human bodies and were as thin as scarecrows. Their crimson eyes and mouths full of fangs made my scalp crawl. Zhang Lingxue used observation and confirmed they were all level 15 elites, then asked whether I could handle them. Find somewhere to hide first. I thought there were not nearly enough. I sent Zhang Lingxue into the air to scout, while my light shadow clone and I charged in different directions. My axe struck the reefs, and my roars echoed across the island. Nearby sea demons were drawn to the noise and chased us in groups. 10 minutes later, I brought the first 20 or 30 patrolling sea demons to a forest clearing. Zhang Lingxue hovered in midair with the expression of someone watching an incomprehensible performance. Are you sure this isn't suicide? Just watch. A tide of sea demons instantly swallowed my clone and me. Claws, bites, and water arrows landed one after another. The dense damage triggered Bloodhawk's physique at a frantic rate, while reflected damage continuously erupted through the mob. Sea demons inexplicably collapsed one after another. Ice blades condensed from droplets and fell like a rainstorm, dealing more than 10,000 damage in under 10 seconds. Zhang Lingxue had expected me to clear the field with my weapon, but discovered that I merely stood in place and endured the attacks. With 100,000 HP, my health bar fell by only a small segment. The sea demons were the ones dying in succession to triple reflected damage. Level 15 Abyssal Sea Demon Slain. EXP plus 2,500. The notifications sounded continuously, and the shared experience pushed Zhang Lingxue to level 11. The Light Shadow clone inherited only 20% of my attributes and was quickly destroyed, but every attack it endured increased my maximum HP as well. Once the cooldown ended, I summoned a second clone to continue taking hits. She connected the strange deaths of the blonde man's companions with the scene before her and finally understood Thornmail. Zhang Donglai had told her that I possessed a hidden class and might have even greater potential than Xin Qianhong. It was only after witnessing this farming method that she realized the assessment had not been exaggerated. Zhang Lingxue finally understood. You're using the monsters to farm maximum HP and leveling at the same time. When my health fell below 50%, Bloodline Boil began healing me. The sea demon's combined damage was astonishing, yet it could never overcome the health I recovered every second. Once only a few monsters remained around the edge of the mob, Zhang Lingxue dove from the sky. Silver blade lights swept across the beach and finished the fleeing targets for me. Pure white wings spread behind her, and every strike of her golden sword dealt nearly 1,000 damage. Several low-health sea demons escaped the range of my cross-slash because of my lack of speed, but she caught each one in the air and finished it with a single strike. She landed beside me and stared at my health bar, which had already recovered most of the way. Everyone else enters a dungeon and studies how to get hit less. You come in and study how to make every monster attack you at once. No wonder it looks so bizarre. I picked up several materials from among the remains. As long as it works. The ground in the distance suddenly began to shake. At the center of the island, an enormous pit covered in mucus slowly split open. The Guardian was about to appear. Newly spawned sea demons packed the area around the pit, even more numerous than before. According to the strategy guide, a normal team needed a tank to pull them in batches. One small mistake would alert the entire camp. I ignored the procedure and walked directly in front of a patrol. A horn soon sounded, and every monster hidden in the forest and behind the reefs flooded toward me, more than 100 in all. I remained at the center and absorbed their attacks, while using my clone to pull even more enemies from the outer area. Damage notifications flashed out of control, and my health quickly fell to 50%. Zhang Lingxue gripped the wooden box tightly and nearly activated its life-saving power several times. The next second, Bloodline Boil took effect. HP recovered, plus 5,500. More than 5,500 HP per second stabilized my health at half. No matter how the mob attacked, I stood like a reef against the waves and stopped falling. The sea demons, meanwhile, changed from dying one at a time to collapsing in groups. My maximum HP also surpassed 110,000 during the siege. I looked into the pit. A deep-sea horror the size of a small hill lay below. It was level 15, and its tentacles nearly covered the entire bottom. I'll draw the small monsters away. Zhang Lingxue opened her wings. Wait until I clear a path before you go down. Fewer than 30 sea demons remained. Zhang Lingxue transformed into a holy angel and hunted them through the air, quickly clearing the perimeter. When she landed, she proudly asked how she had performed. I gave her a thumbs up and praised her speed and one-hit kills. She said she would become even faster after advancing into a 6-winged archangel. Only then did I seriously consider class advancement. A-rank classes usually underwent their first advancement at level 45 and their second at level 75. There were 2,000 or 3,000 4-winged angels worldwide, but fewer than 50 had completed their second advancement into 6-winged archangels. No information existed on whether my unique hidden class could advance or how difficult the requirement might be. The instant she flew away, I leaped into the pit. The bottom was dark, foul-smelling, and coated in mucus. The Sea Demon King had barely opened its eyes when more than a dozen tentacles sealed the exit. Zhang Lingxue waited above for a while, without hearing any sound of battle. She later told me that she had almost believed the Guardian dragged me somewhere deeper. Every tentacle struck simultaneously and battered my body. My health fell rapidly, but once it dropped below 50%, Bloodline Boil activated and restored more than 5,000 HP per second. As long as an attack could not kill me instantly, damage of this degree was meaningless. I grabbed one tentacle and used it to swing onto the Guardian's back. Consecutive cross slashes split open its shell, while Thornmail converted every attack it made into self-harm. The Guardian rolled wildly, shaking the entire pit. In less than 5 minutes, its health bar was completely empty. Level 15 Deep Sea Horror Slain. EXP plus 30,000. By the time I climbed from the pit on the corpse, Zhang Lingxue had only just drawn away the sea demons outside. She turned, saw the dissolving Guardian, and nearly fell out of the air. She had just spread her wings and prepared to dive in to help when the kill notification appeared first. For that instant, she remained frozen in mid-dive, as though she had forgotten why she was coming down. I was gone for a minute. After landing, she stared at me in disbelief. I step away long enough to smoke one cigarette, and you kill the boss? It dealt fairly high damage, so it killed itself faster. Silently, Zhang Lingxue pointed into the distance. The sea demons she had lured away were returning, covering the hillside in a dense mass. What do we do about the rest? The usual method. I raised my axe and advanced. Zhang Lingxue cleaned up the fleeing monsters from the flank. By the time the dungeon exit lit up, my maximum HP had increased by another large amount. She looked at the clear summary and suddenly asked, "Are you coming back tomorrow?" "Yes." "Then let's agree in advance. Next time, don't jump into the pit alone. At least let me see what the Guardian looks like." Zhang Lingxue quickly found a method even more efficient than having me gather monsters myself. When we returned to the dungeon center after our first clear, she still stared at me as if I were a monster and lamented that her A-rank class looked tiny and humble beside mine. I casually patted her head. "Don't become obsessed with me. I'm only a legend." She slapped my hand away. "Who's obsessed with you? Then should I go level by myself?" She immediately grabbed me. "No, you have to take me." After entering Abyssal Island for the second time, I asked whether she could carry someone while flying. She had never tried before, but opened her wings and wrapped her arms around my waist from behind. The forest and reefs rapidly shrank beneath us as we rose. The wind struck more directly than it ever could inside a vehicle. I could not help shouting, experiencing for the first time the freedom of truly leaving the ground. She flew beside me, seized my shoulders, and carried me upward. We crossed the forest and reefs until we reached the area with the highest concentration of monsters. "You're using me as transportation?" she asked. "Walking is too slow. If you drop me at the circular pit, we'll save at least half our time." The plan proved completely workable. When the sea demons noticed movement in the sky, they gathered near the pit. Zhang Lingxue only had to adjust her altitude and let go, and I could plunge into the mob like a cannonball. "Ready?" I looked down beneath my feet. "What are you planning?" She released me. I fell dozens of meters and crashed into the mob, blasting a crater into the sand. Every nearby sea demon was startled and surrounded me. Zhang Lingxue remained overhead to locate any monsters that escaped. I landed on one knee. The next second, a 10-meter crimson blade wave spread across the ground. Before the monsters completed their encirclement, the front ring had already been knocked back. I then stopped chasing and let Thornmail handle the sea demons closing in, while Zhang Lingxue sealed every path around the perimeter. When I said carry me to glory and through the sky, I didn't mean fly me up and drop me. I shouted at her. It saves time. I had to admit that the method worked. Previously, I needed more than 10 minutes to gather one group. Now, one flight with her allowed us to clear the entire dungeon within half an hour. That morning, I reached level 13, while Zhang Lingxue climbed from level 10 to level 12. An ordinary team needed 5 or 6 hours to clear Abyssal Island, sometimes even an entire day. We compressed the major battles into half an hour. For most of that time, I did nothing but stand at the center of a mob and endure attacks. After my maximum HP reached 130,000, the pain from low-level attacks also began to fade. Being surrounded by dozens of sea demons had initially felt like ice blades slicing my flesh. Now, it was little more than a dense prickling sensation. My health pool did not merely improve my margin for error. My body itself seemed to be adapting to damage. That day, we challenged 3 more hard dungeons in succession: Lava Cavern, Gale Canyon, and Corrupted Mine. The monsters' attributes differed in every location, but our method barely changed. Zhang Lingxue handled scouting and transportation. My clone and I drew every enemy, then cleared them with reflected damage and cross-slash. By the end of the day, I had reached level 14, and my maximum HP stood at 158,720. My full attributes updated accordingly. Strength, 19. Agility, 21. Spirit, 18. Constitution, 91. Current HP, 78,521. Maximum HP, 158,720. Defense, 82. Savage Blood Power provided 15,872 bonus attack. The distribution looked severely unbalanced, but nearly 160,000 HP served simultaneously as defense, recovery, and a source of attack. Continuing to stack Constitution still offered the greatest return. Bloodblade Cross/Slash also rose to level 2, expanding its range to 10 meters and increasing its cost to 400 HP. 400 health would be a heavy price for another professional. To me, it was not even equal to 1 ordinary second of recovery. The skill retained its 5-second cooldown and 1.5 times damage multiplier. With its range doubled, my clearing efficiency improved dramatically. Zhang Lingxue dropped me where the monsters were thickest, and 2 or 3 consecutive casts were enough to reduce the entire mob's health rapidly. The only thing that never changed was my luck. No matter how many guardians we killed, I did not obtain a single piece of equipment. Zhang Lingxue at least received several good materials. Before leaving the dungeon center, I sent Feng Qiu a message. He was a priest and leveled more slowly than we did. Bringing him into the team would add healing and allow us to determine whether his astonishing luck was truly a coincidence. "We're bringing Feng Qiu tomorrow," I told Zhang Lingxue. She nodded. "Fine, as long as he can accept the way you farm monsters." After dark, I walked Zhang Lingxue to the entrance of her residential complex. It was our first real-world meeting, but we had none of the awkwardness common between strangers. We traded insults the entire way, just as we did online. She told me the next day what happened after she went home. Zhang Donglai had originally wanted her to team with Zhao Mingxian, the S-rank Forbidden Spell Mage from number 2 high school. He even said area Forbidden Spells would certainly clear monsters faster than melee combat. Zhang Lingxue asked only one question. "Can Zhao Mingxian raise me 3 levels in a day?" After Zhang Donglai used observation and confirmed that she had already reached level 13, he could no longer claim I was less efficient than a Forbidden Spell Mage. He had no choice but to cancel the original arrangement for her. The first time Fang Xiu saw Zhang Lingxue drop me from the sky into a mob, he shouted until his voice went hoarse. He had initially refused to come, believing that entering a level 15 hard dungeon at level 9 would only add risk. I pestered and persuaded him until he finally joined us. Zhang Lingxue likewise could not understand why the team needed a priest whose healing output was far below my self-recovery. Holding his staff, he rushed to the edge of the mob and frantically spammed healing spells on me. When he realized my regeneration was even more outrageous than his heal, his expression gradually changed from horror to numbness. "Then why am I here?" he asked. "To loot equipment." The decision proved unbelievably correct. When Zhang Lingxue and I killed the same guardian, it dropped only materials. The first time we cleared it with Fang Qiu and the party, a rare bracer appeared on the ground. The second dungeon dropped a skill scroll. The third actually produced 2 pieces of equipment at once. Our 2 runs the previous day had yielded only 1 sea demon scale. Our first run today dropped 8 or 9. A single scale could sell for 500 gold coins and was a common material for warrior armor. The Sea Demon King also dropped a Sea Demon King's heart and a rare bow at the same time. Either one was worth more than 10,000. Zhang Lingxue had originally handled finishing blows. After Fang Qiu joined us, she spent most of her time gathering materials from the rear, as busy as a bee that never stopped moving. Our clearing speed did slow slightly, but our actual profits multiplied beyond calculation. Every time Fang Qiu looted another corpse, I became more convinced that luck was profoundly unequal from one person to another. We sold the equipment we could not use and earned more than 40,000 gold coins in a single day. Over the following days, the 3 of us maintained the same rhythm and continuously farmed dungeons. We accumulated more than 100,000 coins over several days. I took 50,000, Fang Qiu 30,000, and Zhang Lingxue 20,000. The distribution was not based solely on damage. Fang Qiu was responsible for the drops, while Zhang Lingxue provided our mobility. Without either of them, neither our earnings nor our speed could have reached their current level. When I reached level 15, I comprehended a new active skill. Ultimate Berserk. Consume 1% of maximum HP per second. Multiply attack and speed by 5. Become immune to crowd control while greatly reducing defense. The user remains lucid for the duration and may deactivate the skill voluntarily. An ordinary Berserker's level 1 Berserk provided only a 2-fold increase and risked making the user lose his mind if activated frequently. Ultimate Berserk offered a 5-fold amplification from level 1, preserved my clarity, and could be deactivated at will. The cost was a simultaneous reduction in physical and magic defense. Lower defense was not necessarily bad for me. The more damage an enemy dealt, the greater the benefits from Thornmail and Bloodox physique. Combined with Bloodline Boil, the skill seemed custom-built for me. Zhang Lingxue comprehended a shield skill at level 15. Fang Qiu reached level 13 and assembled a full set of rare equipment from our drops. We had earned more than 100,000 gold coins together, and in the end, each of us purchased an observation scroll to compensate for our inability to inspect monster information. Zhang Lingxue's Divine Shield could absorb nearly 10,000 damage. With this life-saving skill, a newly dropped rare longsword, and new armor, she charged even more recklessly than I did. She could already fight elite monsters head-on in level 16 hard dungeons. Fang Qiu had the lowest level but the best equipment. Rare light shone from his head to his feet and drew many eyes whenever he crossed the hall. He continued insisting it was merely ordinary luck. Zhang Lingxue and I no longer bothered arguing. Observation cost 5,000 gold coins. Without consuming any resources, it could inspect targets no more than 10 levels above the user and display their name, level, and partial attributes. With it, we would no longer need to endure the first hit from an unfamiliar guardian merely to judge its strength. During this period, Zhang Lingxue also told me what happened when she returned home. Her father had initially opposed her teaming with an unfamiliar berserker. Only after seeing our clear records and profits did he stop interfering. When she told me the story, she deliberately added, "It wasn't because of you. It was because of the efficiency." I did not expose her. Only one day remained before the provincial entrance exam. We paused our dungeon runs and separately organized our equipment and supplies. The trial that would truly determine our futures had finally arrived. On the day of the provincial entrance exam, every graduating professional in Donglan City assembled at dawn. Combat classes took the exam first. Support and life classes would test 5 days later, so Fang Qiu was not on that day's list. Fewer than 200 students stood on the field, and my classmates surrounded me the moment I appeared. Some joke that I should not forget them after I became successful. Zhou Qi hid at the back of the crowd, terrified that I would mention the duel he had never honored. I did not approach him. As long as he stopped provoking me, our old wager could end there. Zhang Lingxue entered the field in an ordinary white school uniform, yet still attracted the attention of most of the boys. Instead of returning to her class, she walked over and asked where I intended to apply. Huadi, what about you? I hadn't decided before, but I have now. Where? She smiled deliberately. I'm not telling you. The people around us immediately began guessing when we had become so close. I never got the answer either, because Principal Zhang's assembly speech had already begun. The teachers collected our communication devices and repeatedly warned us not to make noise or leave our groups without authorization. The teleportation formation then sent us to the provincial examination base. Nanhua City, the capital of Xining Province, was far larger than Donglin. After a 2-hour bus ride, we arrived at a major teleportation plaza in the western suburbs. Several thousand examinees from across the province already stood in school formations. Hokuin distributed a point bracelet to each of us. It could not be exchanged after binding. The moment I put mine on, its panel displayed my current score as 0. The chief examiner ordered everyone to remain silent, but more than a dozen students continued whispering. White light flashed repeatedly, and those students were disqualified on the spot. The formerly noisy plaza became so quiet that footsteps could be heard. Thousands of examinees stood across the enormous plaza. Monitoring formations covered the area around the elevated platform, and every attempt to cheat would be recorded. The chief examiner gave no lengthy speech. He announced the rules directly. The examination will take place on Trial Island and last 12 hours. Monsters on the island range from level 8 to level 20. Killing ordinary monsters, elites, or guardians awards points. Only examinees who earn more than 3,000 points may compete for admission to the top academies. Except when jointly subjugating a guardian, forming teams to farm points is prohibited. Attacking other examinees is prohibited. You may voluntarily withdraw if your life is in danger. Other than equipped gear and approved recovery supplies, you may not carry additional items. The point bracelet will record each person's contribution to a kill. If your health enters the danger zone, you will be automatically teleported out. Once you leave, you lose your examination eligibility. Remember, your score matters, but your life matters more. Zhang Lingxue stood in another group and nodded to me across the crowd. Fang Qiu had also been assigned to a different teleportation zone. The exam deliberately separated acquaintances to test each person's independent ability. Many students were only level 7 or 8. Their faces turned pale when they heard that the weakest monsters were level 8. For them, safely earning a basic score mattered most. I had already reached level 16. My only goals were more than 3,000 points and admission to Huadi Academy. Before teleporting, Zhang Lingxue and I bumped fists across the crowd. The rules prohibited cooperation against ordinary monsters, so we could only work separately. I checked my equipment before departure. The bronze axe had begun falling behind my level. The light shadow gloves and my health pool greater than 100,000 were my strongest trump cards. White light flashed, and I was randomly transported into a humid forest. A gigantic eye of observation floated above me, recording the battle. My score panel remained at 0 as the 12-hour countdown began. The bushes abruptly shook. 3 level 8 razor-toothed lizards pounced from different directions. I raised my axe. The entrance exam has begun. All 3 razor-toothed lizards struck me simultaneously, and reflected damage instantly emptied their health. EXP plus 1,500. Points plus 15. Ordinary monsters were worth too little. At that rate, even killing for the full 12 hours might not guarantee 3,000 points. I looked up at the sky. In addition to the eye of observation assigned to record me, several much larger golden eyes floated in the distance. Their positions probably marked guardian zones. A metallic sphere the size of a ping-pong ball continuously followed above my head, clearly serving as my personal proctor. The giant eyes of observation in the distance, however, moved and paused as though tracking some enormous target. The authorities needed both to record guardian status and to warn examinees of dangerous areas in advance. That conveniently gave me a way to locate them. I observed for 5 minutes. Only after confirming that the nearest giant I continuously circled the same region did I decide to test my theory. I summoned a light shadow clone to scout ahead and ran straight toward the nearest golden eye. Bloodblade Cross / eliminated every monster along the way. My public level was fully visible to the eye of observation, level 16. Multiple days of dungeon farming had granted me one more level before the exam, and my maximum HP was approaching 180,000. Ordinary exotic beasts awarded only single-digit or low double-digit points, so I did not hunt them deliberately. I killed those blocking my route with one strike and ignored the rest. As I approached the giant eye, the ground trembled more strongly, and low-level monsters actively fled the area. That further proved a guardian lay ahead. Half an hour later, I arrived in a clearing where the trees had been trampled flat. A 5-meter-tall cyclops stood in the forest holding an enormous spiked club. Its dark green skin looked as if it had been covered in moss for years, and one bloodshot eye occupied half its face. Merely standing there caused the earth beneath its feet to tremble faintly. Mountain Forest Giant. Level 15 Elite Guardian. Strength, 860. Agility, 420. Spirit, 308. Constitution, 1,209. When the Mountain Forest Giant noticed me, it threw back its head and roared. An invisible pressure struck my consciousness. Intimidated, attack and defense reduced by 30% for 5 minutes. The Guardian even possessed a debuff skill. I did not wait for it to end. Bloodblade Cross slash struck its chest first. The Mountain Forest Giant's spiked club was as thick as an entire tree trunk. The gale produced by one swing flattened the surrounding shrubs. The 30% debuff made my body instantly feel much heavier, but my current base attack was so high that even after the reduction, it remained several times greater than that of an ordinary level 15 professional. Damage, 12,043. The next second, I took 3,612 damage myself. This giant also possessed reflected damage, though its rate was only around 30%, far below my triple return. It swung the club down at me head-on. I did not dodge and let the heavy-wood strike my shoulder. Damage received, 15,672. Nearly 47,000 reflected damage instantly removed most of the Guardian's health. Panic entered the Cyclops' eye for the first time. It turned and tried to flee on its heavy legs. The intelligent Guardian needed only 2 exchanges to recognize the difference between us. Every step shook the ground, but it was far slower than a normal agility class. Without Ultimate Berserk, my unbalanced attributes might have prevented me from catching it. With 5-fold speed, its escape merely prolonged the battle by a few minutes. I activated Ultimate Berserk. Consuming 1% of maximum HP per second made my health decline continuously, but the 5-fold speed completely eliminated my former weakness. Within several breaths, I reached its back, and repeated 10-meter blade waves sealed every route ahead. 5 minutes later, its enormous body crashed to the ground. Level 15 Elite Guardian Mountain Forest Giant slain. EXP plus 40,000. Points plus 300. Together with the monsters I had killed along the way, my total score reached 345. While everyone else was still adapting to the environment, I had already completed my first Guardian kill. I looked toward the next golden eye of observation and immediately set out. During the exam, I could not see what was happening inside the monitoring hall. Only later, when Hwadi Academy retrieved the footage to review it with me, did I learn that almost every proctor stopped working the moment the Mountain Forest Giant fell. The provincial monitoring system was named Great Circle. Built by 2 top-tier machinists, it automatically calculated scores, identified violations, and selected the most promising candidates from thousands of examinees. It had operated continuously for 5 years without a single false judgment. That year's initial list contained 3 S-rank and 16 A-rank professionals. The proctors were congratulating themselves on the class's improved overall quality when a C-rank berserker appeared on the highest potential list. Their first reaction was not that I was unusual, but that Great Circle had malfunctioned. Less than 1 hour after the exam began, a Guardian kill notification appeared on the overall rankings. My score briefly jumped to 631, and my level and public class were enlarged on the display at the same time. Chin-Ching. Level 16. C-rank berserker. Strength, 20. Agility, 22. Spirit, 19. Constitution, 99. No matter how they looked at it, that combination made no sense. The teacher responsible for Donglin City's examination zone was the first to display my feat. From the 3 lizards dying instantly to reflected damage to my activation of Ultimate Berserk and climb onto the forest giant's body, the entire battle was replayed repeatedly. They could not directly see my hidden class and could only infer from the skill's effects. Some believed I possessed a special damage reflection talent. Others noticed that my health far exceeded anyone at my level. Still others suspected the listed class rank was wrong. My basic attributes were indeed ordinary, even unbalanced, because I had placed every free point into Constitution. My truly abnormal maximum HP, savage blood power, and skills were concealed by my hidden class. The examiners could only work backward from my ordinary attacks greater than 10,000, the mountain forest giant's self-destructive loss of health, and my reaction after enduring more than 15,000 damage. Once the recording was slowed down, they clearly saw Ultimate Berserk's five-fold speed and crowd control immunity. A level 16 examinee simultaneously possessed enormous health, high attack, reflected damage, regeneration, and explosive power. An ordinary C-rank class could not explain it. Great Circle automatically raised my priority to the highest level, and my personal observation I switched to continuous tracking. The examiners no longer suspected a system failure. Instead, they began worrying that ordinary monitoring authorization might expose the secrets of my class. On the feed, I was already moving toward the second Guardian Zone. Along the way, I encountered a swarm of steel beetles. Ordinary axe blows could not break their shells, so I deliberately let them attack and used reflected damage to destroy them from within. My weapon left only shallow marks on the steel beetles' armor, but every bite from their mandibles triggered thorn mail normally. I simply put away my weapon and stood at the center of the swarm. After several rounds of attacks, their hard shells remained perfectly intact while their health inside had been emptied by reflected damage. That method silenced the monitoring hall for a moment. For other examinees, HP was a lifeline that had to be carefully protected. For me, it was both defense and an offensive resource. Of course, at the time, I had no idea how much commotion I had caused. I knew only that the 12-hour limit was ticking and my goal of 3,000 points remained far away. The second golden eye of observation was just ahead. Frost grew thicker across the ground as I approached, indicating that the next guardian specialized in control. I tightened my grip on the axe and quickened my pace. Unable to explain my skills, the proctoring team soon proposed one possibility, an SS rank class. The instant someone voiced that theory, every discussion in the monitoring room stopped. S-rank classes were rare, but one or two could still appear each year. No new SS rank professional, however, had been publicly recorded in many years. It was more than a talent rating. It signified a set of abilities capable of changing the course of war. That assessment was later classified at the highest level. Throughout Longxia's recorded history, only two SS rank professionals had been publicly acknowledged: the National Prophet, capable of glimpsing fragments of the future, and Deng Kunlun, the commander guarding the border. Each was tied to the nation's fate, and their personal information could never be disclosed casually. The Prophet's class had allowed Longxia to avoid several crises that might have destroyed the nation. Deng Kunlun had guarded the most dangerous abyssal battlefield for years. At the time, there was no authoritative means to confirm whether my class truly shared their rank. Yet the mere possibility was enough for the chief proctor to block ordinary staff from viewing detailed footage. The chief examiner therefore ordered my detailed data sealed, leaving only my normal point ranking visible. The proctors were forbidden to copy the footage privately or reveal my name and skills outside the examination grounds. My public profile continued to display C-rank Berserker. Even if an ordinary person saw the rankings, they would assume the class detection was wrong rather than immediately suspecting an SS rank. Tan Tao also ordered my combat footage sent directly to the central authorities for review. Until an official conclusion was reached, no one could use coercive methods to test my class. The greatest taboo for a hidden class professional was exposing his skills. Once the Fallen learned my reflection and recovery thresholds, they could design a specialized method to kill me in a single hit. I learned of these decisions from government personnel only after the exam. At the time, I had just dealt with a swarm of steel beetles through reflected damage when I happened to encounter Zhou Qi. Several level 12 wind wolves were chasing him, and he looked utterly miserable. When he saw me, he reacted as if he had found a lifeline. Zhou Qi had already accumulated more than 40 points. He could have withdrawn voluntarily, but he refused to abandon his gains and desperately ran toward me instead. While shouting for help, he deliberately dragged two enormous silver-furred wolves into my path, intending to make me absorb their aggro. Both wolves were level 12 and far faster than Zhou Qi, who had only just reached level 10. His spells required him to stop and chant, leaving him no chance to counterattack. He survived only by consuming potions. The delight in his eyes when he saw me did not come from meeting a classmate. He had finally found someone who could take the monsters off his hands. Qingqing, help me. We used to be classmates. I stopped. The rules prohibit teaming up to farm points. This isn't farming. You'd be saving a life. Zhou Qi begged with his mouth, but ran directly behind me, clearly intending to dump the entire pack on my shoulders. I nodded to him first. He assumed I had agreed and immediately hid behind me. The instant the wolves pounced, however, I sidestepped. Qingqing, what are you doing? Weren't you going to save me? I was only greeting an old classmate. When did I say I would attack? You? Except against guardians, examinees can't cooperate to kill ordinary exotic beasts. You brought the monsters to me. Are you trying to make me violate the rules with you? You can withdraw voluntarily. I moved aside. This exam isn't worth dying over. He could not bear to surrender the points he had earned and delayed activating his exit. The wind wolves pounced and forced his health below the protection threshold, triggering his emergency teleportation. His curses still echoed through the forest as he vanished. When I later watched the examination recording, I heard that after returning to the plaza, he lay on the ground screaming my name and insulting every elder in my family. I had not deliberately waited for his elimination so I could steal the monsters. The rules clearly defined jointly attacking ordinary exotic beasts as a violation. If Shou-Chi had merely been trapped, I could have bought him time to withdraw voluntarily. Instead, he refused to sacrifice his points and deliberately transferred the danger to me. I had no obligation to pay for his greed with my examination eligibility. Only after Shou-Chi disappeared did I turn to face the pack. If I attacked now, the points belonged to me, and I was not helping him cheat. One Bloodblade cross slash swept forward, and the wind wolves fell in succession. The proctoring team also disagreed over my handling of the situation. Some considered it unkind to ignore a classmate. The chief examiner pointed out that Shou-Chi had deliberately brought the monsters to me and was already exploiting me. If I acted, both of us would be judged to have cooperated. Killing the exotic beasts after he left, once they actively attacked me, complied completely with the rules. On the recording, Tan Tao said, "A person who is too kind may not survive in the abyss." The other examiners ultimately accepted the decision and deducted no points. To me, it had merely been an on-the-spot choice based on the rules. To them, it became part of their evaluation of my character. I watched my score increase and continued toward the frozen region. A frozen lake lay at the center of the frost region. Zhao Mingxian and two temporary partners hid behind an enormous boulder at the water's edge. One was a level 12 B-rank shield warrior, and the other an A-rank paladin. They were discussing how to surround the polar dragon turtle in the lake. The rules allowed temporary cooperation against guardians, so they planned for the two melee fighters to hold its aggro, while the level 15 S-rank Forbidden Spell mage served as primary damage. Polar dragon turtle, level 13 elite guardian. Zhao Mingxian estimated that killing it alone would require at least half an hour. Working together, the three hoped to finish in 10 minutes. Without a priest, both melee fighters had to avoid its freezing control or their formation would quickly collapse. I did not hear those discussions at the time. I reconstructed them later from the examination audio. The shield warrior worried that 3 people were not enough. The paladin believed no level 13 guardian could withstand an S-rank Forbidden Spell mage. Their plan was reasonable. The only thing they failed to consider was another person charging straight into the battlefield. They had not officially begun when I arrived. The giant observation, I hovered above the dragon turtle. I charged from the forest, failed to notice the 3 people behind the boulder, leaped, and released cross/slash immediately. The 3 assumed I was a melee fighter assigned to pull the guardian. After a full minute passed without any teammates appearing, they realized I intended to fight it alone. The paladin wanted to jump in and earn a share of the points. Zhao Mingxian told him to wait, certain the guardian would eliminate me first. Taking over after I left would mean one less person sharing the reward. The polar dragon turtle resembled a moving hill. With every step, the earth beneath it and the nearby leaves froze rapidly. Its defense was extraordinarily high, making it difficult for a normal physical class to penetrate its armor. Its most dangerous ability, however, was area freezing. If every melee fighter became immobilized, the rear-line mage would be exposed directly. The ice-armored turtle opened its mouth and exhaled freezing air. Ice spread across the ground, instantly trapping both of my legs. Zhao Mingxian sneered when he saw it. Frost rapidly climbed from my legs to my chest and encased me in a complete ice statue within 2 seconds. From a distance, Zhao Mingxian told the other 2 that this was the consequence of a melee fighter charging blindly. Ultimate Berserk, activate. Crowd control immunity took effect, and raw power shattered the ice at my feet. Once 5-fold speed erupted, I flashed past the 3 onlookers and leaped onto the turtle's back. The ice exploded with a sharp crack. I did not look toward the spectators. With Ultimate Berserk active, I swung continuously. Before the dragon turtle could withdraw into its shell again, its health bar was visibly falling. 5-fold attack and speed erupted together, and my blade repeatedly struck the same seam in its shell. Ice armor that had seemed indestructible 20 seconds earlier rapidly cracked apart. The guardian tried to freeze me again, but Berserk immunity negated the effect as soon as it formed. The dragon turtle thrashed and shattered trees, but I remained close against its side. Every hit it landed triggered triple reflected damage, bypassing defense and directly reducing its health. Before Zhao Mingxian and his partners found an appropriate opening to intervene, the battle had already entered its final stage. The giant turtle withdrew into its shell, raising its defense to an astonishing level. Ordinary blows left only white scratches. I wedged my axe blade into a seam and deliberately endured the counterattacking ice spikes. Triple reflected damage ignored the shell, and its health continued falling steadily. In less than 3 minutes, the ice-armored giant turtle crashed to the ground. Level 13 Elite Guardian Polar Dragon Turtle slain. Points plus 300. One of Zhao Mingxuan's partners blurted, "Someone stole our boss." All three stood beyond the settling dust, completely stunned. A guardian that even Zhao Mingxian had refused to fight alone had been defeated head-on by me in less than 3 minutes. Only after the dust dispersed and I brushed the ice from my clothes did I notice the other examinees in the distance. The paladin first suspected that I was a level 30 or 40 professional who had entered the examination grounds by mistake. Zhao Mingxian knew outsiders could not pass the identity-lock teleportation and was forced to accept that I was also a graduating examinee. His S-rank forbidden spells already represented the highest damage among our peers, yet the damage I had just displayed exceeded his. Zhao Mingxian suddenly called out to me, saying I looked familiar and asking whether we had met. I carefully examined his bespectacled face and found no real-world memory of him. The opening merely sounded like a line someone might use when flirting. "Sorry, I'm not interested in men." I turned and left. Zhao Mingxian remained behind with the 2 students, explaining that he had not meant it that way. Only after running some distance did his name remind me that he was the forbidden spell mage my projection had instantly defeated through reflected damage on the 12th floor. This truly was our first meeting in reality. Not long after leaving the frozen lake, I encountered Zhang Lingxue in a valley. More precisely, she flew over my head first. I was searching the ground for the next giant observation when I spotted her white wings and immediately shouted, "Brother Snow." She circled in the air, confirmed it was me, and descended with a smile. Her current score was 230. Mine was already 1085. Flying classes traveled quickly, but her efficiency at killing guardians head-on clearly could not compare with mine. Only a little over an hour had passed since the exam began, and she had been pleased with her 230 points. The moment she saw my score, that pride vanished. At her current pace, she might not safely pass 3,000 by the end of 12 hours. If I continued hunting guardians, I might reach the target in roughly 3 hours. After seeing my points, she immediately understood the difference. "You've been following the golden observation eyes?" "Yes. Ordinary monsters are worth too little. I can help you find them. We can't cooperate against ordinary exotic beasts, but we can against guardians," I reminded her. "Fly me near the observation eyes, and we'll fight together. You don't need to be the primary attacker. As long as you make a legitimate contribution, the rules will award you a share." Only then did Zhang Lingxue realize that almost all my high score came from guardians. The rules prohibited fixed teams, but permitted joint guardian kills. She would scout from the sky, and I would fight. As long as points were distributed by contribution, it would not count as a violation. Zhang Lingxue seized my shoulders and flew upward. From the ground, the forest had hidden the observation eyes. From the air, they were clearly distributed in every direction. We quickly locked onto the nearest. At first, she felt embarrassed about holding me while flying beneath thousands of examinees and monitoring eyes. I urged her several times, but she still hesitated. Instead of releasing me immediately, she asked uncertainly, "Should I throw you down like before?" "Throw me. This place is more dangerous than an ordinary dungeon." "What if?" "You're hesitating like a girl." A vein pulsed on Zhang Lingxue's forehead. "I am a girl." She reached down and brutally pinched the soft flesh at my waist. I apologized repeatedly before she wrapped her arms around my waist and took off again. I instinctively shouted, "Giddy up," and she cursed me the entire way. Then, without the slightest mercy, she dropped me. Once we reached high altitude, the true scale of Trial Island became visible. It was nearly as vast as Donglan City. Examinees and exotic beasts in the forest shrank to tiny dots. Dozens of giant observation eyes occupied different regions, each following a moving guardian beneath it. The nearest I had stopped above a lake, where a level 15 abyssal sea demon king stood. I had killed the same kind 5 or 6 times in ordinary dungeons and knew its skills and weaknesses well. Zhang Lingxue lowered her altitude. I descended with my weapon and landed directly on the Sea Demon King's head, beginning the battle on the spot. Zhang Lingxue attacked continuously with her golden longsword. I deliberately avoided using my maximum burst so her attacks would count as a valid contribution. In less than 5 minutes, the two of us killed the Abyssal Sea Demon King. Level 15 Elite Guardian slain. Team points plus 300. The points were divided by contribution, giving each of us 150. Zhang Lingxue had needed more than an hour to accumulate 230. From locating this target to killing it, less than 10 minutes passed. The efficiency gap became obvious immediately. Next one, I said looking up. Zhang Lingxue landed again and seized my shoulders. Call me hesitant one more time, and I'll drop you head first. Aerial reconnaissance completely eliminated the most time-consuming part of hunting guardians. Zhang Lingxue became even more enthusiastic than I was. The instant the settlement finished, she seized my waist and rose again, flying continuously along the nearest chain of observation eyes. Complicated terrain, rivers, and monster packs could no longer slow our search. Over the next several hours, we located 9 guardians in succession. Zhang Lingxue carried me across the terrain and restrained enemies from range, while I absorbed attacks and completed the kills. Whenever we encountered ordinary monster groups, we cleared them separately and did not take one another's points. The point notifications refreshed continuously. A level 15 guardian gave each of us 150, a level 16 guardian around 200, and lower level targets only 100. None of the individual numbers was astonishing, but after 9 consecutive guardians, the growth far exceeded any ordinary farming route. My score climbed from just over 1,000 to 2,380. Zhang Lingxue also surpassed 1,500. The eyes of observation followed overhead throughout. We never privately transferred points or exploited a loophole in the rules. Even if the proctoring team noticed our cooperation, they could only admit that it complied with the clause permitting joint guardian subjugation. I later reviewed the monitoring record. Some examiners did believe Zhang Lingxue was taking a large share of the points despite contributing less than half and suspected us of abusing the rules. Chief Examiner Tan Tao rejected that immediately. Jointly killing guardians was explicitly permitted. Aerial reconnaissance and melee damage were normal professional cooperation. If the regulations had been poorly designed, responsibility belonged to the people who wrote them, not the examinees. He also informed the others that all 4 top academies had received news of a suspected SS-rank professional, and school representatives were already on their way. My exact class remained unconfirmed, yet they were preparing to fight over me in advance. A little over 600 left. Zhang Lingxue set me down on an enormous boulder at a mountain peak. At this speed, 3,000 won't be difficult. I was about to search for the next golden eye when every eye of observation in the sky began flashing violently. Every point panel froze at once. The countdown stopped as well. A piercing alarm echoed across Trial Island. Monitoring system malfunction. Unknown authorization intrusion detected. Teleportation function temporarily interrupted. Zhang Lingxue's expression changed with mine. Teleportation was both the method of leaving the island and an examinee's final safeguard in danger. Once it failed, death would no longer be prevented by the system. The sky looked as though invisible claws had torn it open. Pitch-black rifts appeared one after another among the clouds. The formerly golden eyes of observation rapidly lost their light and fell in succession. The auras coming through the rifts were stronger than those of every guardian on the island. This was no longer an examination malfunction. Someone had invaded Trial Island. The investigation report later reconstructed what happened outside during the invasion. A fallen one named Su Lin infiltrated the examination base with his companions. They sabotaged the teleportation core and used internal authorization to release high-level exotic beasts onto Trial Island. Their objective was not merely to kill examinees. They also intended to force any special class professionals hidden among the candidates to reveal themselves. The first failure appeared in the Great Circle Superintelligence. Monitoring images distorted and audio broke apart. The system managed only to issue a warning that abyssal power is invading before losing all connection to Trial Island. The examiners responsible for teleportation activated the emergency formation, but it also failed to respond. Tan Tao called the system repeatedly and received no answer. When the teleportation examiner returned from the formation chamber, he confirmed this was not a failure in one line. Some force had isolated Trial Island's coordinates as a whole. Even the conventional backup formation could not lock onto anyone inside. Worse, Xining Province was not the only target. Headquarters reported that more than 20 Trial Islands opened across the nation had been attacked at nearly the same time. This was no accidental spatial turbulence. It was a coordinated strike against Longxia's young professionals. A dark blue vortex then appeared over the examination grounds. The teachers awaiting results and the eliminated examinees could all see it devouring the surrounding light. A young man in black robes stepped out, his skin pale and his irises silver. He was Su Lin. The pressure from the abyssal vortex covered the entire plaza. Low-level students struggled even to stand. Some believed a full invasion had begun until an aged voice rang through the sky. You dare show yourself above Nanhua? Do you truly believe Xining has no defenders? Outside the examination grounds, Feng Tu, a level 83 S-rank Holy Light Archmage, manifested through an avatar and engaged Su Lin head-on. After recognizing him, Feng Tu furiously condemned him for betraying humanity. Su Lin replied that from the moment he fell into the abyss, he had ceased to be human. Only his desire for revenge against humanity remained. Su Lin deliberately thanked Feng Tu for showing mercy in the past. Otherwise, he would never have lived long enough to acquire his current power. Feng Tu answered that he should have personally eliminated the traitor back then. The two clearly shared an old grievance, and there had been no possibility of negotiation from the beginning. Su Lin admitted he could not defeat Feng Tu's true body, but was confident he could hold off one avatar. His objective had never been to defeat Feng Tuesday. It was to block rescue long enough for the subordinates already inside Trial Island to complete their mission. Holy Radiance and the abyssal vortex collided in the sky. Ordinary staff could not approach. Feng Tu's true body remained on the abyssal battlefield and could not return quickly. Meanwhile, the only person present who could tear open Trial Island's space had been tied down by Su Lin. A safety barrier originally surrounded Trial Island, allowing only humans or exotic beasts below level 20 to pass. High-grade energy crystals sustained it. Unless a professional above level 60 shattered it by force, outside rescuers could not enter directly. The design stopped high-level monsters, but after the teleportation formation failed, it also trapped every examinee inside. In other words, the invading monsters could reach close to level 20 at most. For examinees averaging only level 8 or 9, that restriction was still more than deadly enough. Someone asked whether they could wait for other powerhouses. Tan Tao offered no false reassurance. He could only demand that headquarters deploy anyone capable of breaking space as quickly as possible and organize medical teams to receive the injured. Every minute of delay might mean fewer examinees left alive inside. At the time, I knew none of those details from my position on the island. I saw only the observation eyes in the sky shatter and black teleportation gates open like wounds. Monster roars emerged from beyond them. The low-level exotic beasts previously scattered across the island began fleeing in panic. My point bracelet lost its connection. The countdown froze, and repeatedly pressing the voluntary exit button accomplished nothing. Minutes earlier, this had been an exam dungeon with proctors, rules, and life-saving teleportation. Now every safeguard had disappeared. Injury and death would have real consequences. Our communicators were confiscated, and the exit function is down. Zhang Lingxua landed beside me. We need to find the other examinees first. I nodded. The exam rules no longer mattered. Leaving alive was our only objective. We followed the ridge toward the nearest group of people. High-level exotic beasts continuously fell from the gates along our route, and even the weakest approached level 20. They had not been generated to preserve dungeon balance, and their attacks had no restrictions. Zhang Lingxua flew upward first to locate survivors. I followed her directions from the ground and cut through panicked monster packs along the way. Some low-level exotic beasts were not attacking us, but fleeing from newly arrived guardians, indicating something even more dangerous waited beyond the gates. An explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. A pillar of fire rose into the sky, followed by the screams of examinees. I tightened my grip on the axe and activated Light Shadow Clone. Move faster. The true examination had begun the moment teleportation failed. Zhang Lingxue and I had just killed a level 17 boss when the low-altitude observation eyes assigned to proctor us suddenly lost control. They first spun erratically, then fell into the forest one after another. Even the giant eyes high above were not spared. I looked up. At some point, two dark blue vortices had appeared in the sky. They resembled a pair of cold eyes, and the low hum of their rotation pressed heavily against my chest. Roar! An enormous head emerged from a vortex. A black whale's body, comparable to a massive ship, followed it completely through the spatial passage. It had no wings, yet hovered steadily in the air. The shadow it cast covered nearly half of Trial Island. I instinctively joked. Did we kill the bosses so quickly that the examiners had to restock? Zhang Lingxue did not laugh. She repeatedly tried to exit the dungeon, and her expression grew increasingly grim. The teleportation formation isn't responding. This isn't part of the exam. It's an exotic beast invasion. We may not be able to leave. More beasts poured from the two vortices. Those capable of flight circled in the sky, while the others fell directly into the sea. I casually used observation on one, and every target I could inspect was above level 20. Some displayed no data at all, meaning they were at least 10 levels above me. Look, there's someone on the whale's back. Following Zhang Lingshue's gesture, I saw a white-haired young man in black robes. His eyes glowed silver. Even from an enormous distance, I could clearly see the excitement twisting his smile. He raised one hand, and the aerial exotic beasts immediately dove. Fortunately, Trial Island's transparent barrier activated in time. High-level beasts crashed into it, and some were sliced in half on the spot. Only a dozen or so level 20 bosses passed through. 3 of them radiated especially terrifying auras. The barrier temporarily stopped stronger monsters, but brought us little sense of safety. Fire soon rose from multiple places across the island. At first, some examinees assumed it was an officially arranged test of courage. Then an enormous bat breathed flames into the forest. Several students who failed to evade could not even press their exit buttons before their screams ended in ash. At that moment, every trace of false hope vanished. Real dungeons had no near-death protection. With teleportation disabled, being killed meant truly dying. By the time Zhang Lingxue and I reached the nearby area, we could only meet and escort several injured students. I used my light shadow clone to hold the monsters on one side, while forcing the other side back with Bloodblade Cross Slash, buying the survivors time to retreat. Go deeper into the forest. Don't stop. Zhang Lingxue opened her angelic wings and guided them from the sky. The injured students had barely begun supporting one another away when scorching air descended from overhead. The giant bat that had just slaughtered the examinees had locked onto us. Flames flowed along both wings, and observation delivered its data. Inferno Demon Bat. Level 20 Elite Boss. Strength, 3,560. Agility, 3,541. Spirit, 2,597. Constitution, 3,025. Every one of its attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary examinee. But my maximum HP was already approaching 200,000. I had dared challenge a level 20 boss with only 40,000 HP. I had no reason to retreat now. I watched fire rapidly gather in its throat and told Zhang Lingxue, "Get close and send me up. Once you find an opening, move far away." "Are you insane?" Zhang Lingxue grabbed me. "That's a level 20 elite boss. If other exotic beasts come over, you'll be facing more than one." I looked at the completely disabled exit option, then at the fires continuously rising in the distance. There might be nowhere to run. Allowing the bat to keep hunting students would only produce more deaths. We can't leave anyway, so let's fight to our heart's content. I tightened my grip on the saber. If I really have to die, I choose to die on my feet. Zhang Lingxue froze, then wrapped her arms tightly around my waist from behind. Her angelic wings opened completely, and her tone actually became calm. "You're right. I'm not running. I'll fight beside you." The Inferno Demon Bat opened its blood-filled mouth, and a tongue of flames several meters long rolled toward us. Zhang Lingxue abruptly climbed, barely skimming over the fire before circling behind the giant bat. "Let go." She released her arms. I landed precisely on the demon bat's back, seized its coarse mane with one hand, and brought down my weapon with the other. Bloodblade Cross Slash. Minus 6,873. My attack approached 20,000 after activating the skill, yet this blow dealt only a little over 6,000 damage. A level 20 elite boss's defense far surpassed that of Trial Island's native guardians. The demon bat immediately rolled wildly through the air in pain. At the same time, dark red light covered its body, and its surface temperature rose sharply. Within 2 seconds, my shoes caught fire. I kicked them away and stood barefoot on the scorching fur. Minus 1,028. Minus 1,087. Minus 1,238. The heat seared my skin with a sizzling sound, and the smell of burning flesh entered the air. My fingers quickly charred black. But if I released the mane, I would fall from the sky and lose any chance to approach it again. The Inferno Demon Bat clearly knew someone was on its back. It first banked sharply from side to side, then climbed before flipping over and diving. Several times, I was thrown until only one hand held the mane. My body hung in midair, with the forest shrinking beneath my feet. Wind pressure filled my mouth and nose, while fire blocked any retreat. I could not see Zhang Lingxue, and could only trust that she had recovered from the sonic wave. If I released my grip, the demon bat would immediately hunt other examinees. As long as I remained on its back, it had to focus entirely on me. A divine shield suddenly formed around me and isolated some of the heat. I did not need to look back to know Zhang Lingxue had cast it. The shield rapidly thinned inside the flames and could last no more than 3 seconds. That was enough. Ultimate Berserk, activate. My attack and speed exploded upward simultaneously. Pressed against the demon bat's neck, I struck in a frenzy. Every blow dealt more than 20,000 damage, and entire sections of its thick health bar began disappearing. The demon bat abruptly emitted a piercing sonic wave. The area-wide stun swept through the forest. In the distance, Zhang Lingxue's body stiffened. Her wings lost control, and she fell toward the trees. My chest tightened, but I could not look back. Ultimate Berserk's crowd control immunity kept me conscious. The faster I killed the demon bat, the safer she would be. It dove rapidly and rolled again and again, trying to throw me from its back. I held its mane with all my strength and let the burning damage drain my HP. Bloodline Boil triggered repeatedly, increasing its regeneration stage by stage. By the time my health fell into the danger zone, loss and recovery finally reached a fragile balance. 1 minute later, my final strike pierced the back of its neck. Level 20 Elite Boss Inferno Demon Bat slain. EXP plus 200,000. The giant corpse crashed into the forest. I rolled from its back. My shirt and pants burned full of holes. Fortunately, the crucial areas were still covered. Ignoring my miserable appearance, I immediately ran toward the place Zhang Lingxue had fallen. When I found her, she was leaning against a tree and drinking a recovery potion. Only after seeing her standing did the tension in my chest disappear. Stay farther away from battles like that. You can't withstand them yet. Zhang Lingxue pouted. I was careless just now. I'll stay farther away next time, but don't expect me to abandon you. I started to answer when a white wolf's roar suddenly sounded in the distance. Another group of examinees had clearly been attacked by a level 20 boss. When Zhang Lingxue and I followed the commotion, more than a dozen examinees were being completely suppressed by an enormous white wolf. Most of their attacks dealt only single-digit damage. The white wolf grew bored with its game of cat and mouse, suddenly accelerated, and swept one claw toward the crowd. Wind blades, arrows, and spells all failed to stop it. At the critical moment, a young man in black leaped to the front. A phantom of Xuanwu, the black tortoise entwined with a serpent, appeared behind him, and an enormous barrier covered everyone. The wolf's claw landed. He staggered several steps, his health plunging, then rapidly restored it with a recovery spell. The white wolf attacked again and again, and he endured every blow. They appeared trapped in a stalemate, but his increasingly pale face told me his mental strength would not last much longer. Send me over, I told Zhang Lingxue. She opened her wings and carried me into the air. The black-clad young man below waved frantically, probably trying to stop us from throwing away our lives. The white wolf also raised its head and fixed its eyes on us as we approached. Once we reached the space above it, Zhang Lingxue let go. I intended to land on the wolf's back. Instead, the beast reacted with incredible speed and swallowed me whole. Everything instantly turned black. The stench nearly made me vomit. Its stomach walls squeezed me from every direction, and corrosive fluid began dealing damage. Its hide might be tough, but that protection did not exist inside its stomach. I immediately activated Ultimate Berserk and hacked wildly within the narrow cavity. Minus 34,521. Minus 32,451. Minus 32,556. The white wolf rolled violently outside. Its stomach acid continuously triggered Bloodoc's physique and thorn mail, while my blade tore through its internal organs layer by layer. Its health bar reached 0 soon afterward. I sliced open the wolf's abdomen and crawled out covered in blood and filth. My first words were, "It stinks in there. I'll need at least 3 showers when I get back." Zhang Lingxue landed in front of me, her eyes bright. "When you jumped, had you already calculated that it would swallow you so you could attack from the inside?" "Pure accident." I awkwardly wiped my face. I intended to land on its head. The surrounding students crowded over. Some asked whether we were rescuers. Others insisted no student could kill a level 20 boss so easily. I really am an examinee. I shrugged. I can't exactly add 10 years to my age on the spot just to convince you. The black-clad young man dismissed the Xuanwu phantom and hurried over. "My name is Shi Haohao. I have the S-rank class Xuanwu Air. My defense and recovery are decent, but I have no damage. You arrived at the perfect time. We can cooperate." Before I could introduce myself, Three powerful auras approached from different directions. Two elite bosses charged from the forest first, but instead of attacking immediately, they lowered their heads and followed silently behind the third giant beast. It was a dark demon ape 10 meters tall. The muscles beneath its coarse black fur resembled stone. Every step made the nearby ground shake. Dark demon ape. Level 20 calamity boss. Strength 8,560. Agility 5,548. Spirit 3,547. Constitution 8,025. An ordinary level 20 elite boss possessed roughly 200,000 HP. This one had 400,000. More troubling, neither it nor the two guardians behind it looked at anyone else. All six eyes locked onto me. This was not a chance encounter. Someone was controlling them. Retreat now. I'll hold them. I had no time for a lengthy explanation. Sure how seized me. Brother, no matter how strong you are, you're still only one person. That's a calamity boss with two elites behind it. How is staying here any different from suicide? If I can't stop them, they'll catch you and everyone will die anyway. I pried his hand away. Instead of trying to talk me out of it, find somewhere to hide and pray I survive the battle. The words sounded arrogant, but among those present, only my thorn mail, bloodline boil, and ultimate berserk allowed me to continue fighting after suffering enormous damage. Sure how could withstand one or two attacks. He could not protect more than 20 people during a simultaneous retreat. I looked at the crowd and said word by word, right now, I'm the only one who can get all of you out safely. Sure how fell silent. The doubt and fear in everyone's eyes remained, but they truly had no second choice. I turned to Zhang Lingxue. Brother Snow, take them deeper into the forest with Sure How. Don't try to remain nearby. Once the fight begins, I won't be able to protect you. This time, she did not argue. She gave me a long look. When we get out, the barbecue and beer are on me. Deal. I turned and charged toward the dark demon ape. All three bosses' eyes followed me, exactly as expected. The others took the opportunity to retreat into the forest and eventually hid in an enormous hollow tree. Zhang Lingxue later told me that no one inside believed I could win. An ordinary level 20 elite boss was already enough to make a team of examinees pay a terrible price, much less one calamity boss accompanied by two elites. Every time the ground shook, the people inside became quieter. Someone whispered, "Can he really fight all three by himself?" No one answered. Only Zhang Lingxue said calmly, "He can." She had not known me long in reality, but she had watched me emerge from one seemingly impossible battle after another. Not long after she spoke, a roar powerful enough to shake dust from the hollow tree sounded outside. She could no longer suppress her concern. Opening her wings, she left the tree and searched for the battlefield from the sky. That was why she personally saw that both elite bosses were already down, while earth spikes and poison had forced my health to 1/4. She did not intervene rashly and only observed from a distance. In a battle of that level, any attempt to help might distract me instead. The two elites surrounded me first. I activated Ultimate Berserk, and my speed exploded upward. Instead of competing in defense, I launched a close-range offensive and locked the aggro of all three monsters firmly onto myself. The battle flattened a vast section of forest. The elite on the right fell first. It was critically injured by triple reflected damage while attacking me, then took a Bloodblade cross, slash head-on. The other tried to bite from my rear flank and was reflected to death with the force of the demon ape's punch. When the dust cleared slightly, two elite corpses already lay on the ground. Only the dark demon ape still roared. One punch drove me into the earth, reducing my health to 1/4. Bloodline Boil activated immediately and restored it to half. When ordinary attacks failed to suppress me, the demon ape hammered both fists into the ground. Earth spikes pursued me from below in succession. Even with my speed, I could not evade them all. My legs were repeatedly pierced. Minus 6,000. Venom clung to the wounds, dealing more than 1,000 damage with every tick. My health fell from half to 30% again. The dark demon ape did not stop. Its roar swept up sand and stone, and dense stone arrows filled the sky. My HP was pushed down to 20%, but Bloodline Boil entered a higher stage and restored nearly 30,000 per second. My health bar fell and rose as though locked in place. At last, the demon ape's rage became fear. It continued hitting me, yet Thornmail had worn its own health below 10%. It raised both arms for one final strike. I gave it no opportunity. The amplification of Ultimate Berserk and Bloodline Boil reached its peak at the same time, and an enormous crimson cross cut into its chest. Minus 98,651. The dark demon ape's health bar emptied instantly. Its eyes rolled white as it collapsed, and the resulting cloud of dust swallowed the entire battlefield. Level 20 Calamity Boss, Dark Demon Ape Slain. EXP plus 800,000. Level increased to 17. The light of my level up had barely faded when a black breastplate condensed where the demon ape's corpse disappeared. Zhang Lingxue was the first to descend from the air. Sure Hao arrived with 2 examinees soon afterward. They stood before the dark demon ape's not yet dissolved corpse, unable to speak for a long time. You really killed a calamity boss? Sure Hao stared at me. What level are you? 17. I just leveled up. I picked up the black breastplate and inspected its attributes. Ape demon armor. Supreme quality. Level 16 requirement. Defense, 507. Maximum HP, plus 20%. Strength, plus 200. Constitution, plus 200. Each time the wearer receives an attack, there is a 10% chance of triggering Ape Demon Roar, stunning nearby units for 1 second. I equipped the Ape Demon armor immediately. Repeated attacks had already triggered Bloodox physique enough to push my maximum HP past 220,000. After the 20% increase, it instantly climbed beyond 260,000 and approached 270,000, greater than the health of many level 20 elite bosses. Sure Hao grew even less calm after reading the attributes. You're this powerful at level 17. Don't tell me you have an SS rank class. The awakening ceremony measured it as C rank, I answered honestly. It's a hidden class. I don't know the exact rating either. Everyone's expression seemed to say that if this was C rank, they did not even deserve a place in the alphabet. Zhang Lingxue did not join the discussion. She had just flown high to observe our surroundings, and her expression was especially grave. Every boss on the island is moving toward us. There are at least a dozen. I looked up at the giant whale hovering beyond the barrier. The white-haired young man still stood there, his silver eyes fixed on me from afar. Even without hearing him, I knew the unnatural gathering had something to do with him. Only later, after reviewing the government's consolidated combat record, did I learn that nearly every boss on the island had stopped attacking at the same time. Zhao Mingxian had led more than 40 students in a desperate fight against a level 20 elite boss. 9 melee fighters had died, and everyone's potions and mental strength were nearly exhausted. When another flying boss passed overhead, many closed their eyes and waited to die. The boss clearly saw them, yet suddenly changed direction and flew straight toward my forest. The same happened in the northern ice field and southern volcano. Someone rose into the sky to investigate and discovered that more than a dozen bosses were converging on the same coordinates as though obeying a single command. Those coordinates were mine. Take them and keep retreating. Go as far as you can, I told Sure Hao. The monster's target has become me. They won't search for you specifically anymore. This time, he did not try to dissuade me. He nodded heavily. I looked at Zhang Lingxue. She bit her lip, then said only, "You have to come back alive. Don't worry. I'm still waiting for you to buy dinner." After the two led the students away, the vibrations in the ground became clearer. An armored thunder dragon walked from the valley, surrounded by arcs of electricity. The breath of a frost giant bear froze grass and trees. Several flame feather eagles circled overhead, while pairs of ghostly green eyes belonging to shadow stalkers appeared within the forest's darkness. More than 15 bosses surrounded me from every direction, including a calamity dragon covered in dark red scales. Many fleeing students gathered on a distant cliff. Through the dust filling the sky, I could still see their indistinct figures and knew they were watching me. I drew my saber. Instead of retreating toward any gap, I walked step by step toward the dark red dragon. Since the white-haired young man had delivered every boss on the island to me, I would accept them all. Before Sure Hao led the group away, he looked back and asked one final question. "Are you truly confident?" "No," I answered honestly. But lacking confidence and lacking a choice are two different things. I could feel power from the ape demon armor flowing through my body and see the absurdly long health bars above every boss. 15 level 20 guardians attacking simultaneously could shatter any plan in the first exchange. But as long as they watched only me, the other examinees had a chance to survive. More and more people gathered on the distant cliff. Some had barely escaped other bosses and still had blood on their weapons and clothes. Some supported the injured, while others knelt and prayed for me. They did not know my name. They knew only that every monster had suddenly abandoned its hunt and surrounded the same young man. Being watched by more than 100 pairs of eyes felt strange. I did not feel like a hero. I only felt the saber on my shoulder grow much heavier. The ring formed by 15 bosses tightened little by little, but I did not activate Ultimate Berserk right away. Ape Demon Armor had pushed my maximum HP close to 270,000, but Berserk consumed 5% of my maximum HP every second. There were too many monsters for the battle to end quickly. Activating it too early would only waste my health. I summoned my Light Shadow clone first and sent it charging toward the Fire Plume Eagle and Shadowstalker Beast on the left while I walked straight at the Armored Thunder Dragon. The clone had only 20% of my attributes, so of course it could not hold off several level 20 bosses. It could, however, disrupt their first round of attacks for me. The Thunder Dragon opened its jaws and blasted out a massive pillar of electricity. I did not dodge. I let the lightning slam into my chest. Blinding arcs crawled across the Ape Demon Armor and over my entire body. A chunk vanished from my HP, and nearly at the same instant, 3 times that damage rebounded onto the Thunder Dragon. A frost giant bear lunged in from the side and swatted me into the frozen ground. Flames from a Fire Plume Eagle followed immediately. The alternating heat and cold made Bloodock's physique trigger again and again. Then a low roar suddenly rolled out of my newly acquired Ape Demon Armor. A visible shockwave spread in every direction, and several nearby monsters froze for 1 second. 1 second was brief, but it was enough for me to rise from the encirclement and unleash my first Crimson Cross slash. There were so many monsters that I did not even need to choose a target. The blood blade swept across the Thunder Dragon's chest, then carved into the frost giant bear's shoulder. By the time they recovered from the stun, I had already charged into the densest part of the herd. The exotic beast's attacks quickly blanketed the entire clearing. Lightning, ice spikes, venom, wind blades, and rains of fire overlapped, leaving not a single intact patch of ground to stand on. My Light Shadow clone lasted only a few seconds before it was torn apart. For the first time, I watched my own HP pour away at a visible rate. Once my HP fell below 50%, Bloodline Boil's recovery and amplification grew stronger. At last, I activated Ultimate Berserk. 5 times the attack power and 5 times the speed erupted at once. I did not chase any one monster around. I stayed in the center of the herd at all times, letting as many attacks as possible land on me. Every time I took damage, Thornmail returned 3 times as much. Every time Ape Demon Armor unleashed its roar, I used the monster's stunned second to focus my attacks on whichever target had the least HP remaining. The first Fire Plume Eagle fell with its corpse still burning. A second Shadowstalker Beast tried to slip into the shadows and ambush me, only to stagger back into view when its own damage was reflected. I caught up and severed its neck with 1 stroke. Then the Thunder Dragon's tail sent me flying dozens of meters. I adjusted my body in midair. When I landed, my feet plowed 2 long furrows through the earth. Before I could steady myself, the dark red dragon had already raised its head, and scorching dragon breath lit up half the sky. Come on. I held my saber across my body and crooked a finger at it. Let's see which of us wears the other one down first today. The dark red dragon did not dive immediately. Instead, it sent the Thunder Dragon and Frost Giant Bear pressing in from both sides. The Shadowstalker Beast glided through the shadows along the ground. Every time its green eyes disappeared, a faint chill touched the back of my neck. The Thunder Dragon's lightning pillar paralyzed me for an instant, and the Frost Bear seized the chance to ram my chest. Claws hidden in the shadows then sliced across my waist. 3 types of damage appeared almost simultaneously, but Thornmail returned 3 times each amount to its respective owner. The Shadowstalker Beast was forced to tumble out of the darkness. The fur across the Frost Bear's chest burst apart, and the arcs over the Thunder Dragon's body visibly dimmed. Ape Demon Armor's passive had no fixed cooldown. As long as the attacks came frequently enough, its 10% trigger chance would proc again and again. Each time that low roar sounded, I gained 1 second of initiative. Sometimes I used it to break out of the encirclement, sometimes to land 1 more blow, and sometimes simply to catch my breath and pull my dangerously low HP back up. The Fire Plume Eagle's feathers continued burning even after they hit the ground, while frost spread wherever the bears walked. When the 2 powers collided, thick white fog billowed up and visibility dropped fast. I simply stopped relying on my eyes. I waited for attacks to land, then slashed back according to the direction the damage came from. 1 leader lunged from the fog and sank its fangs into my left shoulder. I did not pull away. Instead, I clamped my free hand around its lower jaw and let it keep tearing at me. Every second of damage triggered both reflected damage and an increase to my maximum HP. By the time it realized something was wrong and tried to let go, I had already driven my saber into its throat. The monster's corpse toppled, and still more silhouettes pressed in from behind the fog. I could no longer remember how many attacks I had taken. Only the experience notifications that kept appearing told me that the ring around me really was thinning little by little. Dragon breath engulfed me head-on. My HP plunged, and Berserk continued draining it. But that only drove Bloodline Boil into a higher stage. For every point the flames burned away, recovery and reflected damage pulled furiously in opposite directions without pause. I charged forward through the Dragon Breath. My HP bar bounced in and out of the danger zone, but it simply refused to hit zero. The armored Thunder Dragon rammed me from behind. I used the force of the impact to leap up and drove my saber through a low-diving Fire Plume Eagle. As its corpse fell, Ape Demon Roar triggered again, and several nearby bosses froze. I dropped among them and sent a Crimson Cross skimming across the ground. 3 monsters that had already been on their last slivers of HP fell one after another. Level 20 Elite Boss slain. Experience gained. Notifications scrolled endlessly before my eyes, and I no longer had the attention to read them one by one. The herd fell from 15 monsters to 10, then from 10 to 5. The edge of my saber curled. My arms began going numb from the nonstop swings. Scorch marks and frost covered the ape demon armor. When only the dark red dragon remained, it finally realized something was wrong. It beat its wings and climbed high, intending to trap me on the ground and burn me to death with its breath. I grabbed a flying exotic beast that had just fallen and used its not yet fully dissipated corpse to spring into the air. Then I stepped on a boulder that had been blown upward by the dragon breath. My berserk-enhanced speed reached its limit. I launched myself again before the rock could fall and finally landed on the dragon's back. It rolled, slammed itself into obstacles, and even sprayed dark red fire from beneath its scales. Not a patch of clean skin remained on me, yet both hands stayed locked in the gaps between its scales. After my HP dropped below 10%, Bloodline Boil's highest stage began restoring 20% every second. The harder the dragon tried to burn me to death, the more reflected damage it suffered. I hacked my way up its spine to its neck and split the neck bone with my final stroke. The enormous head separated from its body and tumbled into the dense forest below. Level 20 Calamity Class Boss slain. Level increased to 18. The white light of the level up repaired some of my wounds and restored a measure of my nearly exhausted stamina. But when I looked around, several bosses still remained. The Thunder Dragon's scales had been charred black, the Frost Giant Bear had lost one forepaw, and that dark red dragon still retained more than half its HP. I summoned another Light Shadow clone and sent it charging at the dragon to draw its first bite. One swipe of the dragon's claws shattered the clone, but it bought me enough time to get beneath the creature's belly. A crimson cross erupted under its softest scales. Roaring in pain, the dragon took flight, and its tail swept me into the shattered woods. Trunks snapped one after another behind me. When I hit the ground, my chest felt tight, and my HP had fallen below 1/10. Bloodline Boil's highest stage activated, restoring 20% of my maximum HP every second. Combined with the 5-fold attributes from Berserk, I had instead reached my strongest state at that very moment. The Frost Giant Bear charged after me and brought both paws together in a crushing clap. I did not dodge. I let myself be trapped between its palms. The damage nearly blacked out my vision, but the 3-fold reflection erased the last of the bear's HP in one burst. As it fell, I tore myself free from its paws, stepped off the corpse, and launched myself at the Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon released an electrical net that covered the entire ground. My whole body convulsed, but my feet never stopped. Each pulse of electricity counted as a separate instance of damage, making Bloodox Physique and Thornmail trigger repeatedly. By the time I reached it, its own lightning had reflected it down to the thinnest sliver of HP. My blade fell, and the thunder stopped dead. By then, every kind of skill had plowed through the battlefield again and again. Ice shards, sparks, and corrosive black venom mingled in the dirt, and every step could trigger fresh damage. I had no time to distinguish safe ground from danger. I could only use my berserk-enhanced speed to move among the corpses and keep the surviving monsters within reflected damage range. Several flying leaders realized that their ranged skills could not kill me and began diving in alternating passes. The first caught my shoulder in its talons, and the second bit at my legs while I was off the ground. I reached back and wedged my saber between the talons, used their ascent to ride into the sky with them, then unleashed a crimson cross slash as the two monsters drew close. The blood-red blade light pierced both bodies at once. They lost control and collided, dragging me down with them. Just before impact, I stepped off one creature's back to absorb the fall. The other smashed squarely into the earth, and the impact together with the reflected damage completely erased its remaining HP. At last, the battlefield fell silent. I sat on the red dragon's severed head and caught my breath. Torn boss corpses lay everywhere, and broken trees and claw marks had turned what had once been dense forest into a wasteland. At that moment, the deep blue vortex high overhead began to contract. The giant whale and the white-haired young man were already gone. Later, I filled in what had happened outside from the military's battle report. Feng Tu's clone had fought Su Lin the entire time and had even cut him in half at the waist with a great sword of holy light. But that body contained no blood. It dissolved into points of light, then reassembled. Du Yuan arrived riding a winged Pegasus, and an enormous hand that blotted out the sky crushed Su Lin, yet the man still escaped through some bizarre means. The battle report recorded the sequence in detail. A blue vortex for retreat had already opened behind Su Lin, but Du Yuan's enormous hand crushed the passage first, gripping him together with the surrounding space. The crack of breaking bones had been clearly audible, yet when the palm opened again, it held nothing. Escaping the combined attack of two high-ranking experts proved that these fallen ones had prepared far more than a single dungeon transportation accident. When Du Yuan arrived at Nanhua, exotic beasts were still attacking many places across the country. He had been able to break away and come here because his own granddaughter was on the trial island. Feng Tu angrily berated the military for responding too slowly. Du Yuan confirmed that Zhang Lingxue had not used her life-saving treasure and judged that she was at least temporarily safe. Only then did the two of them repair the entrance together. After the white-haired young man received the order to retreat, he steered the giant whale back into the spatial vortex. Only afterward was the rescue passage reopened. Feng Tu cleared all the exotic beasts outside the light barrier with a single burst of holy light. Du Yuan, Chief Examiner Tan Tao, and the others could then truly enter the trial island. That one attack covered the entire outer edge of the barrier. The high-level monsters that had been ramming it in a frenzy did not even manage a scream when the holy light descended. They crumbled into dust like dead leaves. It was only after watching the footage from the aftermath that I understood how vast the distance between me and an expert like Feng Tu truly was. I knew none of that at the time. I saw only two powerful figures flying in from the distant sky. When I recognized one of them as Feng Tu, I forced myself to my feet and waved. "You are finally here." The moment my taut nerves relaxed, all the exhaustion and pain accumulated during Berserk surged over me at once. My vision went black, and I fell backward beside the dragon's head. Before I lost consciousness, only one very practical question remained in my mind. Did the bosses that broke and later count toward my exam score or not? Zhang Lingxue and Sure Hao later told me that when the rescue team arrived, she was the first to fly to my side. When Du Yuan saw her holding my unconscious body, the first thing he asked was what our relationship was. It took a reminder from Feng Tu for him to remember that there were more urgent matters at the scene. At first, even Feng Tu did not believe I had killed all the bosses covering the ground. I was only level 18, yet there were more than a dozen corpses, including a Calamity-class red dragon. Only after more than 20 surviving examinees arrived and personally confirmed that I had ordered them to retreat and stayed behind to fight alone did the two old men truly accept the result. Feng Tu concluded on the spot that I had an SS-class profession. Du Yuan, however, told him that another SS-class professional had already appeared in Longxiao that year, and the name of that profession was Sovereign. The Abyssal Forces did not know which exam district that person was in, so they attacked more than 20 testing sites across the country at once. Xining Province was only one of them. Two SS-class professionals appearing in the same period had never happened in the Longxia Empire's 1,000-year history. The conclusion was too astonishing. Feng Tu did not pursue it any further and only demanded that they save people first. It took the military district a full 2 hours to evacuate every survivor from the trial island. Xining Province's final survival rate was about 60%, already far higher than in other regions. Some exam districts had fewer than 10 examinees left alive. Zhang Lingxue later described the rescue to me. After entering the island, Feng Tu first sealed the light barrier and ordered Tan Tao and the other chief examiners to search assigned zones. Du Yuan rode his winged Pegasus straight into the interior. The closer they came to the battlefield, the grimmer their expressions became. The dense forest had been reduced to snapped branches and stripped trunks. The ground was covered in claw marks and clotted blood, and more than a dozen boss corpses rose in piles like small mountains. When the two elderly men landed, their first reaction was not to celebrate, but to search for whoever else had fought there. They found it almost impossible to believe that a level 18 examinee could have brought down a Calamity-class dragon together with more than a dozen elite bosses. Sure, Hao and the other students retold the whole sequence. The white wolf swallowed me, and I killed it from the inside. When 3 leaders surrounded us, I stayed to fight alone, and after the dark demon ape fell, every boss on the island converged on the same place. The testimony of more than 20 people corroborated one another. Only then was Feng Tu forced to accept that every corpse on the ground had fallen by my hand. Old Feng was so excited that even his clone was shaking. Zhang Lingxue said, mimicking his tone. That kid is definitely SS class. Long Xiao finally has another SS class professional. She made it sound amusing, but I could not laugh. A 60% survival rate meant 40% of the examinees would remain on that island forever. More than 20 people surviving in our area did not mean everyone elsewhere had been equally lucky. I only learned these things one by one after I woke. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I smelled was hospital disinfectant. Zhang Lingxue sat beside the bed, wearing a stern expression as she supervised my rest. I tried moving my arms and legs. Aside from the deep ache of overexertion, I had no serious injuries. Brother Shui, I'm really fine. I leaned against the headboard. Let's get discharged and go eat skewers. You owe me. The doctor said you've pushed your body far past its limits. Stay in bed. She shoved me back down with an intimidating glare. Mention beer again, and I'll tie you to it. Then what about my score? She did not know whether to laugh or cry. At a time like this, you're still thinking about your score? Relax. Every boss you killed later is in the record. The experience and drops are yours too. Only then did I relax and check my status panel. I had reached level 18, and the rescue team had returned my spatial ring, longsword, and every other piece of loot without losing a single item. The cost, of course, had been devastating. The internet was filled with grieving appeals from the families of examinees who had died, and both the Ministry of Education and the military were under enormous pressure. I stared at the news map of the more than 20 attacked exam districts, but the 3 words, the sovereign, remained fixed in my mind. Whose profession was it? Did it have anything to do with the white-haired young man on the giant whale? For now, no one could give me a definite answer. A string of footsteps suddenly sounded outside the ward. Zhang Lingxue had just handed me an apple she had spent ages peeling, now only 2/3 of its original size, when the door opened. Du Yuan entered first, followed by a scholarly-looking middle-aged man and 4 imposing men and women. You're recovering well. Du Yuan glanced at me. Deputy Minister Xin Xiu from the Ministry of Education is here, along with the presidents of the 4 top academies. Your hospital room is busier than a conference room today, kid. Before the big shots came through the door, I had been taking inventory of everything I gained on the trial island. The experience from more than a dozen bosses had taken me straight to level 18. Their drops included 2 pieces of equipment besides ape demon armor. The most valuable was a red ring. Red Dragon Demon Ring. Supreme quality. Required level, 16. Defense, 308. Storage space, 20 slots. Identical items may be stacked in each slot. Red Dragon Demon Flame. Consumes 200 mana to release Demon Flame for 10 seconds. Although this world had been thoroughly systematized, professionals were not born with personal inventories. Even the cheapest 5-slot storage equipment at the trading center cost 100,000 gold. A Red Dragon Demon Ring with 20 slots was worth at least 1 million. Demon Flame was useless to me because I had no mana, but the storage ability alone made the ring more than worthwhile. I tried putting identical materials into its slots a few times. Whether hides or crystal cores, anything of the same type could be stacked in a single slot and retrieved with a thought. In the past, every dungeon run meant carrying a pack loaded with water and materials, and the weight only grew as I fought. With the Demon Ring, even if I spent days grinding in the wilderness, I would no longer have to run back and forth just to unload my spoils. Red Dragon Demon Flame required 200 mana, and a berserker like me did not even have a mana bar on his status panel. Someone else might have considered that a waste. I did not regret it at all. I could find a solution for the skill later. The 20-slot storage space alone justified every bit of my luck. The ring also contained a level 17 rare longsword. While Zhang Lingxue clumsily peeled the apple, I took the sword out and handed it directly to her. For me. She froze, then hurriedly pushed it back. You're still using a bronze saber yourself. You could keep a sword this good and sell it. A longsword wouldn't improve me much. I deliberately made my expression stern. Why are you being so distant with me? Are we brothers or not? Have we grown apart? She eventually accepted the longsword, but there was a trace of gloom behind her smile that I did not understand at the time. Then she shoved the apple, now peeled noticeably smaller, into my hand. Eat. It may look ugly, but it should taste fine. I had just opened my mouth to bite it when the ward door opened. Deputy Minister Shinshio did not put on airs. He first told me to stay in bed, then mentioned Tan Tao's assessment of me and the fact that I had broken Shun Qianhong's trial tower record. After a few pleasantries, he announced the official rewards directly. The Ministry of Education awards you 100,000 gold for voluntarily protecting other examinees on the trial island. Following consultation between the Ministry of Education and the military, you are awarded 1 third-class merit, the rank of corporal, and 1,000 military merit points. Shinshio specifically explained that the rank did not mean I had to formally enlist now, but it granted me corresponding privileges in military stores and certain abyssal outposts. Military merit points were even harder to measure in gold. High-level materials, slots in special dungeons, and even certain restricted equipment could only be obtained through military merit. I hurriedly thanked him. The 100,000 gold would ease my immediate financial strain, while the 1,000 military merit points were like an advance ticket to the abyssal battlefield. I still had no clear idea what military merit was worth, but Zhang Lingxue was visibly envious. She told me that many people fought on abyssal battlefields for 2 or 3 years without necessarily saving 1,000 points. The instant the official rewards were announced, the ward turned into a recruitment fair. Su Feng, president of Beichen Academy, had a rugged build and a face full of coarse beard. The moment he opened his mouth, he promised me top-tier resources and access to ancient battlefield dungeons. Wang Ziyu, president of Chuanshu Academy, wore a long dress and carried herself with elegance, but her recruiting pitch was unusually direct. Come to Chuanshu. We have resources and beautiful female instructors. Whatever type you like, I can even introduce you. She said it as casually as if we were chatting at home, but Su Feng immediately frowned. Recruit the boy if you're going to recruit him. Leave out all those flashy tricks. Wang Ziyu shot back without restraint, saying that Beichen dealt with ancient battlefields all day and its campus was full of boors who knew nothing but fighting. Caught between 4 academy presidents, I learned for the first time that even these famous figures I normally saw only in the news would expose one another's faults when competing for a student. Li Yuanwu, president of Modu Academy, immediately undercut her. Wang Ziyu, are you a president or a matchmaker? The young man already has a girlfriend as lovely as a flower standing beside him. Why would he need your introductions? Zhang Lingshue's face instantly turned red. Wang Ziyu then dredged up the story of rejecting Li Yuanwu years ago, making the portly president flush crimson with anger. The ward dissolved into an uproar. Li Yuanwu finally managed to drag the conversation back to recruiting. He promised to tailor the most scientifically optimized leveling path for me and get me to level 80 within 10 years. Liang Wendao, who stood at the back, had barely opened his mouth when the others all began pushing him aside. He called Beichen's ancient battlefields high risk and Chuanshu's beautiful instructors a distraction from proper work. When it was his own turn, he emphasized that Modu had developed faster than any other academy in recent years and could customize everything from equipment and skills to my dungeon route. Judging by the promises alone, all 3 schools sounded more sincere than Liang Wendao's simple, "You're welcome anytime." Huadi already recruited Du Chenfeng. Now you want to steal Chenqing too. Liang Wendao merely adjusted his glasses. I'll keep it simple. Huadi Academy is the strongest in Longxia. If Chenqing wants to come, he is welcome anytime. Since when were you number 1? Su Feng shot back at once. Their argument gave Shinshio a headache. He had no choice but to raise a hand and stop them. Enough. Before you quarrel any further, let's hear which school Chenqing wants. All 4 presidents turned their eyes on me at once. The pressure was somehow no lighter than facing a level 20 boss. In truth, I had already decided before the national exam. It is an honor to earn the recognition of all 4 presidents. I sat straighter in the hospital bed, but I can only apologize. I will not change my original choice. Du Yuan apparently disliked hearing me circle the point. He urged me directly. After all that, which one are you choosing? I looked at the middle-aged man on the far right. Huadi Academy. Except for Liang Wendao, all 3 other presidents' expressions changed at once. Wang Ziyu reminded me that Huadi had already recruited 1 top genius this year and might not be able to concentrate its resources on 2 people at once. Li Yuanwu promised Modu would devote everything it had to training me. Su Feng said Beichen was the better choice too. I still shook my head. Whether Huadi treats me as a priority or not, that is where I'm going. Equipment, gold, and dungeon resources were important, of course. But I had only one real reason for choosing Huadi. My older brother, Chen Feng. 3 years ago, he entered Huadi as an S-class Radiant Archmage. 6 months later, he suddenly disappeared. I had not heard a word from him since. Seeing my determination, the other three presidents had no choice but to give up. Before leaving, Su Feng clapped my shoulder and told me I could transfer to Beichin anytime if I did not like Huadi. Wang Ziyu also left me with the assurance that Chuanshu would always welcome me. After they left, only Liang Wendao, Du Yuan, Zhang Lingxue, and I remained in the ward. I no longer hid my purpose. President Liang, do you know a student named Chen Feng? At the sound of that name, Liang Wendao's pupils visibly contracted, and the smile on his face froze for an instant. The change lasted only a heartbeat, but I saw it clearly. Chen Feng, he repeated softly, then shook his head. The academy has too many students. I don't remember him. Why do you ask? He is my brother. An S-class radiant archmage. Huadi admitted him 3 years ago, and he disappeared 6 months after enrollment. I contacted the academy and investigated in person, but none of his classmates knew where he went. I stared at Liang Wendao without looking away. Whether he is dead or alive, I have to know what happened. A person cannot simply vanish without a sound. Only then did understanding appear on Liang Wendao's face. So you chose Huadi to look for your brother? Yes. Students do disappear every year because of missions, vendettas, and other accidents. Huadi does everything it can to protect its students, but it cannot prevent everything. His tone was sincere. I'll investigate for you when I return. If I find anything, you'll be the first to know. His explanation sounded reasonable, but it avoided the most important questions. If an S-class radiant archmage went missing, why had the academy never notified his only family member? Why had all communication from my brother cut off so suddenly after he enrolled? And when I went to the academy to ask questions, why had no one been willing to mention his final mission? I did not press every doubt in that hospital room. Liang Wendao had already agreed to investigate, and pushing too hard would only make him warier. Once I entered Huadi, I would be able to find my brother's former classmates, instructors, and mission records sooner or later. I still remembered how my brother looked when he left Donglan. He had just received his admission letter from Huadi and carried little luggage. Before boarding, he clapped me on the shoulder and said he would bring me over once he had found his footing at the academy. For 6 months, he really did contact me every few days, telling me about his classes, instructors, and new teammates. Then every message stopped on the same day. If he had died in an ordinary mission, the academy should at least have left a record. If he was alive, he could not possibly have ignored me for 3 years. Liang Wendao's instinct of abnormality when he heard the name made me even more certain that someone inside Huadi knew the truth. I thanked him, but my doubts did not completely fade. The way he reacted when he heard Chun Feng's name did not resemble someone with no memory of him at all. After Liang Wendao left, Du Yuan prepared to take Zhang Lingxue with him. She shook her head and said she would wait until I finished my discharge paperwork so we could return to Donglan together. Du Yuan sighed helplessly. I casually called him second grandpa and tried to ask about the trial island, but he immediately glared at me. Who is your second grandpa? Don't go claiming relations. Call me Commander. I awkwardly corrected myself. Commander, I saw a white-haired human on the giant whale. Those were clearly exotic beasts from the abyss. Why did they obey him? Zhang Lingxue confirmed that she had seen him too. Du Yuan did not answer at once. His expression slowly turned grave. Strictly speaking, they can no longer be considered ordinary humans. Some people willingly sell their souls and bodies to the abyss in exchange for power. Others are contaminated inside abyssal dungeons, and their wills and personalities become completely twisted. People like that stand forever against humanity. We call them the Fallen Ones. For the first time, I truly understood the name. No matter how savage abyssal exotic beasts were, their appearance and loyalties were obvious at a glance. A fallen one, however, might wear human clothes, speak the same language, and even retain their old memories and skills. If Su Lin had not revealed his identity himself, an ordinary person could never have linked him to the abyss. Du Yuan also warned us that strong willpower did not make anyone completely immune to contamination. The deeper one ventured into a high-level abyss, the stronger the mental corruption became, so professionals had to undergo regular testing. Any abnormal surge in power, missing memories, or violent urge to kill could be a sign of contamination. The abyss is humanity's common enemy. Why would anyone help it? I asked. Du Yuan looked at me, his tone darkening. The world has never been only black and white. Some people love it. Naturally, others hate it. Hate it enough to want to destroy it with their own hands. He told me that not every fallen one had defected to the abyss willingly. Many professionals were contaminated after entering abyssal dungeons. Their personalities gradually twisted, their wills eroded, until nothing remained but the urge to slaughter humans. The transformation was almost irreversible. Once they crossed that line, they became slaves of the abyss completely. Keep as low a profile as you can after you reach Hwadi. Duyuan warned me in particular. Your performance in the national exam has already attracted the attention of the abyssal forces. Sometimes, rather than killing a genius outright, they prefer to contaminate and control that person, then make them turn around and hurt their own people. I nodded solemnly. I still remembered the look in the white-haired young man's eyes as he regarded human lives from the giant whale. I would rather die in a dungeon than ever become something like that. After Du Yuan left, I asked Zhang Lingxue, with an accident like this during the national exam, what happens to the rest of you? They can't make you wait until next year. The Ministry of Education will probably organize a makeup exam or ask the academies to relax their admission standards. She did not seem too worried. So many people died this year that the pool of applicants is already small. I might even make it into a top academy. Which one are you planning to apply to? She blinked mischievously. Secret for now. After finishing my discharge paperwork, we waited for our ride at the station. My phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. This is Liang Wendao. I was a little surprised. President Liang? How did you get my number? He did not answer. He asked whether I was still in Nanhua City, then offered a statement I could not refuse. There is a lead on your brother. Really? I immediately stood straight. A female instructor named Feng Zhuli advised Chen Feng back then. She knows something, but she may be leaving the country soon. I happen to be flying back to Hwadi this afternoon. You can come with me and complete your enrollment while you're there. Can I see her immediately? We'll arrange it after we reach the academy. Liang Wendao's answer left no opening. When I pressed him about where Feng Zhuli was now and whether he had already reviewed my brother's file, he only said it was inconvenient to discuss by phone. The more evasive he was, the less I could leave this lead for later. My brother had been missing for 3 years. Now that someone who might know the truth had finally appeared, I agreed with little hesitation. Liang Wendao sent me the address of a hotel and told me to meet him there in an hour. After hanging up, I turned to Zhang Lingxue. Brother Shui, I'm afraid I can't go back to Donglin with you. When Zhang Lingxue heard that I was leaving for Hwadi immediately, she did not blame me. She only warned, take care of yourself over there. If anyone bullies you, tell me. Brother Shui will deal with them for you. I'm this strong. Who could bully me? She folded her arms, looking half amused. Maybe not a guy, but a girl could be different. What if she's pretty and your heart goes soft? Except for you, I don't go soft on any girl. That's only because you haven't met one who truly makes your heart race. Who could possibly be prettier than you? Only after the words left my mouth did I realize they were a little too direct. But Zhang Lingxue did not tease me with the usual good brother line. She merely turned her face away and smiled for a long while. Only when the station announcement called passengers to have their tickets checked did our conversation truly stop. Zhang Lingxue looked especially happy. We waved goodbye at the station. I walked a long way before looking back, and she was still standing there watching me. An hour later, I reached the hotel Liang Wendao had named. I waited in the lobby for half an hour before he came downstairs. We went straight to the airport, flew for 2 hours on an ordinary passenger plane, and arrived in Hwadi City. Hwadi Academy lay among mountains on the outskirts of the city. Its main gate was built from bronze and dark granite, with the 4 great characters for Hwadi Academy hanging at its center. Red gemstones formed the eyes of the stone lions on either side. Intricate runes covered the gilded bronze doors, and when sunlight passed over them, their lines glimmered faintly. Beyond the gate, a broad bluestone road stretched deep into the campus. The canopies of the ginkgo trees lining both sides joined like a continuous series of giant umbrellas. As I walked beneath them, the urgency and heaviness I felt over my brother slowly eased, as if invisible hands were soothing my mind. Liang Wendao noticed my confusion. An array master at the academy placed a mind-calming array here. It helps students concentrate. I had no interest in studying arrays. I asked at once, when can I meet instructor Feng Zhuli? Don't rush. She's not at the academy right now. I stopped walking. That isn't what you said on the phone. I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. Liang Wendao gave a completely insincere sigh. She's conducting closed training with the second-year special training class. They're preparing for next month's international exchange competition with the Sakura Nation, and even I can't reach her during this period. Then give me her number. I'll contact her myself. That would be inconvenient. Unless, he deliberately drew the word out. I could already smell the trap. Unless what? Unless you enter the exchange competition too. Once you become a special trainee, naturally you'll meet instructor Feng, who is leading the team. So this was what had been waiting for me at the end of that long detour. I stared at him suspiciously. Are you certain instructor Feng really knows something about my brother? Liang Wendao patted my shoulder and smiled with perfect innocence. What would a university president gain by lying to you? He would gain me in the competition. I understood that perfectly, but I truly had no other leads. It's a second-year exchange competition. Can a freshman who just enrolled really participate? I can recommend you, but your level is too low. At last, he laid out the complete arrangement. Reach level 25 before the end of the month, and I'll put you on the exchange team. 7 levels in one short month, from level 18 to level 25, would have been impossible for an ordinary student. Liang Wendao described it lightly, clearly having factored in everything I had accomplished on the trial island and in the trial tower. The international exchange competition was no casual sparring match. Huadi's places belonged to second-year students who had trained for it over a long period. If a freshman who had not even officially begun school suddenly cut in line, insufficient strength would only invite doubt. Level 25 was both Liang Wendao's threshold for me and the minimum proof that I deserved a place on the team. What if I don't make it? Then wait patiently until Instructor Fang's closed training ends. How long will that take? Hard to say. She may go straight from the exchange competition to a mission abroad. She might not return for 3 to 5 months. Every sentence left me with a choice, yet all the choices ultimately led to the same road. Reach level 25 by the end of the month and enter the exchange competition. From the lead on my brother and early enrollment to leveling in the exchange competition, President Liang had arranged my path with perfect clarity. At that moment, a girl in Huadi's uniform came down the corridor. She was tall, with long hair draped over her shoulders. Metal-framed glasses lent an intellectual air to her delicate features. Uncle Liang, did you ask for me? Su Ying, this is Chen Qing. He'll be your junior from now on. Liang Wendao pointed at me. I have other business. Please take him through the enrollment procedures. Su Ying smiled and extended a hand. Hello, Junior Chen Qing. I'm a third year. I look forward to getting to know you. I was not very good with unfamiliar girls. I only shook her hand briefly. Hello, senior. Having handed me over to her, Liang Wendao turned and left without giving me any chance to keep questioning him. After Liang Wendao left, Su Ying quietly used observation on me. She said nothing, but the instant she saw the result, C-Class Berserker, level 18, her frown betrayed her confusion. The national exam results had not officially been released. A C-Class professional personally brought back by the president and given a special escort really did make no sense. We walked in silence. I said nothing because my head was full of every word Liang Wendao had spoken. Su Ying probably took that silence for aloofness and asked where I was from. Donglin City, Xining Province. She visibly fell into thought again. Donglin had no famous great clans, and nothing about me suggested the bearing of a wealthy family's heir. She understood even less why Liang Wendao valued me. Once we entered the administration building, I quickly lost any interest in her guesses. Tuition is 30,000 gold a semester? I stared at the fee schedule, nearly convinced I had misread it. That was only the basic cost. It did not include equipment repairs, potions, class materials, or dungeon consumables. The top academies possessed the finest resources, but their threshold was frighteningly high. Even if a child from an ordinary family was admitted, without a scholarship or mission income, supporting 4 years would be extremely difficult. The Ministry of Education's promised reward of 100,000 gold had not arrived yet. I had only the 50,000 I had saved from grinding dungeons. The instant I paid tuition, only 20,000 remained. Housing cost extra, 10,000 for a 4-person dorm, 20,000 for a double, 50,000 for a single, and 200,000 for a detached villa with a private pool and training area. Su Ying kindly recommended. A private villa has the best environment, and it makes training convenient. I looked at her. Thank you, but I'll take a 4-person dorm. It isn't that I can't afford the others. A 4-person room simply offers better value. She held back for several seconds, but ultimately chose not to expose me. The remaining 20,000 gold in my account was plain to see. No matter how much faith she had in value, she could not possibly believe I could afford a villa. She had apparently assumed I was the young master of some hidden clan, but after seeing my embarrassment at the payment desk, that theory finally vanished from her face. Tuition and housing had nearly emptied my purse. I could not help sighing. Huadi Academy really is a robbery. After my information was formally entered, a staff member gave me a Black Points card. Su Ying explained that students could exchange materials dropped in dungeons for points, then use the points to purchase equipment, skill scrolls, or admission to attribute resource towers. Points could also be exchanged for gold at a rate of 1 to 500, but most academy-restricted resources could only be bought with points, so almost no one was willing to convert them directly into money. How many dungeons does the academy have? I asked. The dungeon building contains dungeons from level 15 to level 50, more than 500 in total. She sounded visibly proud of that. If you want to go, I'll show you tomorrow morning. It took an ordinary student at least 4 or 5 months to climb from level 18 to level 25. Some barely passed level 25 in their second year. If I wanted to do it before the end of the month, I would have to pour every moment into dungeons. After leaving the administration building, I bought daily necessities at a campus store. The sheets and duvet cover alone cost more than 500 gold, and everything else added another 800. Back in Donglan, my monthly living expenses had been no more than 500. I had been at Huadi for half a day, and over 40,000 gold was already gone. Fortunately, the 4-person dorm was not nearly as shabby as I had imagined. The entire suite covered almost 200 square meters, with 4 bedrooms, a living room, 2 private bathrooms, and every amenity from a sofa and television to a refrigerator and washing machine. Its finish rivaled an upscale apartment. I spent 10 gold on a bowl of instant noodles for dinner. Only after showering and lying on the soft bed did it truly register that only 3 days had passed from the national exam to my entrance into Huadi. Several messages from Zhang Lingxua happened to be waiting on my phone. She kept asking about the academy, my housing, and my physical condition. I replied to each one, and warmth spread through me. Tomorrow, I would start grinding dungeons. Whatever Liang Wendao was plotting, I would first put level 25 firmly within my own grasp. A little after 7 the next morning, a call from Su Ying dragged me out of sleep. I'm already outside your dorm. Hurry up. I washed and dressed in a rush and came downstairs 10 minutes later. She wore a short-sleeved athletic shirt and shorts. A summoning array lit beneath her feet, and an enormous gray wolf stepped out of a black vortex. I'm an A-class beast tamer. His name is Little Gray. Su Ying leaped onto the wolf's back and held out a hand to me. The dungeon building is far away. Riding there will be faster. I sat behind her and wrapped my arms around her waist as instructed. Little Gray immediately raced down the campus's main road. Huadi's grounds were astonishingly vast. Even with the giant wolf's speed, it still took us half an hour to arrive. The morning wind poured over us as old classroom buildings and training fields flashed past along the road. The campus held not just roads, but aerial routes for flying professions. Different contract beasts ran along the paths, and now and then an upper-year student riding a griffin swept overhead. Compared with Donglin's dungeon center, this place felt more like a city populated entirely by professionals. Quite a few upper-year students had already gathered outside the dungeon building. Su Ying was the campus beauty and the student council president, with many admirers. When we appeared sharing one mount, with my arms still around her waist, the boys' gazes stabbed at me like knives. Good morning, President Su. People greeted her continually as we passed. Only then did I learn that she was also the student council president, and I understood where all the hostility came from. A handsome boy blocked our path and asked Su Ying who I was. When he learned that I was a freshman reporting early, he plainly did not believe it. Even so, he moved aside after Su Ying's expression turned cold. I had just passed him when a hand suddenly clamped on my shoulder. Junior, whether you're really a freshman or not, remember to stay away from Su Ying. He lowered his voice. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens. I knocked his hand away. What business is it of yours? 7 or 8 spinning purple fireballs instantly appeared behind him, and cries of alarm rose from the surrounding students. I did not retreat. Instead, I planted my feet and watched him. If he dared bring those fireballs down on me, Thormail would provide its own answer. Stop. Su Ying hurried between us. Fuyang, what are you trying to do? Just playing a joke on the new junior. Fuyang withdrew the fireballs and smiled as if nothing had happened. If you dare bully a freshman, I won't ignore it. Fuyang stared at me for several seconds, as if memorizing my face. Chin-ching, right? Freshmen should learn the rules. What rules? I asked. You'll find out soon enough. He had backed down in words, but the threat in his gaze remained. The onlookers were clearly more inclined to take his side. Some even muttered that I did not know my own limits. Su Ying did not want the incident to grow, so she grabbed me and pulled me straight out of the crowd. She led me into the building by the wrist. Only when Fuyang was out of sight did she let go. She explained that he had pursued her ever since first year. He had always been overbearing and could not stand seeing her near another boy. He's an A-class exotic flame mage, already level 35, and the Fu family stands behind him, Su Ying warned. You just arrived. Try not to provoke him. Fu Yang's purple fireballs had released little heat when they appeared, yet the surrounding air had warped faintly, proving that the exotic flame was far more powerful than ordinary fire. He probably assumed a level 18 freshman could not withstand his pressure, which was why he dared warn me in public. But he could see only the level on my status panel. He could not see my more than 200,000 HP, much less know that Thorn Mail would return 3 times the damage. If we truly fought at the building's entrance, I might not be the one who needed a stretcher afterward. Does Hwadi allow killing? I asked. Her steps stopped. Killing someone intentionally will get you expelled. If it's serious, you'll go to prison too. Why are you asking? What about self-defense? That depends on the circumstances too. Just don't do anything reckless. I nodded. As long as he doesn't cause more trouble, I can't be bothered with him. The first floor was the points exchange area, where many students lined up to exchange dungeon materials for points. We did not stop and went straight to the second floor. More than 30 runic stone doors lined both sides of the corridor. Each had a teleportation array and display in front, listing the dungeon's level, difficulty, and fastest record. This floor was reserved for students from level 15 to level 20. Since formal classes would not begin for another 2 months, Su Ying and I were almost the only people on the entire floor. She was probably worrying about my inability to find freshman teammates when I stopped in front of a stone door and selected the highest difficulty. Level 20 Dungeon, Bridge of the Dead. Difficulty, Calamity. Qingqing, are you insane? Su Ying's voice echoed through the empty corridor. You're only level 18, and you want to enter a Calamity dungeon alone? This difficulty is just right. I pressed confirm without giving her time to stop me, and the white light of teleportation instantly swallowed my body. When the white light faded, I stood at the center of a massive stone bridge spanning a canyon. Mist from the hours before dawn veiled the surroundings. Water flowed below the bridge, and the only sound was the echo of its ripples. A red crystal glowing with soft light stood behind me, and the system prompt sounded at once. Mission: an army of the dead is about to attack. Protect the blood crystal and kill every enemy. If the crystal is destroyed, the mission will fail and all experience gained in this dungeon will be deducted. I had not expected the dungeon to include an escort objective. For an ordinary team, a rule like this tested how well its members split up and coordinated. For a solo berserker like me, it was extremely unfriendly. The dense clatter of colliding bones soon came from both ends of the stone bridge. Hundreds of undead skeletons burst through the fog. Some carried sabers and shields, others held staves, and they rushed at the center from both directions at once. I used the light shadow gloves to create a clone, ordered it to guard one end, and carried my bronze saber toward the other. 20% of 280,000 HP was still more than 50,000. The clone could hold them for a while, at least. Bloodblade Cross Slash. A 10-meter bloodblade swept across the bridge, shattering the skeletons at the front in swaths. Level 20 Elite Undead Skeleton Slain. Experience plus 15,000. Level 20 Elite Skeleton Mage Slain. Experience plus 20,000. The bridge took the aftershock of the skill without a mark, so I stopped worrying about the terrain and drove a second slash forward. I cleared my side quickly, but the clone was already locked in a bitter struggle at the other end. Every strike from an ordinary skeleton removed almost 1,000 of the clone's HP. The skeleton mage's green fireballs dealt about 3,000 damage and added a continuing burn. Before long, less than half of the clone's more than 50,000 HP remained. I rushed over and used Cross Slash the instant its cooldown ended to clear a patch of monsters. But the undead behind me had already surged close to the crystal. By the time I turned back to save it, the skeleton mage's fireballs had completely destroyed the clone. Attacked from both sides, I could only retreat and defend the blood crystal. The melee skeletons prioritized me, but the skeleton mages fired their balls of flame past the battle line, directly at the fixed objective. Boom, boom. Cracks quickly appeared across the crystal's surface. I raced back and forth between the two ends of the bridge, but still could not stop every ranged attack. Reflected damage only worked when an enemy attacked me first, and I had no force taunt. The greatest advantage I normally possessed had been almost halved in this escort mission. If the crystal shattered, I would not die, but I would lose all the experience gained over more than 3 hours. I had to find a way to make the undead keep attacking me. Just as monsters from both sides pressed within 20 meters again, a bone saber struck the ape demon armor. A low bestial roar suddenly erupted from deep within the breastplate. Visible ripples swept over the bridge, and every nearby skeleton stopped moving at once. My eyes lit up. I had almost forgotten. This piece of equipment had a 10% chance to stun when struck. During the undead's 1-second stun, I immediately unleashed Bloodblade Cross Slash, clearing an open space within 10 meters of the crystal. Ape Demon Roar was not a skill I could activate voluntarily. I first had to be struck, and even then it had only a 10% chance to trigger. An ordinary professional who let a horde of calamity difficulty monsters surround and attack them would only die faster. My maximum HP, however, was high enough to withstand it. Once my HP fell below half, Bloodline Boil would also provide powerful recovery. I simply stopped intercepting the melee skeletons on my end. I controlled the distance and let them attack me continuously. The high frequency of hits made Ape Demon Roar erupt again and again. They would take a few steps, then be stunned once more, never able to get past me and touch the crystal. At the other end, I used Cross Slash to clear them from a distance. When the skill was on cooldown, I summoned a clone to stall them. The instant the skill recovered, I swept away another group. At last, the rhythm on both sides stabilized. The skeleton mage's fireballs dealt 2,000 to 3,000 damage each, while melee weapons fell from every angle. My 280,000 HP was forced down a half. Bloodline Boil activated, and its recovery gradually offset my losses. I stood like a stake hammered into the bridge. The more monsters there were, the more frequently my reflected damage and crowd control triggered. After more than 3 hours, the skeletons on the bridge finally began to thin. Once I confirmed that the crystal was temporarily safe, I summoned a fresh Light Shadow clone to hold one end, activated Ultimate Berserk myself, and slaughtered my way through from the other side. The Bronze Saber no longer matched the rest of my equipment at all, yet Berserk still made it so fast that only afterimages remained. The last group of skeletons collapsed into scattered bones. I raced back to the center and cut down every straggler that had slipped through on the clone's side. The bridge was finally clear. The blood crystal was covered in cracks, but in the end, it still stood where it had begun. Heavy footsteps came from deep within the fog. Chains dragged over stone with a piercing scrape. An undead corpse general more than 2 meters tall slowly emerged, ghostly green light shining through the gaps beneath its shattered armor. Undead Corpse General. Level 20 Calamity Class Boss. Its HP exceeded 700,000, making it harder to deal with than the ordinary elite bosses on the trial island. Fortunately, there was only one, so I no longer needed to split my attention between both sides. The Undead Corpse General swung its heavy weapon down at me head-on. I did not dodge. I absorbed the attack with my body, then countered with reflected damage and my blade. Its strength blasted me away several times. On the closest call, half my body was already hanging beyond the bridge, and only my left hand hooked into a crack in the stone kept me from falling into the canyon. I pulled myself back onto the bridge and continued fighting at close range. There were no dazzling techniques, only weapon and armor colliding again and again. It tore away my HP, and Bloodline Boil pulled it back. The reflected damage it suffered, however, came with no means of recovery. In our final clash, I took its heavy strike directly as my blade cut into the ghostly green core in its chest. The Undead Corpse General threw back its head and roared. Its massive body crashed to the ground. Level 20 Calamity Class Boss, Undead Corpse General, slain. Experience plus 650,000. Mission Protect the Blood Crystal completed. Bonus experience plus 200,000. Clear time 3 hours, 46 minutes. Bridge of the Dead clear record broken. Manhwaedit Academy points awarded 100. I was still more than 2 million experience short of level 19, but those bonus points revealed another path. Manhwaedit's dungeons did not merely let me level. Breaking records could be converted directly into resources. The white light of teleportation returned me to the second floor of the dungeon building. To my surprise, Su-Ying was still waiting in the same place. The moment she saw me emerge, she hurried over. "Why did you come out so quickly?" As soon as she asked, she seemed to realize something and softened her tone. It doesn't matter if the mission failed. Bridge of the Dead was designed to test team coordination. The old record was 9 hours, set by a 5-person party. I cleared it. She nodded. 2 seconds later, her head snapped up. "What did you say?" I pointed to the display beside the stone door. The 5 names that had originally ranked first were gone, replaced by a new record. Calamity Difficulty Bridge of the Dead. Clearer, Chin-Ching. Clear time, 3 hours, 46 minutes. Su-Ying stared at the screen for a long time. The old record had stood for 3 years. On my first entry, I had shortened it by more than 5 hours. "You get points for breaking records?" I asked. Only then did she recover. "Rewards are offered only for Calamity class dungeons and above, and you can't challenge a dungeon more than 5 levels below you. Each record pays 100 points. I was currently level 18, so every dungeon from level 15 to level 20 on the second floor was within my permitted range. However, only dungeons at level 18 or higher offered Calamity difficulty. In total, there were 18 records that could actually earn rewards. I rested briefly, ate something, and immediately chose my second target. Level 18 Calamity Dungeon, Nightmare Prairie. The old record was 5 hours and 21 minutes, set by a 5-person level 23 party. I entered the dungeon, used the open terrain to let my light shadow clone gather monsters, then activated Berserk and cleared them all at once. An hour later, white light appeared again. Clear time, 1 hour, 8 minutes. Su Ying's eyelid visibly twitched. Next one. Next came another level 18 Calamity Dungeon, which I finished in less than an hour. After that, I entered a level 19 dungeon. All day, I did almost nothing but move between teleportation arrays and battlefields. Su Ying's initial shock gradually became silence as she registered each result for me. By the time it was completely dark outside, I had cleared 6 dungeons in a row and reached level 19. That's enough for today. I rolled my aching shoulders. As student council president, you must be busy. You don't have to stay here with me the entire time. She shook her head. President Liang told me to look after you. At least on your first day, I need to keep watch. Once you know the academy, I won't bother anymore. I reviewed the 6 new records. 600 points was not a fortune, but it was only the beginning. When the staff member transferred the points to my black card, he also showed me the record details. 5 different parties had set the 6 previous records. Some had stood for 1 year and others for 3. I had not beaten them by only a few minutes. Bridge of the Dead, the largest gap, had been shortened by more than 5 hours. Su Ying told me that geniuses in previous years had also vowed to sweep every second-floor record, but each dungeon had different terrain, missions, and boss mechanics. It was difficult for any one profession to suit them all. Defensive professions lacked damage, while burst damage professions might be unable to protect an objective. Even when a party could clear the dungeon, coordination consumed a great deal of time. My abilities happened to bypass most of those restrictions. The more damage monsters dealt, the stronger my reflection became. The more numerous they were, the faster Bloodox physique triggered. In escort missions, I could also use Ape Demon Armor's area stun. So-called Calamity difficulty instead pushed every one of my passives to maximum effectiveness. At 8 that evening, we took my 6 clear records to the points exchange counter on the first floor. It was far livelier than the second floor, with long lines before the windows. Students laid venom, hides, ores, and equipment on the counters, haggling with staff over a few points. More than 50 venomous frogs dropped this one bottle of venom, and it's worth only 1 point. The student ahead of me slapped the counter in anger. The staff member did not even raise his head. 1 point. Are you trading it or not? If not, stop blocking the line. Fine, I'll trade it. Just my rotten luck. When my turn came, the staff member looked at my empty hands and frowned. Where are the materials and equipment? Nothing dropped. I handed him my black card. I'm exchanging clear records for points. His expression eased considerably. Breaking a record on your first day? Not bad. But when all 6 records appeared on the computer at once, his smile slowly froze. He checked them over and over, restarted the device, then finally asked with caution, "You cleared all 6 of these Calamity dungeons by yourself today? They're all low-level dungeons. Nothing difficult." Someone nearby immediately snorted and accused me of bragging. Su Ying stepped forward to confirm my identity. When the surrounding students recognized her as the student council president, their ridicule gradually turned into murmured discussion. The system notification soon sounded. 6 new records verified. Points awarded, 600. The area around the window went silent. 6 dungeons, 6 records, all completed by the same person on the same day. This was rare even among upper-year students. Afraid the commotion would keep growing, Su Ying grabbed me and hurried out of the building. As we walked along the bluestone road under newly lit lamps, she was still marveling. No wonder President Liang was so unworried. When you're grinding dungeons, you're like a machine that never gets tired. In truth, I was already exhausted. But compared with the goal of reaching level 25 by the end of the month, it was still far too early to rest. Even worse, none of the 6 Calamity dungeons dropped a single piece of equipment I could use. I did not even see one decent material. Looking at my empty hands, Su Ying refused to believe me and repeatedly asked whether I had stored everything in the Red Dragon Demon Ring. Only after I showed her the empty slots did she accept that I had truly spent an entire day's luck on experience and records. For other students, no materials meant that every potion, repair cost, and dungeon entry had become a loss. I did not need to make a living by selling materials for the moment. As long as my level rose and the record points arrived, this cursed drop luck was not enough to stop me from grinding. I had reached level 19, and 600 points was only a start. 12 more Calamity dungeons on the second floor could award points. I would break every record I was capable of breaking. Suing took me to the most luxurious of Huadi's 8 dining halls. The building resembled a palace. Stained glass windows reflected carved reliefs. Enormous crystal chandeliers hung inside. White cloth covered the tables, and silverware stood in immaculate rows. The rich fragrance of exotic beast meat drifted from the kitchen. I had been ravenously hungry, but the moment I opened the menu, I became fully alert. Even the cheapest dish cost 500 gold, almost as much as half a month of my former living expenses. Do you normally eat like this? I closed the menu. This isn't a dining hall. It's daylight robbery. Suing laughed. Only culinary masters work in this kitchen, and even I don't come often. I brought you to try it once today. Don't worry, my treat. At the final 2 words, I picked the menu back up. In that case, I won't hold back. You just earned 600 points. How can you still be so stingy? She reminded me that the dining hall accepted points too. 3 points was enough for a good meal. At the market rate, those points equaled 1,500 gold, but inside the academy, they could buy resources unavailable anywhere outside. Spending 3 just to fill my stomach still felt extravagant. Halfway through the meal, I remembered the day's clear records and asked casually, if I break my own record again, will I receive another 100 points? Suing stopped moving her chopsticks and thought carefully about the rules. In theory, yes. The regulation only says a reward is given for breaking the historical record. It doesn't say the current holder can't break it again. Then we're good. She stared at me. Don't tell me you deliberately held back starting with the second dungeon. I did not answer. I merely cut off a piece of exotic beast meat and put it in my mouth. Bridge of the Dead took too long, so there was no need to challenge it again. But I had already memorized every route and monster spawn in Nightmare Prairie and several other dungeons. By leaving myself a little room during the first clear, I could shorten the time slightly on each later attempt and break my own record again and again. The surrounding students were discussing party composition, drop rates, and potion costs. I was considering how many separate records I could divide each dungeon into. Although we sat in the same dining hall, it seemed that from the very beginning, we had belonged to entirely different genres. After dinner, I returned to the dorm and fell asleep the moment my head touched the bed. The next morning, I rode Little Gray with Su Ying to the dungeon building again. Our first stop remained the level 18 Calamity Dungeon, Nightmare Prairie. Before entering, I drew yesterday's route on paper. At the first monster group, the clone would lure them east while I cut in from the west. At the second, I would ignore the monsters on the edges and cross the grassy slope directly. I would save the final boss until the stopwatch neared my target time. It was not that I lacked strength. I needed every improvement to fall within a range the system would recognize. This time, I timed myself precisely with my phone's stopwatch. I sent the clone ahead to gather monsters at designated spawn points and advanced along the shortest route. Finally, I killed the boss at 1 hour and 5 minutes. Calamity difficulty Nightmare Prairie clear record broken. New record, 1 hour, 5 minutes. Reward available, 100 points. The loophole really did exist. The same Calamity dungeon could be entered only once per day. Otherwise, I could have camped in Nightmare Prairie and farmed it repeatedly. Even so, there were more than enough eligible targets on the second floor. I skipped Bridge of the Dead, which required more than 3 hours. I shortened the records I had left from the day before one by one, then filled in the level 18 to level 20 Calamity dungeons I had not yet challenged. Before dark, I completed 12 valid record breaks in total. When the staff member at the exchange center saw an entire page of new records bearing the same name, his expression was even more remarkable than the day before. Other people grinned all day if they earned 10 points. I cashed in 1,200 in one day. The process was almost exactly the same on the first day, the second day, and the third. To ensure that every attempt counted, I even controlled my clear time down to the second. The newest record was only 1 second faster than the last. Anyone could see that I was deliberately gaming the results. After 3 days of high-intensity record breaking, I had exchanged records for a cumulative 3,600 points. Together with the initial 600 and a few scattered materials, I had saved 4,523 points in total. Many students might not hold that balance after 4 years. I had needed only 4 days. The frequent dungeon runs had also pushed my experience bar close to level 20. Only one last sliver remained. Every time the staff member at the exchange window saw me, his face looked worse than the day before. I did not need to hear their private discussions to know the administration had recognized the problem. To prevent high-level students from farming low-level dungeons, the academy prohibited challenges more than 5 levels below a student's own. But I was only level 19, while my strength far surpassed that bracket. I had slipped perfectly through a gap in the rules. When I returned to the dungeon building on the 5th morning, A temporary notice had appeared on the record board, just as expected. A crowd of students soon gathered beneath it. Some did not know why the rules had suddenly changed. Only after seeing the name, Chun Qing, repeated across more than a dozen record tablets, did they turn to look at me. A few thought the academy was targeting a freshman, but most stared at the 1-second gaps between my old and new times and burst out laughing. Effective immediately, no points will be awarded when the same challenger breaks a clear record already held by that challenger. A rule that had worked for so many years without a problem had received an overnight patch because of one freshman, me. I did not complain. Exploiting it for 4 days and earning more than 4,000 points was already an unexpected windfall. What mattered more now was filling the last of my experience bar and learning my level 20 skill. After the notice appeared, I entered a level 19 Calamity dungeon. When the white light of completion descended, I finally reached level 20. This was the final standard profession skill I could learn on my own apart from those granted at Class Awakening. The instant the prompt appeared, I eagerly opened my status panel. Limitless Twin Blade Style. Level 1. While active, lose 2% of maximum HP per second. Grants advanced Twin Blade proficiency and greatly increases attack speed and critical hit rate. After attacking the same target 20 consecutive times, the next attack ignores defense. It was another skill that continuously consumed HP, and it paired extremely well with my passives. 5 times the attack speed could build up 20 strikes much faster, while the final defense-ignoring blow was perfect for countering heavily armored bosses with high vitality. As long as Bloodline Boil's recovery could sustain me, I could even activate it together with Ultimate Berserk. The only problem was that I held just one bronze saber. Using a weapon like that for the Limitless Twin Blade style felt somewhat disrespectful to the skill's name. As I considered replacing my equipment, Suing approached in a purple dress. Starting on the second day, she had stopped accompanying me for every hour in the dungeon building. She had clearly come to find me specifically today. You look happy. What did you get? I just reached level 20. She paused for half a second. 5 days after enrolling, you've gone from level 18 to level 20. That leveling speed really is monstrous. I asked what she needed. Deliberately keeping me in suspense, she said she had brought one piece of bad news and one piece of good news. Bad news first. You've already seen it. Breaking your own record again won't award any more points. I nodded, perfectly calm. The loophole could not have lasted forever. A few days had been enough. The good news is that because the Academy's temporary rule change disrupted your original plan, they're granting you an additional 5,000 points as compensation. That was unexpected. My points card balance jumped directly from 4,523 to 9,523, and my small trace of disappointment immediately disappeared. Senior, are you free right now? I asked expectantly. Suing froze. Her cheeks seemed to redden faintly. I am. Perfect. I want to exchange for equipment. Take me to the top floor. The expression on her face stiffened for an instant before her smile returned. Of course. The equipment exchange hall looked completely different from the Academy's old-fashioned campus. Cold light gleamed from metal walls. Several interactive screens stood in the center, allowing students to inspect equipment statistics and 3-dimensional models. We inserted my points card into the slot. When the balance of 9,523 appeared, even Su Ing looked twice. Only a few upper-year students were in the hall. Most of the equipment they filtered for was level 30 or higher, with prices jumping from several thousand to hundreds of thousands. Each item could be expanded into a 3-dimensional projection and rotated to examine its edge, runes, and wear. Only after an exchange was completed would a staff member retrieve the actual item from a sealed warehouse. I first filtered for level 20 long sabers. Fine quality equipment cost only a dozen or so points. Rare quality ranged from roughly 300 to 800, while supreme quality began at 1,000. As for epic long sabers, even the cheapest cost 100,000 points and required level 35. More than 9,000 points counted as a fortune among freshmen. In the realm of truly high-level equipment, however, it did not even reach the threshold. When I reached the final page of supreme quality long sabers, 2 crossed blades, one red and one blue, caught my eye. Every other piece of equipment was sold separately, but these 2 had been bundled as a set for 4,000 points. Noticing my pause, Suing introduced them. This weapon set is called Song of Ice and Fire. Professor Wang Dongmiao designed it for berserkers. Professor Wang is a renowned S-class forge master both at home and abroad. Berserkers are already rare, and even fewer can gather 4,000 points, so the set has never sold. I had just learned Limitless Twin Blade style, and here was an unwanted set of twin berserker sabers. It was almost as though they had been waiting specifically for me. Song of Ice and Fire, Flame Saber. Supreme Quality. Required Level, 20. Attack, 1,200 to 1,500. Life Steal plus 20%. Critical Hit plus 30%. Attacks have a 20% chance to inflict burning for 5 seconds, dealing damage equal to 20% of attack each second. Stacks. Song of Ice and Fire, Frost Saber. Supreme Quality. Required Level, 20. Attack, 1,200 to 1,500. Armor Penetration plus 20%. Attack Speed plus 30%. Attacks have a 20% chance to inflict frost damage for 5 seconds, dealing damage equal to 20% of attack each second. Stacks. Set Effect. When both sabers are wielded simultaneously, each attack has a 2% chance to trigger Song of Ice and Fire, releasing 10 blades of ice and fire against targets within 20 meters. Each blade deals 1.5 times attack damage. Life Steal could replenish the HP consumed by my skills. Attack Speed would trigger the defense ignoring blow more quickly, and not 1 point of critical hit, armor penetration, or damage over time would go to waste. My HP had already surpassed 330,000, while my base attack exceeded 30,000. A single stack of Flame or Frost alone would theoretically deal 6,000 damage per second. With both effects stacked together, ordinary targets could scarcely endure it. The set skill also made up for a Berserker's relatively slow group clearing. A 2% chance might not appear high, but with the 5-fold attack speed of Limitless Twin Blade style, it would certainly trigger often. If both damage over time effects triggered once each, their combined theoretical damage would be 12,000 per second or 60,000 over 5 seconds. Against ordinary monsters, probably 70% to 80% of that would remain. A Calamity class boss had higher resistance and might reduce it by another half. Even so, it was output my old Bronze Saber could never have provided. Even more important was the Flame Saber's 20% life steal. Ultimate Berserk consumed 5% of my maximum HP per second, while Limitless Twin Blade style consumed another 2%. Activating both states simultaneously meant losing 7 percentage points every second. Life Steal might not cancel the entire drain, but it could significantly extend my burst window and keep Bloodline Boil from shouldering all the pressure alone. I'll take it. 4,000 points were deducted, leaving a balance of 5,523. The staff soon brought over 2 saber cases, each more than a meter long. The Flame Saber's blade graded from deep crimson to orange gold, like solidified fire. Metallic patterns wound around the obsidian hilt. When I gripped it, ancient runes began flowing along the blade, and warmth spread through my palm. The Frost Saber was a translucent deep blue. Snowflake patterns rotated slowly within it, and blue crystals studded its silver-white hilt. Its touch was cold and steady. I held fire in one hand and ice in the other. When I activated Limitless Twin Blade style, trails of both colors rapidly interwove. The twin sabers seemed to become natural extensions of my arms. With advanced twin blade proficiency poured directly into my mind, I did not have to begin by learning basic left-right coordination. The Flame Saber delivered a frontal slash, and the Frost Saber followed from a different angle. 20 consecutive hits landed in an extremely short time. Before the final attack arrived, I could clearly feel some force concentrating along the edge, as though every layer of defense surrounding the target had ceased to exist. I did not truly release the skill in the exchange hall. I only practiced several times against a training projection. Even without Berserk, the red and blue trails left by the 2 blades formed a net of dense lines. Suing voluntarily stepped back twice to keep the escaping blade winds from catching the hem of her dress. The red dragon demon ring had plenty of space, so I did not need to carry 2 saber cases more than a meter long. With a thought, I could store each blade in a separate slot, then retrieve both at once whenever battle began, eliminating the trouble of drawing and carrying them. They suit you. Suing studied me from the side. When my little junior holds a saber, you really do have the presence of an expert. I stored both blades in the red dragon demon ring and returned to the screen. I still had more than 5,000 points. Since I was already here, I might as well find another piece of armor that could increase my maximum HP. I searched through every level 20 supreme quality breastplate, pair of gloves, pants, and boots, but not one was truly suitable. Most armor provided only fixed armor and damage reduction. I already had the supreme quality ape demon armor. What I needed was equipment that increased my maximum HP by a percentage. Only that could amplify the benefits of Bloodox physique, bloodline boil, and reflected damage at the same time. Can one of the Academy's Forge Masters make equipment to specific requirements? I asked. Yes, Professor Wang often makes custom equipment for students. But you have to provide the materials yourself, and his forging fee starts at 10,000 points. 10,000. Academy points can be exchanged for gold at roughly 500 per point. 10,000 points is 5 million gold, Su Ying said calmly. For the children of certain clans, that's only 1 month's allowance. I had nothing to say to that. I had never even seen 5 million gold, yet other people could casually spend it to commission a piece of equipment. Creating an entire armor set with percentage-based HP bonuses would also require rare materials. It was completely unrealistic for me right now. The rules had just been changed, cutting off my stable method of farming points. How I would gather enough for custom equipment in the future was no small problem. I casually opened the headgear category and flipped through page after page. When I reached the last one, my fingers suddenly stopped. A black wolf head mask sat in the corner. Its quality was actually epic, yet its price was only 5,000 points. Curse of the Abyssal Wolf. Epic quality. Required level, 20. Defense, 1,200. Hidden Guardian. While equipped, others cannot obtain detailed statistics through observation. True HP is also concealed. Abyssal Curse. While equipped, suffer 1 instance of the Abyssal Wolf King's curse damage per minute. Equipment capable of hiding both identity statistics and true HP was exceedingly rare, and its defense fully deserved epic quality. The final curse effect was obviously the only reason for the low price of 5,000 points. Seeing me study it, Su Ying immediately warned, "Don't even think about that. Once the mask goes on, it can't be removed for 10 full minutes." Someone refused to believe the warnings before and died without lasting 5, which is why no one has ever bought it. Continuous damage was a fatal curse to other people. For me, it might not be. I had 330,000 HP, and once it fell, Bloodline Boil provided recovery. As long as the curse could not kill me in a single hit, each instance of damage might even trigger Bloodoc's physique, increasing my maximum HP in return. More importantly, it could conceal my increasingly absurd statistics and prevent everyone from seeing my trump cards at a glance. You can't try this equipment on. Once you exchange for it, the risk is yours, Su Ying confirmed once more. Have you really thought this through? She told me the Academy had not ignored the curse. Purification spells, dispel scrolls, and even high-level holy mages had all been tried, but nothing had ever broken the 10-minute restriction after the mask was equipped. The first few testers also thought 1 instance of damage per minute was nothing, but the 4th and 5th curses would suddenly become much stronger, forcing instructors to rescue them. The Academy had written those failed records at the bottom of the details page. 1 person died to the curse in less than 5 minutes. Another survived only because an instructor forcibly unequipped the item. It was both a liability disclaimer and one final warning. 5,000 points did not buy an epic item that could be used without fear. It bought a wager whose consequences I alone would have to bear. I glanced at my point balance. Buying it would leave only 523. Almost everything I had earned over the past few days would be gone. But having points did not guarantee that I would ever encounter epic equipment, and the side effect of this particular item happened to be something my abilities might counter. Exchange for it. 5,000 points were deducted. Not long afterward, a staff member carried over an exquisite wooden case and slowly opened it before us. The black wolf head mask lay silently inside, abyssal dark light flowing over its surface. Its empty eye sockets seemed to stare at me. Merely bringing my hand near it sent a fine needling sensation across my skin. I did not put it on immediately. I picked it up first and carefully felt the fluctuations of the curse within it. On my profession panel, Bloodoc's physique glimmered faintly as if stimulated. This was the first epic piece of equipment I had ever obtained, and perhaps the dangerous item best suited to me.